pouch that you can put your Kindle in if you're going to the beach or going
and it's big enough to take your phone, maybe your sun cream, your sunglasses.
Yeah.
And then you've just got everything you need in one place.
And you're not committing to making a huge project.
No, it's very quick. Yeah, it's really. And obviously, I'm an established crocheter, but I made 2 of these bags on Monday. So, you know, you can make one in a day.
Oh, wow. How good's that?
It's really achievable.
A nice little holiday project. So if you've got the pattern, you're also getting, remember, your bonus pattern of getting your Sunny Day Shawlet in the same kit today with a £5 saving. That's your daisy colourway. You get the beads included as well. And we're going to show you how you incorporate those into your crochet with Sam this hour. So we've also got the other pink colourway that you're seeing behind Sam here, which are with your rose colourway.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is rosy.
Yes.
So you've got pink, which is soft pink. You've got English rose and 2 creams. Remember, enough to be able to make either the bag or the shawlet. So you've got the shawlet pattern and you've got the bag, brand new bag pattern and all of your lovely little beads. £34.98. Fabulous price, especially with this luxurious cotton silk
Really lovely,
yarn.
yeah. It's a really nice yarn.
They look really nice. Now, this is the handle that you can choose to make if you
Absolutely, yeah. So I've plaited together some chains there, and you've got all the instructions in the kit. So it's a nice sturdy handle.
Right. And how to make the chains, the buttonholes.
So the little button loops are included. You will need to buy additional buttons or use your stash. The buttons are not included in the kit. But we all have loads of buttons in the kit, don't we? In our stash, I mean.
This one's been very, very popular indeed. If you have got this one in your basket, be aware this is the most limited colourway. It looks really pretty in that old English rose colourway. Remember, you're not only getting your pattern for the brand new.
Good morning, welcome to Saint Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualise live.
Good morning, we're back. We're going to do it all over again today. We've got a lovely show today, really lovely. It's the first time that I've met Katrina, and oh my word, what a talent, She's the most incredible artist. And just looking at a book, which is brand new to us at Sewing Street, by the way, I know lots of you may already have this book. It's one of the bestsellers. So as an introductory Sewing Street opportunity, we're going to do it at a reduced price today. I'm talking about the Landscape and Flowers book. It's all hand stitched. It's absolutely sensational. Oh, they're mine. They are honestly, the beautiful designs in here are gorgeous. Sorry, I just had to protect my sunglasses. Ben's just found my Prada sunglasses. Like, oh my gosh, there's free Prada sunglasses in the gallery. Now, shall we start with our early bird special? Now, this is a little bit different today. Normally, we'll have a look at, what's in stock and really big quantities and see what, we've got. Now, this is something I don't think we've ever really discounted before. Here we're talking about our double wedding ring template set. Now, yesterday, we had the fabulous Debbie Shaw here, and we were talking about the importance of templates and rulers, and it got us thinking. We were looking through our stash of what we've got, and something a little bit different. It's about getting creative. It's not necessarily about having a new pattern to follow. You could be getting yourself one of our under £10 bundles today. Our whole first hour is under £10. I can't tell you how long Ben has taken preparing this first hour, and don't we all know about it? So I've got to keep reiterating today that Ben has spent a really long time getting this first show together for you. But what I was thinking was, if you were to take one of these bundles, which is going to cost you less than £10 today, you've got really, really lovely colours. And if you then start to use the ruler, you don't need necessarily a pattern to follow. You just are following the cutting instructions. You've got your template with all of the different shapes to build up this block. Now, We will discount the price today and today only on this. If you are watching the early bird, then you know it's to start the show. We do something brilliant. We want to get everybody on board. There's also tips for finishing the quilt on here. But if you go onto Pinterest or you just do a quick search online, then you'll be able to find so much inspiration. And this is brilliant. You've taken a tenner off. £10 off. This is what the double wedding ring looks like when it's made up in a quilt. And that is what you're going to be able to do with this. So line up the edge of a 10¼ inch square. You've also got the smaller templates as well to build up these sections here, but it literally has step-by-step instructions of how to start with a square, how you cut your semicircles out like this, how you're making this sort of orange peel section, how you're stitching, then how you're cutting out your squares, how you're trimming all of these shapes together to create the borders. It's brilliant, isn't it? And as I said, it doesn't always need, you don't always need a new instruction set. If you were paying at £10 for a double wedding ring quilt instruction set, you would then need to buy a template or make your own template. And today, you can get any of these bundles for under £10, and you can start putting together the most beautiful quilt. It doesn't have to be a full quilt. It could be a table runner. It could be a cushion. It could be a bed runner. It could be a bag. There's so much that you could do with these blocks. You could then, you know, do the patchwork and then make it into a lovely kimono. Don't just think that these template rulers are to make big quilts, but they are made of thick acrylic, so you can go straight at it with your rotary cutter. I believe it recommends a 28mm rotary cutter. Normally with the curves, it does. But to be able to practice working with curves, £10 saving today, £10 off. At $11.99, it is your early bird special. There's loads of you there. Now, as I said, we have planned a fabulous show. Wayne, why don't I just call you Wayne? Ben, this used to be a little bit of a sort of staple show for us, didn't it? And with the price of cotton, the price of fabric, we're unable to do under £10 bundles, so it's amazing. It's been ages since we've done an under £10 fabric show. So let me show you the roster, because we've got loads coming up today. We've also got fabulous Hayley West. She's here. You've seen it on socials. The fabulous tie front top. Super quick, super quick. Oh my word, from pre-order, so many have already gone. If you want to get involved, go for it. We have nowhere near the amount that we thought we would have. It's such a great top to wear, to jazz up any dress. I mean, I've literally just said to Hayley, do you know, I'm not the sort of person that likes to have my arms out all the time. But to be able to just have that wrap over. The one in the middle was Hayley made for her bridesmaids. For in the evening, wasn't sure whether it was going to get a little bit chillier, or if you like to cover your shoulders, your arms. Just nice, something to throw on, isn't it? And it could be a short sleeve, but also Hayley's got one in silk today. She's got this fabulous fabric in 100% silk, and she's got these lovely sort of bell sleeves. Beautiful, really beautiful. Super easy to make as well. It could be your very first dressmaking project. So that's coming up at 9 o'clock, along with the jumpsuit and also some panels that are back in stock that Hayley has had lots and lots of requests for. It's the first time I've seen them, and they are gorgeous. They were from our Christmas in July. They're completely sold out. We've managed to reprint some more. So that's coming up at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Katrina Whitten is going to be here with the most incredible embroidery artwork. Now, I believe she only uses like 4 or 5 stitches. This is not, you know, really complex stuff. It's absolutely stunning, though. We've got kits to make the cards. We've got the most beautiful canvas artwork pieces as well. We love this one that comes with the mount. It comes with all of the bits and bobs that you need to be able to stitch it. But also, we are launching today at Sewing Street. This is the first time it's been on Sewing Street, the hand-stitched landscapes and flowers. beautiful embroidery, templates, projects. It says 10 designs in there, but you're going to build those foundations for so many different designs, learning the stitches, working with organza, working with wool. This is actually the 5th printing of this. Normally publishers might do a 2nd printing. I've only ever really heard about a 3rd printing. I've never heard of somebody who said, yeah, it's on its 5th print, especially in different languages as well. It's amazing. It's a bestseller. First time on Sewing Street. I know that Katrina's got over 40 years of experience with her own embroidery and a fountain knowledge, so get your messages in for her. That's a whole hour and a half show before we welcome Hayley back with the Husqvarna extravaganza. We have got embroidery, sewing, overlocking, combo machine, luggage, brand new extension table for your sewing machine. We've got bundles, giveaways, all sorts coming up. So, yes, it's going to be a fabulous show. Husqvarna, if you've been waiting for a Husqvarna show, today's the day to get involved. Now, let's go. We are nearly 10 minutes in. If you want to start shopping, you can see some of them you're saving £3. Sometimes you're saving, £2. But honestly, they are brilliant value for money. You've got Tula Pink under a tenner there. Oh, any of these designer ones, Lewis and Irene, or, oh, look, Lewis and Irene, Stuart Hillard, the Hajime. You've got Hajime. Right, we are going to have to go fast and furious because it is important that we get all of these in. Can I start with the Stuart Hillard one? Hajime. Here it is, Stuart Hillard. Now, we have not done an under £10 bundle show for, I'm going to say, over a year. It's been ages since I've done one. And Ben is the bundle king, he really is. Do you know why? Because he picks out the best coordinating colours. Right, we're starting with a really good quantity. Today, $9.98. Not even $9.99, there you go. It was supposed to go to $9.99, but Ben's finger slipped. His big fat thumbs on the keyboard slipped. So here you've got half a metre. Now it says linen, it's 100% quilting weight cotton. Half a metre already pre-cut if you're multi-buying. This Hajime range is completely sold out on the website, you know. We can't get any more of the Hajime range. Half a metre like this. I'm hoping that this wasn't reserved for a project or a kit, but it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And we've got it with half a metre of nude. Half a metre of nude. It says linen on the graphics, but it's this linen sort of colour. And can you see the attention to detail that Stuart has designed with the running stitch around the outside? It's just absolutely beautiful for applique, for bag making. Has everybody bought Make 100 Bags, Stuart Hillard, at Festival of Quilts? It's launching on Sewing Street soon if you've not bought it at Festival of Quilts, but I know that... Well, Stuart calls it a soft launch. He did the soft launch at Festival, but I know how popular it was. But to be able to make bags, whole metre of fabric. If you've got any of the Debbie Shaw patterns, this is perfect for that. Now, we started with 50 of these. We've got less than 30. If you've got it in your basket, be aware we've got a really good quantity. That's one of the biggest quantities that we wanted to start with, just to make sure everybody can get involved. But I love, do you like the sort of, it looks almost like Wedgwood, you know, when you see the blues and the whites together, I love it. But the blues with the nudes, really nice. You can't go wrong with your blue fabrics. Hajime by Stuart Hillard, designed by our very own Stuart Hillard in a collaboration with the fabulous Lewis and Irene. Now, anything that you're buying on the website, it is all going under £10 in this hour. So you will not be charged $11.98. You won't be charged $12.98, whatever it says on the pre-order section. Don't panic. You will all be paying under £10. Yeah, loads of you going through for this. Once everybody's checked out, then we are approaching single figures. Hajime, Stuart Hillard, the only Stuart Hillard fabric in the whole house, so we wanted to start with a bang. Have we got another Hajime? Is it this one? No. Okay, we'll get there when we get there. Bear with me, bear with me. Oh, is it this one? Is it this one? Yes, look at this as a bundle together. Right, so if you've just got this one, or if you're going through for the Hajime with the nude, do you want this one? Again, his finger slipped, that old trick, that old chestnut Ben. just £9.98. I mean, these together look stunning. It would have really, really well. Well, it's Stuart, isn't it? He's designed it. Our baskets are filling. I know it's going to be... Sorry, I'm all very excited this morning already, but when was the last time that we did an under 10? When was the last time you scheduled an under 10? Honestly, it's been ages, hasn't it? We were told we couldn't do it. I remember when we used to say, look, this is it. And we weren't lying. You haven't done it for over a year. We've been literally saying we cannot do it. Because obviously the price of cotton's gone up, the price of everything's gone up. So normally half a metre of designer fabric is £8.99. Normally, you know, you're talking £7.99, £8.99. We can't say half a metre is selling for £1, can we? Here you've got half a metre of your blue, half a metre of Stuart Hillard, Lewis and Irene, beautiful quality quilted weight cotton, expertly colour matched as well by Bundle Ben. He's been at the warehouse and matching them up to the solids. He said, honestly, Vic, this was before we came on air, he said, you don't want to know how long it's taken me to do this hour. He won't be doing it again anytime soon. But it's brilliant, isn't it? For £10, if you're thinking, right, I can make myself a new bag, I can have a look through the patterns that I already have, and I can start making a new bag for myself, or a new cushion, or practicing some patchwork with some templates that I've got. Brilliant. Right, so that's the Hajime range. There we are. Yeah, he is. Let's do a designer bundle. I feel like I almost need to do a promo this is, I know, so... Now this is Peony for Your Thoughts. Peony for Your Thoughts, I love that. Okay, the first time I have ever seen this fabric. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Now we've put it with, is this ivory? It's gorgeous. Tula pink. Oh, don't tell me this is gone. Oh, we found it. Right, just so you know, we're in single figures once everyone checks out on the Lewis and Irene. This is going to be one of the best savings of the show. This will be, without a doubt, one of the best savings. Peony for Your Thoughts. Under £10 today. Right, just so you know, there's 10 of these left. Have we got any other Lewis and any other Tula? I'm looking on my desk, I can't see any. I've got one more. 10 left of these bundles, half a metre of your peony fabric. I love the checkerboard in the background as well. Half a metre of your ivory as well. Already pre-cut. 9 left, 8 left, 7 left. If you want one, be quick as soon as you can. There is a lot of people who've got that in your baskets. 22 of you have got those in your basket. I'm going to move on to the other the other Tula. If you do want to get the purples, shake your honey maker. I don't even know what that means, but I love it. I was showing, it's not bees. I was showing Ollie earlier. My friend's had a wasp's nest in her loft, and it's incredible. I was firstly concerned. I was like, are you all right? But have you seen it? It's so cool. Do you know how it's made? From, but isn't it to do with oh, I can't remember. I asked Google this, and it was a really good fact, and I've forgotten it. Right, this is going to sell out. This is about to sell out. No, I don't use AI. It scares me. It actually scares me. I was on the chatbot to the delivery people trying to chase my order, and it's impossible, isn't it? So I'm not on board with AI yet. I'm sure it will rule our world one day, but I said to Maisie, yeah, that's done, by the way, that's gone. I said, Maisie, you'll be able to teach me all of this because I don't understand it at all. Right, let's have a look. We've got, let's do, is this a William Morris? It's a Lewis and Irene. This is a Brensham. This is lovely. It looks very William Morris, doesn't it? It will look nice with a lot of the William Morris prints that we've had recently. Oh, an interesting choice, Ben. Putting it with like that Parma violet. Lovely. Chambray, he said. Chambray. Now, this would be lovely to be able to do strips. That's gorgeous. You've got the sort of like petrol blues in there. This will look lovely with your misty blue as well. Half a metre, can I remind you, when you're buying this, it's absolutely going wild in the aisles, by the way. Everybody who's opened their order, you might as well. Now you've paid your post and packaging, go for it. You're getting, look, half a metre, which is a lot of fabric. And then I'm opening this out as well so you can see on the desk, when we're talking about 2.5 metres, how much you're actually getting. It's loads. So much fabric, isn't it, when you start to see it like this? Now, I'm thinking this in terms of my embroidery projects. But even just making little zippy pouches, cutting this into fat quarters or into 5-inch squares, making your own jelly rolls and piecing small 2.5-inch squares together. It would look super cute. And these go really nicely. I'm trying to do coordinating bundles for you as well. With all of the other Lewis and Irene collections we've had, I'm trying to work out whether it would look nice with the hajime. I would definitely say any of you William Morris. With like those really deep plums and magentas, it will look really nice. There are less than 20 of these bundles remaining. It sounds a lot. It is not enough to go around. Let's have a look at... Should we do some of the Japanese ones? Because these were your favourite, Ben, weren't they? Cranes. Oh, with gold. Oh, this is amazing. Look, you've got here the gold metallic, fabulous, Japanese metallic cottons. These are stunning. And, you know, these are actually from Japan. They're printed in Japan. They're absolutely stunning quality. They are really going to be lovely for your sashiko projects. They're going to be stunning for your boro projects, for your borders, for cushions, for homewares. Problem is, there are 10. There are 10. I absolutely love it. What about just making some really lovely bags or cushions? It's gorgeous. Sorry, I was upside down, wasn't I? There you go. £9.98. Oh, gone. Sold out. Right, now we've also got the cranes on a ivory. Oh, this is lovely with the green. Ben, this is why, honestly, I know that I'm championing you now because this is, I know, a lot of work for you going to the warehouse and actually picking out individually, you know, the fabrics. Because sometimes it's hard to see on the thumbnail images. I would never think of picking this out, the colour, and it actually goes perfectly. Pulling on all those lovely greens, but once again, the metallic gold is all embedded into the fabric. Stunning. £9.98. This is one of the biggest savings of the show. Should be £12.48. Is that right? Let's try and do a bit of percentages. Year 7 maths at 8:20 on a Thursday morning. Go on. What are we 20%? 23% off. Just over. Just over. That's brilliant, isn't it? 20% off. Fantastic. £9.98. That's half a metre of your lovely Japanese cranes. I've got half of it out here, as you can see. That's just a fat quarter. That is actually half a metre. You're going to get pre-cut, all ready to go. The warehouse have got these all cut for you. So you get half a metre of... and what's the green? What's the colour of the green that we've gone with? Sage. Really nice. Really nice. It would be really, really lovely for any of the bags that we've been doing with Debbie Shaw or Stuart's bags. You know, yesterday we had those really cool amber bag handles. I'm just thinking a really straightforward bag with lovely, all about the handles. It's because I wouldn't want to subcut this down. Works well, I know, in patchwork. It's lovely quilting white cotton, but I think that it's so lovely to be able to keep those cranes because the detail in the feathers is stunning. Now, the last bundle that we had, the Japanese fabric, completely sold out. This is well on its way to selling out too. We had a much better quantity on this one. Printed in Japan. It's 100% quilting weight cotton, really beautiful. And we don't get to do, if anybody's just tuning in, we don't get to do under £10 bundles anymore. We used to always do shows like this. And I think a fabric bundle where you've got the hero sort of print that's really singing, a coordinating solid, is a great way of making cushions and bags, having those two contrasting fabrics. Oh, what's happened? Ah, okay. There is very limited quantity on this, and it's because, right, okay, we've only literally got, well, less than 20 now. Already less than 20. Today at £9.98. I love this as well. The detailing in your sort of mandalas. Beautiful. What have you put it with, Ben? What colour is this? Claret. What about even just like really subtle, like a flange or a piping on a cushion or a bag? That would look lovely, wouldn't it? Just really anchors the design, doesn't it? It gives it depth. £9.98. There are 10 left. There are only 10 bundles left. It's the first time I've seen this print. It's really lovely. I know that we always like to bring you different ones, and we're always trying to get more of these Japanese fabrics because they're so popular. They really, really are. I'm going to go through them all individually now so you can stock up. But just be aware, a lot of these are selling out during the show. Even if Ben takes the graphics out, doesn't necessarily mean that you've missed out. I didn't know that's a thing now. But do you do a test? Ben's saying his sister's got COVID. So would you... I don't even know, you could get tests anymore in the shops, can you? Right, let's have a look. You've got here your fans. Oh, is that with hot tomato or rust? Terracotta. Love it. That works really well. Here you've got the lovely fans. You've got the flowers, those beautiful, deep, rich pinks. That works really well. Well, next time Ben goes to do a show like this, or when he's bundling, I'll go and film him. I'll get a video of him. We'll do a social post. Do you remember when Katie Elliott did it with her Visage range? Yeah. We can do a we can do a behind the scenes. Oh, honestly, if you've not seen the behind the scenes of the warehouse, it's unbelievable. Honestly, it's huge. We're so lucky that we have the ability to be able to do all of the, to have all of the bolts of fabric. As you can imagine, we've got such a huge range now. And it's been a joy to watch it grow over the last 5 years with you. It's just lovely to be able to have pre-cuts ready to go like this in your stash for smaller projects when you just want to scratch that itch. We had 36 of them to start with. We've now got 15. A lot of people are checking out immediately underneath us on the website when you've seen them. Remember, you'll automatically pay the lowest price point at midnight tonight. So basically, even if you are checking out and it says £12, don't worry, you'll get it at £9.98. More in baskets than we've got. Now, if you're multi-buying, they will come pre-cut into half meters, but there's nothing stopping you doing some patchwork. So if you do want to make a kimono and you're thinking, oh, this is a perfect fabric for it, then there's nothing stopping you multi-buying on your bundles, and you can absolutely piece them together. Now, go on. Now, I'm just going to go back a little bit. We are, if it doesn't show sold out, then we are on single figures of everything, Ben's saying. So, yes, the only one that we do have good stock of is this one, is the Lewis and Irene. We've got 18 left. Everything else is in single figures now. Everything else. How are there any of the Tula pink ones, the peonies? One. There's one become available. Refresh your page, and you can get the last one of those. Okay, let's carry on with the Japanese metallics. These have absolutely flown out this morning. Oh, also, if you are checking out on anything this morning, that means your order is open for the whole day. So you can get involved in Hayley's dressmaking launch. Come on in for Katrina's Rowan Dean fabulous embroidery book as well. Honestly, we've got so many incredible products coming up on today's show that you can utilise that one postage and packaging. I've got a lovely cup of coffee this morning. It's a caramel one. From the Posh Machine in Gems. Yeah, they've got other brands are available. They've got an espresso coffee machine. It's really nice. I've gone for a caramel one this morning. Have a bit of sweetness. It's lovely. Right, so here you've got your metallic gold clamshells in the background. Your beautiful, huge cranes. The blues are stunning on here. And Ben's teamed it with like an apple green, which again pulls on these lovely apple green tones in the leaves. But the metallic gold, it's not shiny, shiny in your face, and it's not going to scratch off, or it's really lovely, isn't it? It's just subtle, but still when it catches the light in like a little drawstring bag or a makeup bag, it's going to be perfect for projects like that. 100% quilting weight cotton. I can't quite keep up with everybody, I'm not going to lie. It's really, really busy this morning. If you thought you'd missed out on any of the bundles that I've seen so far, refresh your page. You never know, because I can see people coming in and getting all sorts. There's 40 of you who've got this in your baskets. Less than 20 left. I've got one more, that's it. One more of the printed Japanese fabrics. That's an 80s song, isn't it? Oh, this is amazing. See, if you've got any of them all together, they will really, really work well. And with that blue, Ben, that's my favourite combo. That is lovely. What colour's this? Slate. Oh, that's a nice one, isn't it? Really, really nice. And can you see how you've got these moments of light as well? The web image doesn't do this any justice at all. That slate colour is absolutely beautiful. It looks grey on screen. It's not. It's like a bluey steal away. Steely grey. What's Kujo, please? Kujo. See, all of the Japanese fabrics is made with meaning and intent, and I love the fact that they all have a lot of symbolism and meaning behind them. So it's all quite subtle, but when they're printed in Japan, you know that you've got the authenticity. Let me spin it round because I was upside down. Look, you've got the bonsai tree. Is there a direction to this? See, now I feel like I'm upside down here. So, yeah, I don't think it's really necessarily a directional print. There's 10 left. This is going to be another sellout. How many in baskets, Ben? I love that one. That's my favourite of the... oh, my gosh. It's very, very busy. Look at this. 32. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's almost got like the mountains and the honeycombs. It's stunning. £9.98. If you checked out on this and it was saying £12 something on your order, if it was saying £11.49, don't panic. It will all consolidate midnight tonight, and you'll be charged the lowest price, which was just £9.98. That blue, it's gorgeous. Whole metre, £9.98 in single figures on this one, and that's the final of the Japanese fabrics. I'm going to just start picking and choosing. It's got loads of Lewis and Irene. Can we do the little rainbows? I've never seen this fabric before. This is new to me, and this is super sweet. It's a Lewis and Irene Secret Garden Bluebell Grey. Bluebell Grey's the designer for Lewis and Irene. Now, Bluebell Grey, Ben has a lot of knowledge on. He said you can get really, really expensive bedding, and you can get really expensive homewares. So this design is very well known. Yeah, like £145 for the bedding set, for the duvet. It's lovely, isn't it? And I love, it literally is like it's being drawn, isn't it? The little rainbows, super cute. I'd be making bunting, things for the nursery, little bags for a plique. This would be perfect. Half a metre of your rainbow and then half a metre of cream. Now, whether you're choosing to use them together or whether you've just got them in your stash, they're both super useful fabrics. And actually, this one would look good in your patchwork. So if you are making smaller cuts, you're not going to lose any of that print. I've never seen this one before. It's new to me. So Bluebell Grey, have we got many of this collections? Have we got many fabrics from the Secret Garden collection? Do you know what it reminds me of? The Very Hungry Caterpillar. I just love rainbows. This is beautiful. This is going to be brilliant if you're making reading cushions. I would just do like a really lovely cloud sort of shape, cut it out, stuff it, and you've got lovely little cloud cushions. You could do like a mobile hanging for a nursery. There's all sorts that you could do with rainbow fabric. It doesn't have to be, you know, for children or for babies, but that's the world that I'm in at the moment. But if you want to do, yeah, some, you know, rainbows are always very symbolic, aren't they? We all have different connotations with rainbows. I think that's so pretty. £9.98, a whole metre of fabric. It's a lot for your money, isn't it? See, designer fabric, we're normally talking, what, £7.99, maybe £8.99, even in some cases, a half metre. For designer quality quilting weight cotton, it's not a bad price at £8.99 a half metre nowadays. So that's a, yeah, really good price. Something completely different. This one, talking of bees and wildlife, this is a Riley Blake. Oh no. How have you mixed in Riley Blake? Look at you with all the loopholes, Ben. He's thrown in some other ones to sort of average it out a little bit, but there's no way in a million years that we should have any Riley Blake in this hour. Oh, that's so good. Honestly, I wish you could see our screens at moments like this to realise how low. Have we got any other Riley Blake? He says, I've managed to literally fit a few into this hour, but please do not get used to this. Riley Blake fabric is not on £10. This is normally, as I say, how much is it by the half metre normally? £8.99 or is it £7.99? We normally do fantastic prices. Look at that. I love the wildflower. Beautiful quality. Riley Blake. You know, whenever we sell a Riley Blake quilt kit and it's hundreds of pounds and it's all boxed beautifully, I feel like Riley Blake are very, very high end and very prestigious in the way that they sort of design and carry themselves. The quality of the fabric is super, super soft. You'll love it. Maybe because, you know, it's a collection that launched last year. Maybe that's why we've managed to get it at such a low price, but it's still absolutely top quality. £9.98, a half metre. There's 10 left. Way too many in baskets. Oh, come on then. Let's do the Riley Blakes before we get told off, before Hayley arrives into the office. She's not in today. Where is she today? Ah, it's Thursday. I'm not normally here on a Thursday, am I? This one's really pretty. I'm not sure if it's Riley Blake, but just on the same sort of theme of wildlife and butterflies. Oh, it's Jason Yenter. It is. It's in the beginning, Jason Yenter. Wow, that is stunning. See, I would fussy cut these elements. You could really do some beautiful fussy cutting with this. Right, it's one of the best savings of the show. This one's supposed to be £13, and today, or £12.98 to be exact, you are saving £2 at £9.98. Brilliant. One of the best savings of the show. There's only 14 left. This has been going crazy on pre-order. It's lovely, isn't it? Great combination as well with your blush. Blush pink. Half a metre. Love the watercolour vibes. The Jason Yenter collections are always so... No. £9.98. 9 left. Half a metre of the butterflies. Half a metre of the blush. The £9.98. This is going to sell out, is it, Ben? There's plenty of you there. Plenty of you there. Love that. Can we do the hearts, please? Hearts, please. See, right, I am absolutely in my Disney era right now. I've got my Disney embroidery machine. I've just been thinking of so many different ways that I can bring to you, like, demos, because on air I feel like I'm going to freeze. So I thought, right, I might do like a Facebook Live, or I might do a craft clock upstairs in the content studio and we can just do some embroidery. But this is the fabric I need for my Minnie and Mickey Mouse. This is what I need. I'm going to do a border like this and then do my embroidery onto here. Sorry if it's strobing your eyes slightly. Our cameras don't like designs like this, but honestly, in real life, it's not stropey to the eyes. They're just lovely little heart designs. We are under £10. So if, like me, you've got an embroidery machine, I know loads of you have just received your Disney embroidery machine, and if, like me, you're watching lots of videos online and you're getting your head around using it and stabilisers and all sorts, I said to Hayley today, I've already had a huge chat with her, she's got the Husqvarna embroidery machine on the show today, and I said, I am literally going to be asking you all of the questions like I'm sitting at home today, because it's a minefield, isn't it, of stabilisers and knowing what to use. So if you are, then this is perfect bundle for all of your Disney, Minnie and Mickey designs. Under £10 today, you and me always. It's from the, it's Riley Blake again. It's another Riley Blake. It's called You and Me. You and Me. You and me and all other people. There's lots of nice songs, isn't there? Do you like that song? Lighthouse, I think they're called. We love love. £9.98. Yeah, just say that you're in a wedding band. That's saying you're in a wedding band. No, all the love songs. Oh, right. Has the Jason Yenter bundle sold out? Yeah. Sorry, the other pink one. If you've got this one, I'll show it you next to it. We'll put the side graphic in if there's any available. But this one is lovely. Oh, that one's gone. So if you manage to get this, here you've got the different sort of clusters of butterflies. This is butterflies just fluttering by. You know, just fluttering by, minding their own business. One of the best savings of the show, once again, it's £9.98. Yes. 5 left. 4 left. Gosh, I'll tell you how long ago I watched that film. When was that on? That's got to be years ago. Because it was when I would have been probably 14, 15, because I had one of those little DVD players that you lifted up and you put your DVD and you sat in bed watching your film. Gone? Sorry, I've remembered I was on the telly then. I was just thinking about my films. I was thinking, I wonder where that DVD player is. I wonder if my mum's got it. Okay. So coming up in a little bit, we have got, with Katrina, the most beautiful book. Now, I'm throwing caution to the wind, and I'm just getting you excited about later as well. If you've got this, then later on in the book, I saw these beautiful, here we go, look, beautiful poppies. And I thought, if you want to do some gorgeous embroidery onto your red, use this as a border, how stunning would that cushion be? We're going to be selling the organzas, we're going to be having a look at how you can make these beautiful poppies and how to work with organza. Honestly, this book is amazing. So yes, stay tuned, that's going to be coming up with Katrina later on. But how stunning to be able to start thinking about Remembrance Day, obviously, in November as well. And I just love poppies anyway. Look at the little buzzy bees. Beautiful. £9.98. We've only got 15 minutes left and we've still got to get all of them in. And I have committed to making sure that we get all of them in. We have to crash them all, you see. Because a lot of people are checking out on pre-order. The palm trees with misty blue. Okay, now, if you got... This is lovely. Finn, I'm going to be a real pain. No, I'm not. I won't do it to you. But I'm just wondering if you've got... No, don't worry. It's probably already gone. But you know the one that you said had a really big quantity? I'd buy this one and that one and mix and match your solids as well because they would go really, really nicely with your misty blue. £9.98. Your palm trees, tropical trees, on a cream background. What about lovely bunting or garden cushions, kneeling stools? Beautiful. This one in gold, this was really, really nice. I like the red. Yeah. Is that one of your favourites? Lewis and Irene. No! Riley Blake. Go for it. All of the Riley Blake fabrics have been selling on pre-order like crazy. I'm not surprised because this should have been £12. Even just your Riley Blakes by the half metre, surely they should be $8.99 or $7.99 at a crazy low price. They look really nice with the gold as well. I could see Ben's influence on this with the gold. Because you could have just gone, you know, with like a deep navy blue, or could have just gone with like a salmon, you know, coral like pink. But no, putting it with the gold is so striking. For a bag, that is perfect. Did you get those lovely clasps that we had with Debbie Shaw yesterday, the bird clasps? We had them in a few different colourways. There might actually be some available underneath us on the website. But if you do love making bags, this is beautiful. Perfect combination as well. Whole metre of fabric for under £10. If you're just tuning in, this is where it always gets very, very busy in that last 15 minutes. This one. This is another one of Ben's favourites. He says, you can tell my favourites, can't you? Because I go to town with the bright colours. Now, it's the same collection. It's a different print, but it's the same. Oh, actually, do you know what? Is it the same print? Yeah, it is. So that was with the dark background, and this is with the light background. And it's absolutely beautiful. £9.98. Your Wild Garden with orange. Really lovely bright orange. Kitchen makes, homewares. Even if you're just using that yellow as a really, you know, slim, like flange or ball binding, a bit lovely. £9.98. Whole metre of what? There's another film. Have you watched Wonderlust? Have you watched Wonderlust before? That's the collection. It's with Paul Rudd. You'll definitely, you'd like it. Half a metre. Is he? Half a metre of the Riley Blake fabric. Bearing in mind, as I always say, when we do the big fabric collections, you know, when we launch a new fabric kit, and they have the magnetic clasps on the boxes, and they're all wrapped beautifully, and they're hundreds of pounds, but they do pride themselves on the quality of their fabric. I love Riley Blake. That's beautiful. I didn't know that we had any Riley Blake in the show, otherwise I would have told you yesterday. Right. We've got 14 to do, less than a minute on each. Are we ready? You can do it, Ben. You sound like Hermione or Ron. Paradise! Para! Under £10. Oh, that's so gorgeous. And once again, I think for like weekend bags, or, you know, it's very girly, it's very pretty, isn't it? It's very tropical. £9.98. With the aqua background, light aqua background. Are there little figs in the background? Oh, and look, papaya. There's only, well, there's 120 of them once everyone's checked out. Well done. Right, now we also have, I'm going to keep going because we've got a lot to show you. I'm speeding you up now, Ben. Let's do the strawberry plant, please. This is like beautiful watercolours. Is it a bluebell grey? Ah, bluebell grey. Bluebell grey. Oh, this has gone wild in the aisles on pre-order. Well done if you spotted this one. You were ahead of me. That is lovely. Oh, now, normally we could only do discounts like this is when it's, you know, the really last of stock, end of line, the last bits of the vault, and we get the go-ahead. We had nearly 100 of these. This could have been a whole new project. This never, ever should have been discounted. We've got less than 30 now. Less than 30. We've bundled it with yellow as well. You've got this lovely buttercup yellow. That's something very, very whimsical. It's absolutely beautiful. Not just for bag making. You could use this in your quilting. You could use this in your homewares. This would be lovely for gifting. Beautiful. So fresh, and the watercolours come across so, so well on the actual cotton itself. Now, there's loads of you who've got that in your basket. I wish I could spend more than a minute on it, but if you want it, it's there, and I know that you'll find that anyway. Bluebell grey. First time I've seen bluebell grey. Really cool. Here we've got your navy blue. You're doing ever so well to find all these without codes. Riley Blake again. He says, because I know them all personally. He doesn't need me to code them up. Riley Blake, Melody Collection. Seriously, get these Riley Blakes because I know the prices of them individually. I know that we can't really go and say to Riley Blake that we can, you know, to do these discounted prices on them. They're absolutely beautiful. I'm wondering where this was. Oh, it's 2024, you see. Maybe it's because it was last year's collection. It's still hot off the press. I mean, remember when we're talking about fabric collections, we don't tend to reorder. They don't tend to reprint. So this could be the last chance to be able to get this one. But it is still very, very relevant, isn't it? It's something that you're going to be able to use. It doesn't go off. It doesn't go out of date. And yet here we are discounting them with 1/2 metre of your teal. Heads up. Oh, really? Nearly half the stock has gone of Hayley's pattern. Oh, I'm so happy for her. Honestly, she's been so excited to launch this pattern. You've seen it on socials, and it's brilliant. I think every single person needs to have this pattern in their, what do we call it? Like a part of your, of your wardrobe, obviously, but I mean as part of like your skills under your bow. Like it's one that you're just going to be able to whip up. It's one that we're all going to be able to do for so many people in our lives as well. It'd be a great gift one. Right, now, here we're looking at Lewis and Irene. Isabella. That dark plum background. Then you've got the little polka dots. The attention to detail is brilliant. 1/2 metre of pink as well. Under £10. Oh, you'd love being a dad, Ben. Ben's obsessed with Disney films. You need to just come round to my house and watch them all with the girls. The girls love Encanto. Here in the city of Rosa. And Lilo and Stitch. They're obsessed with Lilo and Stitch at the minute, the new film. Oh, there's a new live action one. Riley Blake. No, not yet. Riley Blake. At the cinema. And then we just listen to the songs. No, have you listened to the soundtrack? No? Wow, that is amazing. Only 8 of these left. Only 8. We're just crashing the prices to make sure that you've got the chance to get them. That rusty, beautiful depth. Just, I can imagine cushions in your living room. Homeware with this. Homeware, absolutely. With the web image, you'd be going, oh no, it looks like a velvet. It's like, it looks very shiny, doesn't it? But actually, this looks great. Under £10 is busy, busy, busy. Everything's flying out this hour. Hayley, your pattern's already brilliant. It's going wild in the aisles already. Right, let's have a look at this one, please. Oh, it's got the Highland cows and the thistles. Derek, up in the Scottish borders. He was in Edinburgh yesterday. Highland collection from Lewis and Irene. That's lovely. I've never seen this one before. The national flower of Scotland is the thistle, isn't it? And I love a Highland coo. We are just flying through these now to make sure that they're all discounted because people have bought them on a pre-order, you see. Right, I've got another, you know when you're making your cushions with the Riley Blake? How vintage does this look? Is this another Riley Blake? Yeah, same collection. What's it called? Cheddar at Twilight. I launched this with Stuart Hillard. And you putting it with brown makes it really sort of vintagey and hippie and cool, doesn't it? Very 70s vibe. Whereas when I was doing this with Stuart, the Cheddar at Twilight was... I didn't have that feel at all. So it just shows, doesn't it? Putting it with a different fabric, changing the combinations. It had blues with it, I think. £9.98. A whole metre. Sorry, there's a typo on the graphics. It's not an exclamation mark metre. That's Ben. He says, you can tell how many bundles I had to make quickly. In brackets. Ah! Yeah, that's supposed to say 1 litre. He's going, ah! Right. I like this colour as well. I've not seen this one. I can't wait. I'm definitely going to come and film you in the warehouse next time, Ben. I think we should do some behind the scenes content. I just would like to see your creative process because I'm so bad with picking colours and I genuinely think it's a skill, isn't it? £9.98. When are you scheduling there again next? In all seriousness, I'm actually making this a thing so we can do a behind the scenes. We could even do one of these shows live from the warehouse. Am I going too far now? But imagine if we did a live from the warehouse and we had the bolts of fabric. We could be there with the fabrics, picking and choosing for you. I think that's a great idea. Ollie, can we make that happen, please, Director Ollie? A live from the warehouse show. We used to do, on Gems, they used to do live on your driveway, didn't they? And Hobbymaker have just done a live stream from America. So, oh, did they pre-record it? We could pre-record it. I think we should do it. Riley Blake, we've saved the best till last. Seriously, to be able to get... You didn't put on the roster designer bundles under 10, did you? Because that's basically what this hour has been. Designer bundles under £10. I cannot remember the last time we did any shows of a whole metre of fabric under £10. £9.98. Well done. Even if you're choosing to use them separately, that's what I think. Look, you basically, Ben hasn't stitched them together for you. He's given you a recommendation of what he would put together. But look, personally, I probably think that was too bright for myself. So I'd be going, well, what other fabrics have I got? And I'd use this for my embroidery. I'll use this for something else. But this is the great thing about these hours, is that Ben has bundled them for you to get a discount. The way that we've managed to do it is if we put a Rose and Hubble with a designer, it basically creates a loophole on the system. It generates a new item code, which means we can go lower on price. £9.98. He's been in the game quite a long time now, so Ben understands the loopholes. If he creates a new item code, this is what you used to do at Jewellery Maker, I remember. Okay, now this one. We're 5 minutes away from Hayley's brand new launch. I'm so excited for it, honestly. Everybody's loving it already. And I've seen it on socials. It's been so well received. And I genuinely think every single dressmaker needs this pattern. But also, anybody who's never done dressmaking before, if we've always wanted... We all have to start somewhere, don't we? And we all have to take the plunge one day and say, right, I'm going for it. And this, I think, is going to be the perfect pattern to go with. Now, this one is lovely. It's called the Paradise Collection. So earlier on we had the tropical trees, the palm trees. It works really, really well. Do you? Ollie thinks it'd work with the Japanese fabrics. I think it's going to work with the palm trees one that we had. No, they're little like parrots, are they? £9.98. We've got 3 more. How many minutes? I think we've done it, you know. I think we've done it. Here we've got, oh my word, if this is Stuart Hillard, Lewis and Irene. Oh, it was the latest collection that we launched. This is really, really new. 1/2 metre of the Lewis and Irene Indian Summer Collection from Stuart Hillard. Ben's put it with a baby blue. Baby pink, baby blue. Oh, but this lovely pink is a very classy pink, that dusky pink. It's lovely. I'm trying to think of what other colours. I think it was like a chartreusey golden, wasn't it? It was a lovely... We did. Me and you launched this. We did. Me and you launched it. I remember. It was so lovely. £9.98. It launched literally the start of this year. I say the start of this year, actually. It was probably only a couple of months ago. I've got 2 more. And it's the same, different colourways. It's been a really popular hour. So in a moment, what we'll do, now we've dropped everything on price, we'll leave you with the website and the customer service team. And it's up to you. If you're on the app or on the web, £9.98. Half a metre of the purple, half a metre of... Would you just go into the gallery a minute, Hayley, please? Ben wants to ask us something. Thank you. £9.98, half a metre of each. And then we've also got these 2. So if you want to get all 4 of them, absolutely go for it. Now, once we've done this one, all of them have been discounted. The designer bundles under £10. I suppose if that was put onto the schedule, then the management would probably start asking Ben questions. But the amount of designer bundles we've managed to get under £10 has been crazy this hour. So what I will suggest you do is go to the website during the break, the ones that you like. We've got something for everybody on there. Go for it. If you have a look underneath it's on the web, any that are available, refresh your page. There's so many that are now very, 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 very limited in stock. From Lewis and Irene to Riley Blake, Stuart Hillard designs. We've also had a couple of Tula pinks in there. It's been amazing. So, yeah, have a look underneath us. Whilst you're on the website, check out on the dressmaking pattern. We're about to do this beautiful tie front top, wrap top. It's absolutely gorgeous. I actually saw a version of it where it was tied at the front and then wrapped round and tied at the back, and it looked lovely. Looked really nice. In fact, I'm going to have a quick change now. I'm going to go and put one on. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with Hayley West and her brand new dressmaking pattern right after this.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Diddle-a-doo. Oh, I'm so excited. It's going to be a very exciting show. Hayley's here.
Hiya.
She's back. I've watched this on social media thinking, oh, that looks really good. And I can confirm this is the comfiest
It's so good.
wrap, isn't it? It's brilliant. It's actually perfect because I said to you tonight, I said, oh, I don't like my arms. I'm not someone that would ever really, you never see me in strappy tops, especially on the telly. And this is lovely as a little cover-up.
You don't even notice it's there, to be fair. Well, this is welcome to my world. It's purely selfish because it's something that I wear a lot of, and you'll have seen me over the years wearing these on the TV. And it's just something that I needed a pattern for to make more of them myself. And yeah, there you go. Byproduct. You managed to get a pattern as well.
Love it. I'm so excited. Now, you don't have to wait much longer. I promise you do not have to wait much longer. It's going to be coming up very, very soon. But before we do that, we're just going to do this now because otherwise I've got a feeling that we won't get the chance to see these.
It's a bit of a random mix, isn't it, really?
It is, but behind you, you've had a lot of
way.
personal messages about this, Hayley, and if we can get it reprinted, because this launched for Christmas in July.
It did, yes.
And it completely sold out. So we've managed to get a limited amount back.
Yeah, it's basically just to keep you going until we get to Christmas proper later in the year, really. But I promised that I'd try and get it on the show, so as those of you that missed out on it could get it.
Hayley, this is even better than I thought, because when you brought out this sample, the first words I said is, I've got to get this. But I thought you'd cut all of these and done the sashing.
It's a proper
Just
treat.
open this out and look, no wonder this has flown out.
It's a proper treat. And I know, and the reason it came about is, don't get me wrong, totally respect quilting, the process, the design and all of that. But sometimes when you're making a gift, the person receiving it might not, and it sounds awful said, but they might not appreciate the work and the time and the trouble you've gone to make them something that is so incredible. So I wanted something that you could maybe make as a gift, maybe make as something that you could sell, fundraisers for charity, even chop it up and use the different pieces in smaller projects if you want to. So that's kind of how it came to be. And you could literally make this into a quilt in a day because of the way that it's done.
So how would I do it? What sort of, do you choose what wadding you want and literally spray baste it and get quilting?
Yeah, there you go. There's the instructions. That's why there's no instructions.
I actually think this would be a really good one to practice with. If you've got the Gracie frame, or if you want to have a practice with free motion quilting. If you're a brand new quilter, follow the lines.
Yeah.
But when I started quilting, I thought, oh my gosh, the patchwork element was so, daunting and scary that you got to get right. And then you end up thinking, oh, I'm terrified to quilt it now because I've spent so many hours on the top of it. So as somebody who's newer to quilting as well, practice your quilting with it.
Yeah.
Or, like you say, how many little gift bags?
Yeah.
How many little... table settings, decorations.
Well, each one of them has got at least, there's half an inch between each one of them. So that means you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So if you do want to put them into a quilt, then you could do, because you can cut them. There'd be no waste with regards to that. But I literally quilted this on a regular sewing machine. So I hadn't got anything fancy, just a regular sewing machine. Had to roll it and do a bit of manipulating, but just straight edges, kind of almost faux stitch in the ditch. If you're a quilter, you'll know what I'm talking about. But all you've got is your wadding on the back, and then obviously whatever you want to use is your back to make your sandwich. But just as Vic said there, you just literally quilt it, put your binding on, job's a good one.
It's lovely. And I'm thinking, look, the little wreaths as well you could embroider into. The background's lovely, Hayley. The snowflake mottle effect is lovely.
Yeah. Brought it all together, and it was. I love a kind of like a blue tones when it comes to Christmas as well. So that little kind of snowflakey background just seemed to make sense.
Yeah, it looks really, really nice. Everybody who's got it in their basket at the moment, you're okay. But I just want to warn you that there are hundreds of you who have already checked out on this morning, and we've now got 91 remaining, which sounds a lot, but yes, I know how popular this has been, and we've absolutely got time to make this. If you've got, nieces, nephews, children, grandchildren, multiple grandchildren, they all want a quilt. Yeah. How lovely. I feel like there's a tradition at the minute, isn't there, where everyone does the Christmas Eve boxes. How special to make somebody a Christmas quilt that they then sit under watching their Christmas films.
You could make it into a quillo if you wanted to. The other panel where you've got the larger squares, you could use that to almost make your cushion that your quillo goes into. So, yeah, and this will probably be the last time that you see it until probably October, November time. So if you need a bit of time to make it up, now is the time to get it. We will, I'm sure, bring it back again, but it'll be much closer to Christmas.
Oh, I'd get 2 of these if you can. I mean, at £20, you can obviously make a fabulous size quilt. It's a big panel, isn't it? Really big panel. Do you know the actual size of it?
Oh, now you're asking. I think it's about 143 wide, and I think it's just shy of 2 metres long. I can't remember, to be honest. I should know that, shouldn't I?
Oh, look, hang on. It says on the graphics there, doesn't it? 140 by 1 metre.
Oh, sorry, it's 1 metre.
By 1 metre. There you go. So look, here you've got.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
It looks massive, doesn't it? It's absolutely massive. And we're going to be talking to Katrina in the next hour about embroidery. Sit and do some hand stitching on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who you're making it for, you could put little beads on the little sequins. Yeah, play around with the design. Make it your own. That's what it's all about.
This hour, by the way, is not about these panels. This was just to let you know, because Hayley said she'd had so many messages personally of people asking when, if, can we bring this back. So I know it completely sold out in Christmas of July. The team have been very, very kind to allow us to reprint this before we start doing Christmas shows. There's 140 of you who've got it in your basket. I've now got 40 remaining. It will sell out this morning. If you've got it in your basket, good luck. Go for it now. I've got one other panel that I can show you, but this is brilliant because I know that there are panels that are designed for sort of quick quilts and different options, but this really is designed so well that you've got all your sashing and everything done. Fantastic. Okay, now we've also got another panel. Very, very busy. Almost time to launch the dressmaking pattern, by the way. Oh, your main characters.
Yeah, aren't they cute? They were just too cute to not have their own panel.
Absolutely. Our stars of the show. Oh, the owl's eyes are gorgeous. And the rabbit. See, once again, these could all be cushion fronts. These could all be blocks on a quilt that you want to piece.
Yeah, there could be gift bags that you're making. Could be whatever you want. It's your panel. You do with it what you choose.
Oh, fantastic. What size are the blocks? Do you know?
10.5 inches, I think.
Great. 10.5 inches. Now, here you've got a snowman, reindeer, hedgehog, a squirrel, a bear, rabbit, an owl. Tweet twoo. An owl. $14.99. Get both if you can today. With less than £35, you've then got a massive panel and also your animals. They are gorgeous. Woodland squares, the snowy scenes. They're super cute, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all adorable. And I think this is the key thing. The things that were important to me was that they were of the right size that they could go into a quilt, which is why you kind of got your 10.5 inches. And that 1/2 inch is because you've got your seam allowance. So, yeah, and all of the characters are positioned so as you can use that seam allowance and you're not, like, chopping bits of their bodies off in the seam.
Yeah. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, they are absolutely gorgeous. And we just had some fabulous fabrics in the last hour, but I know during Christmas in July you will have got lots of lovely Christmas fabrics as well, that if you do want to cut these out and do borders around them on cushions or gift bags, they're perfect for that, aren't they?
And each of them has kind of got like a feature colour in there, so kind of like your traditional red or your green. So you could go to your stash and use your plains, your polka dots, whatever you've got, to actually add bulk to these, make them even larger. So if you want to turn them into cushion covers and things like that, you could do very easily.
Brilliant. $14.99. Just so you know, there's a lot of you who've got these in your basket. How are we getting on with stock on the big panel, Ben? Okay, they will all sell out, eh? But we'll restock them. You say it's going to be closer to Christmas.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, it was purely to say thank you so much for making it sell out the first time round. And I know loads of you did miss out on it, and I felt a little bit guilty that you didn't manage to get it. So there is a small quantity, which obviously on the verge of going now. But yeah, we will bring it back, I am sure. If you want more of them, we will bring them back. But it's, as I say, it probably won't be until November, October time, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, bear with us, and we'll try and get more of those if we can. Check out on the last of stock, there's less than 30 of each. It is time, it is time. I know that you don't launch patterns lightly. Like you said, this is something that's normally something that has been brewing for years. It's something that...
I don't make patterns for patterns' sake.
No.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So just it's like, oh, let's just change it and we'll make a new pattern and sell a new pattern. No, I've got to want to make it myself in order for it to become a thing anyway.
Hayley, half of our stock has gone on pre-order.
No way.
Yeah. Half of it. You know when you said that you might be able to get us some more, we are definitely going to need those. They are already...
Oh, my word.
Yeah,
Thank
flying
you
out.
so much.
Well, we've all been admiring this, especially, you know, you put the social media post and I thought, that is a genius idea. I feel like we've all had occasions where, in fact, day-to-day life, that this is going to be suitable for. And just seeing it, you're wearing it with silk.
Yeah, I've got
a long bow sleeve.
You know when you have a fabric and you just fall in love with the fabric and you think, right, I'm going to buy, I don't know, 2 metres or 3 metres. 3 metres is my general go-to cut with fabric when I don't know what I'm going to do with it. And this has been in my stash for ages and it's been like, I don't know what to do with it. And it was like, do I, don't I? And I was like, yeah, we're going to do the top now. So I've got kind of like the bell sleeves.
Yeah.
So if you want something longer, the pattern itself has got 2 different sleeves in there. It's not like you have to trim one down to make it the shorter. They are 2 separate pattern pieces. So you can make it into the long sleeve if you want, or the little butterfly sleeve that it's just such a flattering sleeve.
It is. It really, really is. And in terms of dressmaking experience, is this quite a quick, easy make?
You could make this. If you know what you're doing, you could probably make it in an hour and a half, and that would include cutting out your fabrics. If you were a novice, an afternoon or a day at the most.
Oh, I love it. And now you've also, obviously, we know you got married literally, what, 2 months ago, did you say now?
It's my 2-month anniversary today.
Oh, happy anniversary. And your bridesmaids, all had these beautiful dresses, and you actually bought some more of the fabric and made a wrap sky front top.
This is my lovely Laura, my daughter-in-law, and she was wearing one of the bridesmaids' dresses, and I bought some extra fabric because you don't know what the weather's going to do, and she'd got like a little strappy bridesmaid's dress, and that was how it kind of just went over the top. But the beauty is it's small enough just to go into like a little bag or something like that, so it's all, I like to think of it almost like a modern day cardigan that you want, but you don't want the bulk necessarily. Obviously, if you want to play around with it, you can do. That's just made out of some kind of like organza style fabric. Not organza.
Like chiffon?
Yes, chiffon. That's
Is this lined as well? Have you got a lined
That's a reversible one.
A reversible?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, because I really like that you've then got this extra detail if you want to.
Well, that's kind of a happy accident, because I haven't done anything with the pattern. It's just the nature of, because it's kind of thicker and weightier, you end up almost with like a little lapel on it.
It works well with jersey, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. Very well with jersey. Lighter weight fabrics that are going to drape easily as well. Potentially like a chambray type denim, maybe something, you know, those fabrics that look better the more they've been washed.
Yeah.
Those kind of ones.
Now, if you want as well, I've actually taken mine all the way around the back and tied it at the back. So there's versatility with it as well, isn't there? I love it.
You could just leave it as a loop, just a drape. You don't have to tie it in a bow if you don't want to. If you just almost want it as a like little kind of scarf look, just dropping down. You could add a little brooch to it if you wanted to. Tie it around the back. You could actually alter these if you wanted to. I like them to kind of like very boho and flowing and all that kind of thing. So they are quite long on the pattern. But if you did want to trim them down, then you could do. Just take a little bit out of the middle, and I can mention that to you when we get to demo. But yeah, it's just a really easy. And you only have 3 pattern pieces that you're working with.
Right.
So you've got, well, I say 3, 2 sleeves. So I suppose technically that's 2. You've got your 2 front panels and then your back, and that's it.
Brilliant.
There's no facings, there's no zips, there's no buttons. You could adapt it if you wanted to. So if you wanted to add pockets or put a little collar on it or anything like that, then obviously you can do. But it's edged, which is why I talk about jersey, because you can just literally do it on an overlocker if you've got an overlocker. If you've got cover stitch, use your cover stitch. Or if you've just got a sewing machine, use an overcast stitch or just hem it.
Hayley, have you done a YouTube video for this?
I haven't done one yet. I need to do one, yeah.
Right,
it's been a busy few weeks.
Yeah. And it comes in a folder like this, doesn't it?
It comes exactly as you've got it there.
Which I love, because honestly, you'll make this so many times. You've got a great array of fabric today, but also any jersey that you've got. What other fabrics is this going to lend itself well to?
Anything that's got a bit of a flow to it, a bit of a drape to it. Maybe a cotton lawn, potentially, as well, if you wanted something a bit of a classy look.
Viscose?
Yeah,
satin?
Satin.
Silk, as you're wearing
some of those kind of, what I call almost nasty fabric. I don't mean that in a nasty way. I just mean the nasty ones to sew with. That you're like, oh, I love it, but I don't want to make something that's too constructed because it's slippy, slidey. Because you've only got a few seams with this one, you can cope with it.
Oh, I must say as well, your pattern paper is really good quality.
That's really important to me as well. I absolutely abide tissue patterns. I'm so glad that we can actually get them printed on quality paper. They're full size, so you've got all of the sizes on there, and you've got your different kind of lines, your broken line to follow, depends on the size that you're going for.
Right, so this is from size 6 to 24
it is,
as well.
Yeah.
And depending on what fabric I mean, this is like, you know, it's really... It's got plenty of ease. It's not tightly fitted, obviously.
Quite forgiving, yeah. The one that I'm wearing and the one that you've got there, Vix, is a size 12. So yeah, there's plenty of room in there.
Brilliant. And all sizes are on here. So if you're making it for, like you say, a range of bridesmaids, if you're making it for lots of different people in your life, different times of your life, you're not. You know, sometimes when you're buying a pattern, you might buy from 6 to 14, then 14 to 24.
Yes, yeah.
So to be able to get them all in that one pattern, obviously is brilliant value for money.
And also it's one of those styles that and I've seen them out and about where they'll say like one size and one size fits all, and I'm like, well, yeah, technically it doesn't really, does it? It might be very loose on somebody that's a tiny size, and then a much more snug fit on somebody else. So it's one of those situations that I think you really do need to have the pattern grading with regards to the sizes.
And you've also got the bottom, the body, sorry.
The bottom. I thought you found a typo then.
The bottom
that got through the proofreading.
you'd always suggest measuring yourself.
Yes,
regardless. Anyway.
Yeah, and sometimes you might find yourself you drift into 2 different sizes. It's a very forgiving pattern, so yeah, just make sure that you're comfortable in it. So if it's one of those things where you don't like it tight across the back, then maybe go for, if you like, I don't know, 12 to 14, maybe go for a 14 because you've got a little bit more give. But because you've actually got the ties, you make it into whatever size you want it to be, really. And as I say, if you want to tie it around the back, you can do. Just play around with it,
dress it up or dress it down.
Yeah.
What about on the beach?
Yeah.
The little wraparound. You know when you go to the beach and then you're like, right, I'm going to go and have some lunch at the restaurant. And you think, I don't want to sit there in my swimsuit. You just put this on, pop your nice linen trousers or something. And then also, as you can see from your daughter-in-law, looking fabulous as a bridesmaid. You know, this is going to suit every age as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant.
Nice if you want to make gifts maybe for Christmas, maybe make them out of sparkly fabric, out of lacy fabrics if you wanted to.
Yes.
Bit of velvet maybe, line it with a little bit of satin if you wanted to make it into more of an evening style jacket.
Fantastic.
Very
Hayley,
versatile.
you know when you said to me, oh, I know that we're probably, going to have enough of these, it's sold out.
Oh, my
It has
goodness.
sold out. Well,
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I mean that genuinely, because you never know. As a designer, and now I speak for many designers, I'm sure, you just don't know. You know you love it, and you know that you need it. You just trust that everybody else does as well. So thank you. Thank you so much.
I love it. I'm so thrilled you love it too. We have some good news. We have a digital version.
We do. Now, the digital, it's something that's relatively new for me. Again, it's something that I don't particularly do a lot of myself because it's the sticking together of the pages. The A4 pages, and this pattern is available. You've got the download in A4 and also AO. So if you do have the ability to get it printed on the same size paper, you can go off and get that done.
Is that all done in one? So that's
It's all on the one pattern.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So I'm not buying this as an A4 or as an AO in the next
all on
graphics.
there.
It's all on there.
That's way too complicated.
So I can print it off at home on my A4 piece of paper, but I just need to stick some together.
You do, and what you'll do is you've got like a plan, and it will tell you the numbers. It literally goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then next row, and then next row, and you've got little kind of diamonds that they marry up. So what I suggest is you cut the top edge and the top and the right edge of your A4 paper because of the kind of like the boundary that is on your paper, and that means you can overlap them much easier. Line up the little triangles that will make a diamond, then put it all together. Again, that's multi-size, so you'll end up with what looks like what Vix has just shown you, and then you cut your pattern out afterwards. I can't remember exactly how many pages of A4 there is, potentially something like 40. So there's a lot of paper there, but equally so, if that's something that you want to do, by all means. But if you go for the AO, it's exactly the same as Vix has shown you. You just get somebody to print it for you.
And I know there's a lot of places that do that.
More and more so now, yeah.
And really quickly and efficiently.
Next day,
go and
quite
get it
often.
done. And I must mention, Hayley obviously works as part of our team here, and you see her as our presenter, hobby maker in here. And she's actually been liaising with the team, and you would advise people go and get it printed. So this doesn't normally happen, but as you can see from the price, you've got £5 off it to go and get it printed if you need to. So that doesn't normally happen, you know that, but it's because Hayley has spoken to the team, we've managed to get it, slightly
Seems fair.
more affordable, and I know that was something that you wanted to do.
Yeah.
So make the most of that, because it isn't something that we do lightly, but you have got then the ability, hopefully, to be able to go and get it printed out if you need to. And let's face it, if you're like me and thinking, well, I want to get it done now, you can literally hit purchase and it will instantly be in your Sewing Street account. You can print it then in, does it come out when you print it, all of the sizes on the sheet, like what we've got here?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There's a test sheet, so when you print it off, there's a little, it says print me first. Print that first, because those are your instructions. And that tells you about printing it at 100% or actual size. Just sometimes printers will kind of suddenly default to 90% or something like that, and that will alter the size of your pattern. But what you've got is a little box, I think it's a 5cm box, or an inch, can't remember which, but there's a little box, and just get a ruler, so when you print it off, make sure that is the right size, because that means everything else is the right size then as well. And then, go for it.
We found actually a website that, AO pattern printing really affordably, a couple of pounds. So it's definitely worth having a look in your area and seeing. There's a stationery shop near me.
Often they charge, depends on how many sheets, and I think there's 2 sheets in this one, so you're probably talking about 5 or something like that, maybe a bit more.
Well, thank you for discounting that for us. But you do have all of your step-by-step instructions. on your digital download, as you will here. And of course, we're going to be doing some demo today.
Yeah.
You've got an overlocker. Does that mean that I can construct this and finish it all on an overlocker?
If you've got an overlocker, the little kind of reel that I did on social media, I did mine on an overlocker. You don't have to. You can just do it on a regular sewing machine if you're wanting to. But one thing I will mention to you, when you come to actually cutting out your pattern, whether you've gone for the download or you've gone for the actual physical pattern, you'll print this off as A4 sheets if it's the download, but you'll get a version of this if it is a case that you're going for the pattern. And you'll see here the cutting out guide. Now, because of the nature of the crossbody pieces on the front, they're quite wide pieces. So you, depending on the width of your fabric, you might be able to do it in a different kind of layout to this. But what I found was, with the fabric, which is about 145 wide, which tends to be run-of-the-mill, like we've got on the show today, you fold it in half. So take your fabric, fold it in half, line up all your selvage edges, and you've got your fold line there. And you put your pattern pieces out where you're going to need, obviously one's cut on the fold, but then your sleeve, whether it's the short sleeve or the long sleeve. And then trim across your fabric so you've then got a single layer of fabric. So that single layer, then you lay your pattern piece down twice. I've actually flipped one of them over, and I've just realised I haven't flipped the text, but you know what I mean. You just flip it over. So you've got, make sure you've got the pattern on both halves, so you're not cutting two repeats of that same size, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because otherwise you'll end up with two lefts, and you don't. You want a left and a right. So lay it out, and then you've only got a single layer of fabric. So that's the way that you would manipulate the fabric and make it most economical with regards to your cutting out. So yeah, just keep an eye on that. The actual putting together, so simple. I will do a video for it, but you've got stage 1, 2, 3, 4 there, and then your little bit of hemming, and that's it. So it's as simple can be. And as I say, you're just doing a little bit of kind of like a seam construction just around the neatening of the edges. Lovely lady whose name's just completely popped out in my head. She actually used binding. Right. And she did a contrast binding, so she did it in a plain of fabric and then did a nice binding around it, which again is another way of doing it. And if you are making it into a reversible one, which is kind of what my demo is, then you'll just make two versions. You'll make one with your lining fabric and one with your outer fabric. So on the one there, we've got the coral that's on the show, and then one of the watercolour fabrics on the outside.
Lovely, isn't it? And how have you finished that then? So you've made, we'll talk about it.
It's literally like a bag. You took right sides together. Yeah. And stitch it all, except for the sleeves. Don't stitch the sleeves because you won't be able to turn it through. And then leave a gap. I usually leave a gap just at the back, just like you would when you're turning a bag through. Turn the whole thing through, and then you're folding in the sleeve hem, so about a centimetre. Fold them both in, press and pin, and then just top stitch them together.
Fantastic. Oh, that's brilliant. What a great idea, especially again if you're going on holiday and then you've got two outfits, haven't you?
It's almost like, I always think of when you go on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise, but I always imagine you have to be quite compact with your packing. Yeah. So, get a twofer. Perfect. And it naturally, because of the nature of the fabric, it kind of rolls out to create that almost little lapel type element. Yeah. That's a happy accident, but if you were doing it with different fabrics, you might not necessarily get that result. You could stitch that back if you wanted to, but...
Now, the fabric that I'm wearing is this one. So we've put together some bundles, which is enough to be able to make the largest size. So if you're making one of the smaller sizes, you need about 2 metres. Is that right? If you
2 metres 25. Okay. So, yeah, just kind of accommodating for pattern direction.
Brilliant. So today, $21.99. It's absolutely gorgeous, super soft. I'm flying through these. I just want to introduce them because we're already halfway through the hour. This is the one that's on the mannequin next to me here. This has been really popular, and it does look lovely with the coral. There's only 14 of these. There's only 14 of these left, and it does work really well. And you don't have a direction to this.
It's all gorgeous fabric to work with.
Yeah, I think that this is it's super soft as well, isn't it? I can't tell you. Almost feels like bamboo. It's so soft.
And it's lovely because it doesn't, sometimes when you work with a stretch fabric, it almost rolls back on itself when you cut it. With this one, it hasn't.
Very nice. It is lovely, isn't it? And if you do want to do the reversible with the coral, then we've got a bundle of a 2 metre coral. So if I want to do reversible, I'm basically making two. So I'd need one bundle of each. It does look lovely with both. The one that I'm wearing, if you want to make mine reversible, or the one that's on the mannequin.
And
there's the coral.
There's plenty in these bundles because these are the bundles that I was sent. So although in the pattern it says a little bit more, that's to accommodate if you've got anything that's got a direction to it. So,
So 2 metre bundles, it's absolutely fine. £21.99 if you do want that coral. It's a spandex jersey. Is that
I always think of that cutting off your circulation spandex, but
Yeah.
it's not like that.
No.
It's probably just because it's got that elastin in it.
So that's the coral. I'm just going to whiz through these couple of other jerseys, but then we've also, all of these are going to be suitable as well for the jumpsuit, which already I know you found on the website. Before we start doing a little bit of a demo on the tie top, I will show you the graphics for the jumpsuit because I think there's only literally about 40 of those left. But this is lovely. Wildflowers. I actually think that would look really quite dressy, actually, in a very comfortable way.
And also loungewear, if you were to make that in the jumpsuit, that'd be something that looked quite stylish, even if you just like getting ready for bed or whatever.
That's it. Oh my gosh, I must say this jumpsuit is the whole outfit, I feel like I'm in my pyjamas. It's so comfy, but looks really nice.
It's one of those ones, you know, like you love your elasticated trousers when you go out for a meal. It's a bit like that because it's just like,
comfy, super comfy. 18, I like that they've got pockets as well.
Oh, it's got to have pockets.
$18.99. You'll be able to do either the tie front top or the jumpsuit with this. Jersey, absolutely perfect, and it is really lovely quality. It's super, super soft. It's going to wash well as well. And these are all things that we're thinking about when we're making a sort of capsule wardrobe. You want to make sure that you've got quality fabric.
Periwinkle would have gone nice with that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the blues, nice. Got the watercolour floral again.
These are such pretty fabrics. I didn't even know these were in the warehouse.
I always think a 2-metre bundle is quite a good bundle to go for as a dressmaker, isn't it? Yes. If you've got 2 metres, then you're probably going to be able to make most things.
That's it, yeah.
Bearing in mind, you can make this top, you know, with your fabric. If you've got your pattern, you're going to be able to make that time and time again. If you've got your digital download today and it was $14.99 and then you're getting yourself a bundle, or even if you've got the physical pattern at £20, spending less than £40.
Yeah. And don't forget the kind of the cost of the pattern. The more you use it, the more it averages out. So the first time
price
it cost you $14.99, but you make 15 of those, and it's cost you £1 each time, hasn't it?
Exactly.
So,
I love that. That's what I do with that theory. Yeah, that's the theory that I buy anything. I'm like, right, price per wear. I will wear it every day. That's brilliant. And now we also have the green vines. Sorry, I'm rushing, but I'm so aware of time.
This is a lovely one. This has got a really fresh feel to it, hasn't it?
This is lovely, really fresh feel. Jumpsuit, it'll also look really nice with the tie front top as well.
And also as well, I mean, if you are getting it for the jumpsuit and you kind of use what's left over to maybe make some sleeves to make the little tie top to go with it, you can kind of choose which bits you're doing with it if you're wanting to. So you could have a solid sleeve and then kind of the pattern on the front. Just make the use of that fabric that's left over.
Absolutely. At $18.99, the prices are brilliant on these jerseys. Amazing. They're lovely. Remember, that's a 2-metre bundle. That is a lot of fabric, isn't it? And then I've also got the gold. Oh no, is that? Oh yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's the jersey I've got here. I was teaming that up with some black bamboo that's on the website, I think. So yeah,
it'd look nice with my one as well.
It would, yeah, actually, and it would work, I think, with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to make it reversible.
It's one of those colours that you look at and you think, oh, I don't know whether I'll use this. But when you put it next to anything that's got florals on, most florals will have some form of yellow in there, or orange, or something along those lines. So it will work with anything. It's quite a very usable colour, really.
Absolutely, I love that. And also, it could work in the autumn as well. This doesn't need to just be all very summery. I mean, yours looks really sort of boho and cool, but actually you could do this with like cord and, you know, I'm thinking of when you're layering up without, you know, when we get to sort of September and you're thinking, right, I definitely want another layer on, but I don't want to be putting too many big jumpers on. This is
I've just got to be the right temperature. I'm really funny about, like, I'll have jumpers on, jumpers off, and I get really cross with myself because 1 minute I'm cold, 1 minute I'm hot. Something like this, you can kind of just put it on very easily. It doesn't take up a lot of room. In the office, if you sat under the air conditioning, you know, when I used to always end up in that position, in the air conditioning. Everybody else was really hot, wanted the air conditioning on. I was freezing cold because I was sat underneath it. And it's one of those ones that you
having different layers.
Without feeling too constricted.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Then we've got one other, in fact, I think 2 other jerseys. This one and black. Jumpsuit would look sensational in this. If you're doing the jumpsuit also in just like a plain, I'm thinking like this sort of navy blue, and then doing this one, as your wrap top to go with. You've got a whole outfit. My upside down. $29.99. How much do I need for the jumpsuits?
Oh, I haven't got the pattern handy.
Let's have a look. Now the jumpsuit is limited. If you've got the jumpsuit in your basket, be aware there's less than 40.
If you're doing the sleeveless version, you're looking at 3 metres up to 6 to 16, 18 to 26, 3 1/4.
I'm wearing it. It's lovely and comfortable. I know you probably can't see as much, but it's got the pockets as well.
I'm going to take this off so you can see how it is without, because obviously if you're covered up, you can't see the top part of it. It is designed to be made from jersey fabric. And the reason being is, oh, hold on, mind you, Piers Haley. The reason being is it's quite stretchy, so there are no zips, there's no fastenings or anything like that. So when you kind of go to visit the bathroom, you kind of access and get in and out that way. If that makes sense. So you need it to be stretchy.
It's a pain though, isn't it? We've all been there. You know, if you've... Oh, sorry, my microphone's over here. You know, if you're wearing a jumpsuit, we've all had that moment when you're having to ask somebody in the toilet,
yeah, can you zip
just
me up?
use my zip? Or, yes.
And that's why I suggest you jersey fabric, because it's very stretchy, very easy to get in and out of. You can make it out of other fabric, not an issue at all. All I would suggest is at the back you do like a little kind of button and a little like a roulet loop, so as you can kind of get in and out, or even do a button on a little bit of elastic as a roulet, because then you can kind of stretch it and open it up and still get in and out. So yeah, if you've got a little bit of sewing know-how and you've got a different type of fabric that you're wanting to work with, then you can do. Also as well with the pattern, you've got 2 variations. You've got with the pockets, without the pockets, with the belt loops, without the belt loops. Now, if you are putting the belt with it, it will naturally bring the hemline up. So you might find that you need to take off a little bit more on the actual ankle area. Pockets, if you're doing pockets and belts, your pockets will need to sit a little bit higher up, because they kind of come up to your waist. Otherwise, when you on the pattern, if you've not got the belt, then you could end up with your pockets down by your knees somewhere. But it's all explained in the pattern. There's little markings of where to put your pockets if you're going for a belt, or where to put your pockets if you're not going for a belt.
Gosh, I am ready. This is my perfect, like, airport travelling outfit. I feel so comfortable. Like, I could probably do the splits in this. But, you know, it's like a really lovely... And for loungewear as well. Like, just to... When I get home, is it the first thing anybody else does when they get home from work? It's like, you know, you just want to get your comfies on.
See, I can't put my pyjamas on unless I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm just one of those... you know how some people will put them on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and they're happy? I can't do that for some reason. But loungewear, I'm straight in that. And also as well, I don't want to be... It sounds like I'm a real snob, and I'm not. I don't want to be going out to my bins or bumping into the neighbours.
The postman knocks the door and they think... And I always have to say, I have been to work this morning. I promise I've got up and got dressed at some point this morning.
I was out at 5 this morning, honestly, yeah. But, yeah, it's just one of those things.
So, have you got the front of it there?
I have this. Sorry.
We also have the digital download option. You can see on the picture here that you've got options. So if you want to add a sleeve to it, as Haley's explaining, there are so many options with it. It could actually be, we're talking about, you know, being super, super comfy and being, you know, really lovely for travels, holidays. Great with jersey because you're not going to worry about creasing if you're packing and rolling. You know, I end up rolling all my things up into my backpack to fit under the seat in front of me on a weekend away. This is perfect for that. But also, is this going to work in different fabrics for my Christmas parties?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh,
this would be brilliant
for... Yeah, I actually did...
Lots of lovely... Like this jersey that's underneath here.
You might find it going back in the archives. We were doing a show, probably similar time this year, last year, where we actually got some like sequin fabric and we did sequin sleeves.
Oh, cool.
You could do it completely in a sequin fabric. Again, if it's not a stretchy one, just be aware if you're getting in and you're getting out, so you might need to put a zip in there, or you might want to put a zip under the arm. It's up to you where you kind of add those openings in there, but... yeah, you could adapt it very easy. You can use any fabric you like, a nice velvet. I mean, it'd be beautiful at velvet. You imagine your Christmas velvet jumper.
Yeah, maybe with a belt. That would look nice. If you've got the belt loops, that would look lovely. That's what I love about a good pattern, is that you're going to use it time and time again and you'll come back to it. Okay, shall we head back to the tie front top? I know the pattern's sold out. We have got the digital download, which is going to be your main graphic, and we've actually discounted it so that you can go and get it printed out in A0 if you need to. You can print it out at home, both options of A4 and A0 are on your download when you hit purchase. Remember, if that's all that you're buying today, you won't actually pay any postage and packaging. Our system doesn't know how to take that off on it, but you won't pay postage and packaging. And it will instantly be in your Sewing Street account. So you could actually have one of these whipped up by this afternoon.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. Print it off and then put those pages together. As I say, print off that Print Me sheet first, because that will be on there. As soon as you open your download, it will be there. And then you'll have all the different, you've got like a folder that will have all the pattern pieces in there. Your instruction book, again, you can print that on your A4 and you'll have all 4 sides of this one. And then it's just a case of choosing your fabric. So choose your size, choose your fabrics. There are some suggestions there if you're wanting to. And then you just kind of play around with your design. So what I've actually done is I've already made one up in the bamboo black jersey. So that is there. I haven't edged it, so I've kind of just done the construction, which I'm going to do with the mustard here. And you've basically got 3 pattern pieces that you will put together. So the first pattern piece that I've got here is the back. So the back will have little snips that you'll have in the sleeves, so as you know which way you're putting your sleeves in. So that is the back piece. And then you will attach your front pieces. Oh, that's a sleeve. Put that out of the way for a minute. Your front pieces will attach on the shoulder. And again, it's all explained in there. So you've almost got this bit that looks a bit like an elephant. That right sides together, you're going to pin that to the shoulder seam. And this is what I talk about. Sometimes with jersey, you do get a little bit of that kind of rolling that can happen.
Yeah.
If you're stitching it on a standard sewing machine, then use a little overcast stitch. If you're using an overlocker, which I'm going to use because I've got it here, and it's the overlocker that we've got in the show later on. So I'm going to pop that there. Just be aware with an overlocker, if you're cutting the fabric off, that you're not going to be cutting too much fabric off and making it smaller. And put your pins a good distance in from the edge when you're using an overlock. And then it's one of those situations that, yeah, you can cut that. So all I'm going to do is that one there. So that's going to kind of cross over that way. So that's right sides together. The other piece, that will go across as well. Where am I? It's always the last piece, isn't it? Always the last piece. And then that's going to go right sides together as well. And then all I'm going to do is pin that on that side as well. So again, bring the pins in, a couple of centimetres in so they're out of the way. And then I'm just going to take it over to the overlocker and just overlock those shoulder seams. So this is literally real time. I will do a video. I just haven't had a chance. Sorry. Been busy. Been busy. Busy. Let's pop that in there like so. There we go. So I'm going to take it to the overlocker. Now the overlocker that we've got coming later on.
Oh, I'm excited to see this. I've not seen the Husqvarna one.
Oh, this is brilliant. I have a love-hate relationship with overlockers. When they work, I love them. When they don't, I hate them. So, sorry, I just disappeared because I've got to put my pedal on a box because the desk's quite high. So, with this one, I'll go through it all in greater detail later on. But it's basically the reason I love about it is it opens up for threading. So you can get access all areas with this one.
Brilliant. So a lot of people are scared of threading overlockers.
All of this. Don't judge me. It's full of fluff. Yeah, don't judge me on that.
That's good. That's a sign that it's well loved and used.
So, yeah, that's why I love this one. I have got another overlocker that I paid probably probably about 3 times as much cost as this one.
Right.
Don't use it anymore.
No.
Yeah,
and is it because of the threading, trying to get into the lower looper?
Yeah, I love this one. And also what I do with this one is that I will do things like rolled hems and use all the different features because you're taking threads in and out and playing around with the different threads. You've got to be comfortable with an overlocker in order to do that. And I just wasn't using the other overlocker to its full potential, whereas with this one, I am doing exactly that. I'm using it for all the different features. So it's got a little seam guide here. So I've got that set up so it's 1 centimetre. And what that means is it's going to cut off enough of the fabric there to make 1 centimetre and put my seams there as well. So, yep, that's all that I need to do with that one. So just run it along and then that will go through. It will catch up the fabric. It's cutting it off at this side here. And because I've put my pins just outside of the foot, I can just run that through.
Oh, yeah, however, pins and overlockers don't get along, do they?
No, you don't want to have them on this side where the blade is. So, yeah, they're just there just to kind of keep things in place as you go. So I just take them out as I move and work through. And then that is basically creating the seam and overcasting the edge at the same time. So,
have you trimmed any fabric off at that point?
No.
No, because that's
Oh,
what I was
here,
going to
yes,
ask.
that.
You know, when you cut out your pattern pieces, you transfer any notches that you have. That's
Yes.
always my fear with an overlocker, is that you're going to either obviously shave off some of your shaping, some
Yes,
of the
yeah.
size, and also lose your notches.
Yeah, it's, quite often if you put your notches pointing out, then you can kind of not catch them as you're going through.
Right.
If you're careful. I often will use like a tailor's chalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that can go beyond and further into the fabric. And quite often, if you're doing right sides together, those markings, if you put them on the wrong side of your fabric, then you won't see them anyway. But if it's heat erasable or a chalk marking, then it will usually disappear anyway. So I've just done that with the overlocker. Do you want me to do the other shoulder with the sewing machine? Or do you want me to do the same?
Yeah, whatever
Okay, well, if you can give me a moment, I've just got to swap the machines over.
Yeah.
But there you go. That's why I like doing the overlocker, because it stretches, so round the neck area and things like that. But it's cut and it's overlocked. And this overlocking, I know it might not be something you're thinking of purchasing today, but do consider if you are working with stretch fabrics and a lot of stretch fabrics, it really does make your life easier. If you're just doing a one-off, then yeah, stick with your sewing machine.
You can get by with your sewing machine.
Yeah. But I'll swap it over and I'll show you what the other one does.
That looks lovely, though, doesn't it? The overlock. I'm excited about that one. We've got in the Husqvarna hour and a half showcase. We've got the overlocker, the sewing machine and embroidery combo, this embroidery machine, and we've also got the Onyx sewing machine as well. So which is the one that you're going to be seeing in a moment. So there's a really, really good sort of deeper dive into all those machines at 11:30. Now, the tie front top is sold out as a physical pattern. There is obviously availability as a digital download today. If you click purchase, it will instantly be in your Sewing Street account. Obviously, you can start having a read through your instructions. You can start preparing your, what fabrics you want to choose, having a look through your stash. And then you just need to work out how you're going to print it off. You can print it off on your home printer on A4 sheets. It will take up, about 40 pages of A4 sheets, but you literally can just stick them together with sellotape. Or Ben did a search and he found printers locally to us that are printing, and he says there's loads of places. I think my library does it, I know I've got like a stationery shop, post office, and library. Whenever they've got those big printing machines, they can print it off in A0 for you. So you have got all that on your digital download in A4 and A0. All the sizes are there as well, from 6 to 24. And it is a brilliant, brilliant top that I think actually is going to become a real go-to when you're trying to do a cover-up for bridesmaids dresses or an evening gown or something that you used to really love to wear, but it's little spaghetti straps. You think, I just want to cover my bra straps. Or we all have those moments when you're on your holidays and you think, actually, I just need something a little bit over my shoulders for in the evening, or even to cover my shoulders when it's really hot in the sun so I don't burn.
Absolutely.
It looks fantastic in chiffon. Looks beautiful. And you've got different options of sleeve lengths. I personally really like this sleeve length. It's long enough, to your elbows, but it's not getting in the way. But then it looks fabulous, the one that Hayley's wearing, with that beautiful sort of bell sleeve as well. So you've got options of short and long sleeve. Tie it at the front. I wrapped it all the way around and tied it at the back earlier. It's a beginner level pattern, and especially if you've just purchased an overlocker, this is one that you're going to be whipping up lots of them.
Yeah, honestly, you can make it in just... the ones that I was making up after I did the first one and kind of finalised the pattern and everything, you can make them in a couple of hours. I made one, in fact, the one that you saw, the little...
Yeah, on TikTok, or Instagram.
I did that, and I actually wore it on TV later on the same day.
Wow.
So, yeah, and it was a couple of hours.
Fantastic.
To make it up. So I've switched over now to the Onyx 30. Again, the Onyx 30, we will go through this in finer detail when we get to the machines at 11:30.
See, I don't think I've seen this machine. Is this a newish machine to us?
Yeah, it was launched probably about a month ago, something
like
that. But
right,
we didn't have enough time to kind of dedicate to it. We got caught up with embroidery.
Yeah.
Happens. But we will give it, as Ben says, give it lots of love later on. So I've set it up, and I'm using one of the overcast stitches. I must admit, I haven't changed the foot, but it will tell you that you should change the foot, but just for the essence of speed. And when you've got a sewing machine, you will often have a stitch that is an overcast stitch, which basically will stitch along, but then it goes to the edge of your fabric as well. Now, because I haven't got the right foot on there, it's just caught a little bit there. But this one, I potentially would open it up a little bit longer. There you go. just holding the fabric in. I mean, it's bunching up a little bit there, so you can't quite see it. But what happened is it's stitching the seam, but then it's stitching out to the selvage edge.
Yeah, I can see the needle moving across.
And that's basically mimicking what you would usually get with an overlocker, so you can kind of see it coming out the back. So you don't have to have an overlocker. It's just I prefer the result that you get when you're actually working with an overlocker, because it cuts it and it does it. And because I do a lot of jersey sewing, then I just find it easier.
This is finishing your edges, but you probably are going to have to just be a little bit more aware when you're stretching it.
Yeah,
you know.
And it's the speed, because this needle, you've only got obviously the one needle with this one. So this needle has got to go up and down to form the stitch, and then across, and then back again, and so it's doing a lot of work, which is why it's progressing quite slowly. With an overlocker, you've got your two needles, which are creating your seam, and you've got your upper and your lower loopers, which are moving in and out. So it's like everything is doing it at the same time. So each time it's forming in a stitch, it's doing that sideways stitch at the same time. So that's why it's much quicker if you are working on an overlocker. But as I say, it's not essential. It's just something to maybe think about. So there we go, last few stitches there just to complete that seam. And that's the kind of stitch that I would use throughout the whole of this garment. I'll let you into the secret. That is the first time that I have stitched this fabric on this machine.
Ah.
So when you're at home, you would do a little bit of a test run.
Okay.
And make sure that you're happy with it.
Do you make yourself a toile? Do you ever do a toile or just go for it? Yeah.
Because I tend to go for things that are quite loose fitting, so quite forgiving.
Yeah.
For more than one reason. So yeah, and I'm a bit of a lazy sewer. So yeah.
Well, it ends up whatever your first one that you make. The fabrics are so affordable today. You end up saying, well, that's my wearable toile.
Yes, yeah, and also it depends on. I mean, if I was making an evening gown or something for a special occasion, bridesmaid's dress, then yes, I would do. But if it's kind of run of the mill, then I don't worry. So that is one of the overcast stitches. As I say, I didn't put the right foot on there, so it did catch a little bit there, but it's not had a massive effect. But that is now going to stretch
that's allowing
in
you
the
to
same
stretch
way.
still. Oh,
so
great.
you can still work with it. So both of those things, it's kind of like just choosing which way you want to go down the route. So that's your overcast one, which has done it a little bit speedier, but you've still got that seam there. I probably would have tightened up the stitch a little bit. I've got a white thread on there, which I wouldn't usually use. And then that is the one that's done on the sewing machine. And again, whichever route you go down, then you're going to get a perfect stitch out with that. So all I would do then, time-wise, we're running out of time. So from that point, and it's all explained in your 5 steps or whatever it is in the pattern, you would then take your shoulder. So that's one shoulder. And that is the left shoulder. So I would bring the sleeve in, and then you would position the sleeve. And I've just noticed I haven't put the notches on here, but I do know that on the sleeve, the double notch is the back of the sleeve. So I want to make sure that when I've got right sides together, let's turn that round that way, that the double notch is actually on the back part. So that is the front part, because I've got my elephant trunk on that side. So that my double notches, where I've got there, they're going to sit on the back. And if you usually would have your little markings on there, which I've forgotten to do. But to be honest, it does fit together very, very easily. So what I tend to do is I pin it at the end of the seam, so that's kind of like your underarm. So I'd put a pin there. Now, obviously, if I'm doing it on my overlocker, then I would have them parallel to that raw edge, like so. And then I would take the other side, so that's the other one that would be right the way over here. And then pop that. Just make sure that you've still got the underarm seam. So again, I'd put that in place. Then that would basically sit, so as you've got your notches, and it sits quite flatly. There's no gathering or anything like that, so they should kind of marry up as you work your way around. And then all you're doing is, again, put your pin in. If you're doing it with your overlocker, then you're running parallel to the edge. Plenty of room for that foot to pass through there as well. If you are working with your sewing machine, then obviously you can have them going 90 degrees to your edge. Just depends on what you're working with. And then you just work your way along. So that, actually, I've just been talking and I haven't really done it the way I would do it. I would put the middle bit, you've got a marking for the middle, so you'd put that on the shoulder, and then you should find everything should marry up. So, yeah, it's one of the, I'm a simple kind of girl. What can I say? Simple kind of girl. Oh, my goodness, that's
Well, you've solved us a problem, haven't you? We think, right, what do we need in our wardrobe?
But you know what? When I go out on the high street, and you'll do this, if you start getting into dressmaking, you'll go out and you'll look at patterns and designs that are on the hanger, and you'll think, do you know what? There's only like 3 pieces of fabric in that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
And you can. And that's... My essence of dressmaking has come from what's on the high street, because if if kind of high street companies are manufacturing in their warehouses and their factories and whatever, they're going to want a garment that's simple to put together, that can be done quickly, because time is money, isn't it, when you're running a business. So quite often the designs that are out there are very, very simple in construction. So I'm kind of taking that essence into my patterns, because in my opinion, it's the beautiful fabrics that do all the work. You find a nice fabric that you love, wear it. Don't just sit there and look at it or keep it in your cupboard. Utilise it, make the most of it, and then that way you are wearing that gorgeous fabric. So then I would take that to my overlocker and I would stitch along that seam there. So that would put my sleeve in place. So if you imagine that has been stitched in place like so. Then I would take the other version, because don't forget we're making this into a reversible. So I would take the other version and with right sides together, just like you would do with a bag, I would take the two patterns together. So I'd leave the sleeves out of it at the moment, so don't worry about the sleeves. I would start lining up the shoulders and the back of the neck. So right sides together, so those shoulder seams of the two pieces. Black isn't a brilliant fabric to show you, but I've got my shoulder seam there. So that would go on the right side there, like so, and I just very roughly pin that in place. Do the same over on that side, very roughly pin that in place. And then I would just literally work my way around the edge, bringing the right sides together all the way down, go all the way down the elephant's trunk, as I keep calling it.
I love that. We'll all be saying that.
That's it, all the way down the elephant's trunk, all the way, pin it there, come round here. Then when you come to the back part, which is kind of like the centre of your waist at the back, I know it's a bit of a difficult one to see because I haven't actually constructed it properly. So that would be the back. I would, again, put the right sides together, but then leave a turning gap. So probably 6 inches or so, something like that, 15 centimetres. Leave a turning gap, and that is where you would turn your bag through.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with the birthing of a bag, then you can do this. And then all I would do is go back, and where you've got your sleeves, you've got your inside sleeve and your outside sleeve, turn a little hem, put them together.
Have you done it on this one?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see it at all.
There you go.
Checking. So then that's, you just go then along on your machine.
Yeah, just top stitch it afterwards and that catches that in. I don't like hand sewing, so most of my finishing is done. Yeah. But on the sleeves, by all means, have a close look at the sleeve. You might just be able to see where they've both been folded in independently and then stitched together, top stitched together.
No, I can't see, but I can feel that they have
like double the thickness.
Which is nice, isn't it? It gives you that weight. It's lovely, absolutely beautiful. Yeah, congratulations on a sell-out pattern.
Thank you, and thank you, because it's down to you guys. So, yeah, when you stop buying them, that's when I stop making the patterns, because then I get the message.
Now, you're back in an hour and a half, and we've got a whole show dedicated to Husqvarna with the sewing machine, embroidery machine, overlocker, combo machine, brand new extension table, the luggage, there's freebies, there's all sorts. Now, I just need to warn you, the embroidery machine, there's 6 left. That's it. There's literally 6 left. The overlocker, in fact, I know that you were saying that you might not be, at that point or thinking about it today, but without rushing or pressuring you, there's only 8 embroidery machines today, isn't there? 6 embroidery.
The overlocker.
Sorry, overlocker, 8 overlockers is what I was trying to say. 8 overlockers, so all very, very limited. Have a bit of a think, have a bit of a chat, and we'll, of course, answer all your questions if you've got anything to ask Kaylee. We'll be doing an hour and a half showcase, so we'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm very excited for the next showcase. We are about to bring you, the first time we've ever had it on Sewing Street, the most fabulous hand embroidery book, which we have Katrina here. Those of you that have met her before, she's absolutely lovely, and she's a fountain of knowledge. There are so many people who have already been checking out on the book on pre-order. We've got the kits as well, isn't it?
I was fortunate in a former life to launch that on a shopping channel, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Even if you don't sew, it makes you want to embroider.
But it's been reprinted in 5 times, I think.
Ask how many languages when you get over there, honestly.
This is it. Oh, it's brilliant. I'm so excited. Do not go anywhere. We're back with Katrina right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Katrina, it's lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
I feel like I did get a text from Hayley, our marketing manager, yesterday saying, you do realise you're with TikTok's superstar.
That was definitely news to me.
So, Katrina, you were at Festival of Quilts. How was it?
Absolutely brilliant. The people were great. Great to talk to people who just love Sewing Street.
Yeah, well, you say you've been there for years, haven't you?
A long time, and it was exciting. It's a real buzz when you go. So, loved it.
Well, I don't know whether you, for context, on TikTok, if you follow Sewing Street on TikTok, look at how many thousand views this video with Katrina. It's had 231,000 views. Nearly 232,000 views. There you are at Festival of Quilts, interviewed by a lovely Jess, and it seemed to be viewed all over the world. There were messages on that post from everywhere. And I mean, I know that your work is international. You are, I know, very big in America. You've actually, the book that we're talking about today, you've actually had it printed in different languages as well.
Spanish and French.
Wow.
So that's amazing.
Now, it is the first time that we've had it here on Sewing Street. So for anybody who has not seen this book before, what can we expect from Landscape and Flowers?
Lots of fun. The idea of the book was to show people how to actually stitch the way I stitch. There are so many rules about embroidery. This is my way of having fun with the threads, having fun with the fabrics, and really just relaxing and enjoying. And then the book really shows you how to do some of the stitches, how to actually prepare with the organzas. And then, lovely, there are 10 projects that have the templates. You could actually use your own fabrics and threads, you know, little projects, different kinds of projects, but fun and quick projects.
You know, when I was looking at your work, I mean, you are an incredible artist, incredible. And everybody who has seen and followed Katrina over the years, I'm sure that you'll agree with me that the work that you do is spectacular. But I could not believe when you told me that you only work with 5 or 6 stitches.
Yes, absolutely.
It's all achievable.
They look complicated, but the thing is, you break them down into just a little bit of straight stitch or French knots. There is a bit of a plaid, you know, when you do the design, but really it's quite freestyle. It's quite creative, and you can no counting, no counting or anything like that. And I don't care what the back looks like. So really, it's got all those fun things that you can do with stitching, and Landscape and Flowers are really just a perfect theme. And you know, wherever you are in the world, you've got flowers and landscape.
Exactly.
So it's really good.
Now, I know how many people have got this book and have loved it. It's one of the it's a bestseller, and it's actually been reprinted in the UK 5 times, which normally doesn't happen. I hear of people, you know, having a reprint once, maybe, you know, twice, like a 3rd edition. But to say it's been reprinted 5 times tells you all how amazing this book is. But because it's a launch at Sewing Street today, because it's something that, as far as I'm aware, hasn't happened to this book, we're going to take it today even lower. For anybody who... I talk about this a lot, and I think we all talk about this since COVID more, but for your own sort of mental health, I think slow stitching is so important. It's so good for you.
It is. And it's good no matter whether you're stitching for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or a whole half a day, a whole day. Yeah. It's just got that effect on you. And I think a part of it is obviously it's very easy to do, but the stitches are easy to do, but colour makes you feel great. And that's the colour that you're working with. Makes you happy.
Can we have a look at some of the samples that we have. Now, we've got kits and all sorts to bring you today, but I just want you to sort of see the end result of some of the projects that we're going to be working on throughout the show. And with the book, you're going to get a really great insight on how to develop those stitches and the techniques and the materials and the threads you use.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea, you know, you don't have to have the book to do the kit. Inside the kit, you've got all the instructions, but it's got ideas. If you just want to look, it's almost like a reference book. Yeah. You know, how do I tear the fabric, or how do I pin that fabric on? So the design's really so easy to do, and I think it is the organza that just create that mist in the background, and it's sort of painting without the mess. You know, you've got layers of fabric that will create fabulous colours, and then you've got templates in the back. If you just want to have a go at maybe a sunflower or a hydrangea or a little bit of a landscape, you've got all the detail there that you can transfer onto fabric and then create your own.
I think, you know, at £12.99, this is a brilliant book, isn't it? It's like a coffee table book. Sometimes you just want to have a bit of a flick through, pick out some inspiration, and it doesn't need to be on a wall art piece. It could be on cards. We've seen it on cards. We've seen it on bags, on jackets.
It would look great. Really good.
We've had so many lovely messages. There was a lady who messaged and said she's had this book for a while and it's really easy to follow. Kay's just said here, that price is amazing. I would highly recommend this book. It's brilliant. I was chatting to Hayley in the break there, and I know that you've known Hayley for a number of years, and she said, even if you're not a hand stitcher, get this book. You'll love it. It is beautiful, and hopefully it'll inspire everybody to pick up a needle and thread and have a go, because this is all actually really beginner friendly.
It is,
which is amazing when you see your artwork.
It is. I think that's the most difficult thing to get over, is that it looks complicated.
Yeah.
But it isn't complicated. And once you know that just a few stitches, you can be really creative and create stunning designs, whether it's on a jacket, on fabric, or whether it's, you know, a picture or a cushion. You know, you could, or a thing that you're going to use, like a pink cushion.
So it's not just the
loads
techniques,
of things.
there's lots of projects as well.
Absolutely.
Work your way through. We learned right from the start about the materials and fabrics, thinking about how you're going to use organza, different fabrics that are in your stash as well, like satins and velvets, and what, you know, where to use them, how to use them, and how it creates the texture.
And that's, especially if you're new to any kind of craft, you need a little bit of information where to start, and then you start looking, think, oh, I've got some of those threads, or I've got some beads. I did beading, or I've got some fabrics. So it all blends together into a totally. I think that's what we all love. We all love like the texture and the colour, and that's whatever you're doing, whether it's quilting or patchwork. But embroidery's just got that slow stitching.
And it's very portable as well, isn't it? It's something you can do while you're sitting in the garden. It's something you can do when you're on the train. Or
and I think sometimes you forget, just if you are busy life, we've all got busy lives, but it is that time switch off and just sit with a cup of coffee and chat to your friends, and you can do this craft.
We've got some fabulous kits coming up, but if you want to just learn a little bit more about it and have that reference, the photography is fantastic.
Fabulous. I mean, Search Press are quite well known for their photography, but being in that process was really new to me. You know, and I sat with the white jacket and stitched, so all the samples that you see I stitched as the book was going along. Wow. And so, you know, that was a kind of pressure in a way, making best. And then the little bits on the edge, you know, you could use those as a starting point for a card or your own embroidery, so to experiment with a stitch.
Because it's hard to see that, you know, to get up close and personal, and to get, it's really a key part, isn't it, of embroidery, to be able to see. You've got the lazy daisy, satin stitch. What are the 5 stitches?
Well, we've got satin, we've got French knot, straight stitch, fly stitch, and lazy daisy, and then others you can add in, really. So you can, some kits of mine, they might just have 2 stitches in. But, you know, it's not a race to see how many stitches you get in the book or your project, but it is nice to try and develop other stitches, so occasionally binding stitch, but, you know, just straight stitch, a few French knots. But it's the threads that do the work. The threads are key. you know, if they're variegated or textured. I just love those.
I mean, just look at the artwork that you can create. I absolutely love the texture. I'm a bit of a magpie, and it makes you want to just touch it, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And that's why I think in the last few years I've gone a bit overboard with the embellishments. I mean, I really like sparkle. I really like the beads. So in the recent designs, you know, I really have gone, you know, add as much bling as you want. You know, just feel free. In the kits, you get too much.
Yeah.
I know I put too much in. Ted just says, you're putting too much in. But you know what? You can add a little bit here. You can save those. You can have them for other projects.
Yeah.
And that's part of what you're getting in a kit is you're getting more of the threads, more of the fabric. You've got the starting point and the instructions. So you can refer to both things.
As we say, with the kits, which I'll introduce in just a moment, you get full instructions. You get everything that you need. The kits are absolutely amazing. But for anybody who has worked with any of Katrina's kits before, then you know how fantastic this book is to give you even more ideas of how you can incorporate texture and different colour threads, how to work with different colours, how to create your own designs as well.
I know, and it's so much fun. I mean, I quite like using knitting yarns, mohair yarns that you would probably you wouldn't stitch with, but as a combination of textures, great fun.
Is it important what you're stitching onto?
I think definitely. I mean, you know, the background, it needs to suit the threads. It's got to be the right weight. You know, you don't want very heavy threads on a fine fabric that's going to distort. So, you know, we use some wools and we use some cottons, and they're just perfect. That will take different textures.
Yeah.
You know, it'll take fine textures and
I suppose
smooth
that's
threads.
what's fantastic about the kits, which we'll move on to. Should we do the big one first? Because I just have shown you this fabulous piece of artwork. I mean, it's incredible. And you've sort of taken all of that hard work away for us because you've got everything that you need in these kits.
Everything's there, and that's when we first started. That was what I wanted to achieve, is that you don't have to go and buy anything. Everything's there in your kit. You can see the fabrics, you can see the threads. They're on an organiser, which is great. And then you've obviously got the beads as well. Anything that's seen in your picture is on there, except the mount board, but everything else is there.
So tell me about this wool then that we're actually stitching onto.
Great. I mean, we've used this for a long time, but we have it made in Lancashire.
Wow.
It's special fabric and it's perfect for stitching. I mean, I think its main use is probably in fashion, you know.
Oh, right, okay.
Some rather smart shops.
Whoops.
So, but for us, it's a perfect medium. We have it in two colours. So this is the natural colour, and it's just nice to hold when you're stitching.
Okay.
And it's not going to distort. And for us, it's the printing. You know, we print the outline on there for you as a starting point. So that'll give your design. You know, you've got the basic shapes.
Am I able to open this up?
I think so.
Let's have a look and see what we get in here, because I do find that with the... I can't believe, by the way, these are under £40. Why did I have in my head that these were going to be about £80, £90 for the big ones? They are incredible value. Because you've already sorted all of the skeins for us. And you haven't just given us, you know, your classic embroidery. You've got all the different textures. You've got the ones with the
metallic.
the metallic threads as well. I mean, this
And
alone, as time as well, to sort them all.
Well, it is, and I think that's what's exciting about the kits is you can get started straight away. You haven't got to organise them. I mean, I love those. See those ones there? Those are from the Shetlands, and they're just absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. I mean, they're knitting yarns, full-ply knitting yarns. But I think the combination of textures is lovely to work.
And you get the right needles to be able to fit the yarns onto them as well, so you get your needles included.
You get the needles, and it's a chenille needle.
Okay.
So that means it's sharp point, large eye, so that you've got, you know, the needle will suit the woolen threads as well as the other ones. And then a needle, it's not a bead needle, it's like a milliner's 10. So it's a little bit easier to thread.
Okay.
But it takes all the beads.
And then look at this beautiful organza, and you've ombre'd them perfectly for us. Because look, you might have a bit of organza in your stash, you might have a green one, but to be able to have all of the shades.
All of the shades, I mean, you should see our workshop. It's just it's an Aladdin's cave of colour. So, I mean, those colours, they're just going to create a mist in the background. And then you get a bag full of treasure. I think it's treasure because it's got beads, it's got sequins. So you'll get, you know, the ones that you want to use. But to be honest, you can really go mad.
And look at this. Right, so when you get started, you'll get this gorgeous wool background, and it's already pre-printed, so you've got those guidelines of where to start, where to centralise yourself, and you're literally effectively going to be stitching over those lines.
That's right. So basically, you just take your colours and you're going to just overlay them over the print.
Okay.
You know, I mean, really, it's so easy, and you're just going to place those. In the instructions, there is a picture of how I've put the fabrics down.
And do you glue that down, or do you stitch it
pin
down?
Pin them on, and then you're going to, I would do a tacking line just to hold them in place.
Okay.
And then take the pins out. I mean, we've got great pins, you know, there's sort of like a flower head pin, so it holds the fabric really, really well. So really, you don't want, once you've got your fabrics on there, then you just forget them, and then you start the stitching.
Your eye, honestly, just takes you to so many different elements. Have you spotted the bees with the golden wings? Have you spotted these beautiful textured Shetland yarns? They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Your French knots.
French knots. Can't do a design without French knots. And then we've got Lazy Daisy over here. And obviously the bees, you can have as many bees as you want in your design. And obviously these are sequin butterfly. And then any organza that hasn't got any stitching on, but you really want to show that organza, you're just going to do a little French knot, maybe in 2 strands or 3 strands, and that's just going to hold it in place.
That is gorgeous. So that's your big, you know, I say the biggest kit. This is another, I mean, they're all absolute works of art, and it's just, which one speaks to you? There's a bit of a theme going on. We're talking all lovely wildflower meadows. This one's dancing damselflies.
Dancing damselflies is a beautiful, it's the summer, isn't it? And it's the colours of the moment. I think these kind of turquoisey blues, they're quite cheerful, but they're quite calming as well.
Yeah.
So this design, it's lovely to do. Again, it's on the tweed, the wool fabric, and then if I just take that, well, if we can open this one.
We knew this would happen, Katrina. You said, right, are we all on the same desk because it's all just going to go everywhere. But I do think it's important to open them out so that you can see just how much you're getting, because it's fabulous.
I think that's fine, because it's good to see what you get in the kit, and you know, just having a look. I mean, I just think they're lovely. So we do take time to make sure they're all packed with, you know, all the different pieces, and then you can see what you're getting in your kit. You know. So
once again, you're getting all of your pre-sorted stranded cottons with the needles, with beautiful metallic threads in there, all the perfect shades of greens and blues. It's beautiful. And once again, you're getting all these lovely textured yarns as well.
I like the mixture of textures, and you know, the rule is that, you know, you must have some left when you've finished.
Yeah.
So that's why we've always put a lot more in the kit. So you'll have lots of treasure to play with, and you'll have lots of threads. So if you've got the book, you want to try and stitch and do a little piece on there, then you've got materials to do that.
All of your organza again, and we're going to talk about how, you know, you work with organza in your demo as well, aren't we? But you get all of the organza in the different colours, your little bags of treasure, beads, sequins galore. And I know you say that Ted always says to you, put too much in.
I know.
Don't need all this.
I know, it's right, I know. But you never know that because you're creating, which becomes your design that you're creating, you can put as many on there as you want. You can have loads and loads, or you can be minimal. It's what you feel that you want to have in your picture.
And this wool that you sourced is absolutely gorgeous quality, isn't it? To stitch. Do you always work in a hoop?
I tend to work. I think putting the organzas on, then you're going to. I'll show how you can cut those. But you can. You look at the print. It's a big piece of fabric, so you're going to create the organza. If I lift that over,
thank you.
All the little bits. Take that and see. You've got organza all the way at the cross. So this is the pond area. This is at the edge of the water's edge here. And so you're going to create with all the water lilies and the lily pads, and then the texture of the stones and the pebbles on almost on a beach, but pebbles at the edge of the water. And then, so tacking is where you just take one strand and you just do a running stitch all the way over. And just so that, you know, that you're not going to, when you start to stitch, because some of the time for stem stitch you might want to hold that in your hand. The rest of the time, put your work into the hoop. So when it's a larger one like this, I tend to I write the instructions, so you put your hoop at one side of the right side, and then you can move it to the left side, so that you can use the hoop that we've got. So this hoop is the special.
I'm getting one of these hoops. We'll talk about it. By the way, you also do get your full instructions with the kits. Get the book though at £12.99. You get your full instructions with your chart, so that explains all your stitches. It does have a bit of detail of how to do them, but if you want a more in-depth, you know, photographed help, get the book anyway. Get the book if you can.
I mean, I'm only going with, you know, what a lot of our customers who've already got the book. They love the book, and they just show it to their friends and say, we could do. So that it's a good way of working with friends and just having a go at stitches. Just say, if you've never done it, if you've done it, just counted a thread, then this would be different.
Absolutely.
This would be very different to do, and I think it's very enjoyable.
Get it whilst it's at £12.99 as well. Loads of you have got that. Now, let's talk about this hoop, because we've got the tall kit. Now, you get the hoop, you get the smaller hoop, and you get a pair of fabulous scissors, don't you, in the tall kit? Now, I have never seen this hoop before. Talk to me about a spring hoop.
Spring hoop. So,
Is this,
I'll just borrow that little bit back.
Why have we not heard of a spring hoop before?
I don't know because they are so good.
Okay.
So they come really. So I'll show you how it works to start with, and it works for any size of your work.
Okay.
So you have the plastic hoop.
Do you find this is just easier than adjusting the...
Very easy. So you just put your fabric over like that, and then you hold the spring. So as long as it's on a flat surface, then you're just going to take the spring. So you just press the spring together, and then that releases it into the hoop. And so it's all secure inside. So when you flip it over, you've got somewhere to hold your work and keep it in place while you're stitching. And then it's very movable. So once as long as you just watch out for the beads, you know, I usually say I know you can't not do the beads straight away, but if you can leave it, if it's in the middle, then I say leave that till a little bit later. But just so that if you're getting carried away on one part, then you can actually take the hoop and you can move that, and then you can concentrate on a different part. So you can move it all the way over. And then we have lots of designs that you'll see later in the show that are based on a 7-inch hoop.
Right.
So great. So the other size is the 5-inch, and probably when I show you the card kits, that's the size for the minis, and it works in exactly the same way.
I'm throwing caution to the wind now, and I'm asking you for a personal reason, but can I use this on an embroidery machine?
Definitely.
Can I?
Definitely. I mean, I don't
so
do
it
so much
need to lock
now.
into the arm.
No, this one. You can just draw it. It's very flat, so it can go under the
free
bending
motion
machine.
quilts?
So anything like that, as long as the fabric's not too thick to stay in the hook. But if you're just using this kind of fabric or a couple of layers of cottons and organzas and things, it's perfect for that as well.
Fantastic.
So
you
mean,
get
this
both
side, you get both of those, and then
Brilliant.
obviously depending on which kit you're doing, you can just take the hoop. And you've got space, so if you're doing the minis, this is the recommended size. So if you've got both of those, you've got them all.
So with the cards, do you think I don't need a hoop for the cards? Are they a bit smaller? Or?
Well, I mean, do you want me to show you that bit now or later on? Because I've got one of the cards. I've got one of the cards. It's the cards. I'll just show you
by the way, this kit is flying out. All the tools always, I've been told. It's my first Rowan Dean show with Katrina, but I have heard that all of the toolkits always sell out. We don't stop them at Sewing Street. You see these spring hoops. So I know whenever Katrina brings them for us, they're always very popular. Remember, you're getting both of them, and essential when you're doing embroidery is a lovely sharp
pair of scissors, and they're great. You know, they've got a fine point. They're great for cutting the organza, whether you're going round the shape or whether you're just cutting the threads. So you don't need a whole room full of stuff for this craft. You've got a couple of hoops, scissors, and possibly the other accessory kit, and then you're set. You're set to play, really.
Brilliant. Right, so this is the card kits.
Okay, so these are the card kits. So if I show you those, you'll see that they're a little bit different.
They're lovely, aren't they? They are really different. Now, you get the card, the envelope, and all of the bits that you need to be able to make all
6.
All 6 cards. Fantastic.
Okay, so this is another case where I get carried away, and I've put a lot of threads in. So these are the threads that you will get in this kit. Again, you've got them all numbered on the card because it's 6 designs. I've put them on so that you have fun with all the different colours. So really, really easy, fabulous colours there. And then again, you've got a little bit. I mean, you just have to look at the beads. They're just fabulous. I mean,
you have spent. I can see that this is your passion, isn't it?
It is. This is lovely. When you look at all the organzas, you've got the organza. Now you'll get a complete set of organzas in the instructions, and each one will be where I've pinned them on in the instructions.
This is what sets you apart. You know, it is the colour, isn't it, and the organzas and the texture to any other embroidery I've seen.
It's the texture, and I think that it just means if you're new to stitching, you don't want to cover all the fabric. So really it's quicker because you're just stitching part of it. You're leaving the fabric showing and you're leaving the work. So really it's doing that for you. And so if you were doing any of these, we'll just move those.
So once again, is this going to be pre-printed for us?
All
with
pre-printed.
The designs? Okay.
And then I think if I just take one little bit. So this is one of the organzas that's going to go on. So this is where you take the organza and it's woven, so woven fabric. So when you want it to fray, you put it on the bias, so that's like the stretchy part. And then you're just going to cut a little section. And then you're going to be a bit mean to it. So you really need to pull those layers out. And you're just going to distort that until it looks good. It won't fray if you have it on the straight grain. Okay. And so then it comes out like a fringe. Right. So it's got to be on the bias so you get that uneven look. And then those pieces you're just going to apply, and then you're just going to pin those on. So you can have as many, as long as you can see the print underneath, you can have that texture and the different colours. You can actually change where it's going to go. You know, it might be that you decide going to have a little bit of the reeds and water at the edge of the design, but you know you can.
Do you tell us where to put
Absolutely.
This? Okay.
In the instructions, it's step by step.
I was going to say because I'd love to be left on my own devices with my creative flair, but I want it to look like yours.
Okay, so you get instructions for each design. Okay. And then you get where the organzas are going to go. Brilliant. All right, just because if you've not used it before, you know, what do I do with them? So they're illustrated. And then obviously you get the front cover, but you also get what the designs look like individually. Okay. So without any card kit, I mean, we've got lots of card kits, but
is it the first time we've done card kits at Sewing Street?
I think we had a different set on.
A different set?
Yeah, a different.
They're lovely, aren't they? They add, again, a little bit something different as a special gift that's not a card that's a piece of artwork. They're then framed, won't they?
And that's what you do. I think they look lovely when they're framed. And then I do suggest that you stitch each one and then cut them up afterwards. It's too exciting. You think, I know you want to do it now, but you've got to wait until you can get that hoop into your other pieces. So with the other one.
By the way, just a stock update on the toolkit. Remember, you get the large hoop, which is, remind me, how big is the larger one?
7 inch.
7 inch, and a 5 inch, and your scissors, all at a brilliant price, and that is why loads of these have been checked out. $13.99. There's only 40 left. We started with hundreds of them, so just a quick warning, if you have got them in your basket, I know you're watching the demo, but please don't wait to the end of the hour because they will have sold out.
Okay, so that's how you use the hoop. And
Brilliant.
I just think it works really, really well.
It's straight away giving you texture. Do you stabilise the back at all?
No.
No?
No. In a way, the organza is a little bit of a stabiliser as well. But you know, even if you're stitching straight onto the fabric, it will be fine to do that without any stabiliser.
Fabulous.
Okay, so shall I
Yeah,
show where I haven't
it.
done any stitching yet?
Yeah.
I need to do a little bit of stitching. Okay, so I've just taken one of the colours off my card, and in the card, the ones that are like shaded like this, they'll be 6 strands. So in the instructions, say 3S or 2S, so it tells you how many strands.
Okay.
So you don't have to, but I mean,
How do
that's
you
what
separate your strands without getting in a knot?
Well, I would just pull them apart
Okay.
separately,
Mhm.
but I don't tend to pull them out individually.
yeah,
But whatever suits you. If that's the way you prefer to do it, then that's fine.
Do you put a knot on the end of
Yeah,
yours?
yeah. I put a knot.
Like you said, you don't worry about what the
No,
back
I
is
don't
going to
want
look
the
like,
back.
do you?
I mean,
Anyone ever asked you to see the back of your embroidery? Slap it.
I know, but it's just you know, I don't think it matters as long as it's not giant.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're used to a counted method of stitching, just carry on the way you normally stitch.
Yeah.
But I mean, I haven't got time to do that. I just want to get on the stitch.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to bring the needle up from the back.
So what
of the
stitch are we
fabric.
doing
So this
here?
is just going to be a straight stitch. All right. So this is 3 strands on this one, and we're just going to take the thread.
These
And we're just
variegated
going to
threads
go
are beautiful,
over the
Katrina.
print. I know, aren't they just lovely? So you don't have to think about where that colour's going. Just let that magic happen. So you're just going to take a couple of stitches, go to the outside of the print, and you're just going to take the threads all the way around to there.
So are you based in Derby, Derbyshire?
We are based in Derby, the edge of Derby.
Fantastic. And do you have a shop at all, or do you
No, we've never have a shop. We've
Oh,
got a
we're at the
workshop.
shows though. We find
We
you. You're
do
at Festival
that.
of Quilts, yeah.
Festival of Quilts, Alexandra Palace. Where else are we going? Stitch Festival in Islington.
Brilliant.
We're going to go to Belfast. We went last year.
Oh.
Fabulous.
Was this with Yvonne
my-
McAtamney? Yeah.
It was the knitting and stitching show.
Yeah.
Absolutely great. And the thing about it's like when we went to the Quilt Fest, you meet great people.
Mm-hmm.
You meet people who have been watching, and you send their pictures of their work in.
Fantastic.
And
Well, you've been
it's
doing
just
this for
lovely.
40 years, did
I
you
know,
say?
I know. Makes me feel ancient. Well, put say a long while. That's better. That's
Sorry.
better.
You've been doing
Okay,
this
so
but you still get the excitement of seeing
oh
people
yes,
stitching.
absolutely. And the first time somebody does a French knot, you think, yes, I've
you've got
done it. Okay, so fastening off, you just take a couple of threads and you're just going to wind around that just a couple of times, and that's it. It's easy as that. And I think we'll have to do a little bit of a French knot.
Oh yeah, because it's something that
it's
a
just
lot of us
something
are a bit scared of, and I don't know why.
I don't know why, but
15
it's-
left, by the way, of the card kit. Remember, you can make all 6 cards. It comes with the card and the envelopes and your lovely wall that we've been talking about. All your beads that you get in there, your organza that you get in there, your needles you get, all for less than £30. But there's a lot of you have got those in your basket.
Okay, I'm just going to add some French knots here at the side. Okay, so this stitch is just magic.
Okay.
Right? And it's good to have it in the hoop. And then what you do, you're going to take the thread and just hold it fairly taut, not and above the surface of the organza. And
How many strands do you
that's
use for a
6.
French knot? All
Well,
of them?
no. 2, 3,
Okay.
5, 4. You're just going to go around once, twice. Then as you take the needle, point down, not the same place, and you just hold that thread so it stops it falling off the
Just
needle.
next to the stitch.
So it's the next, and as soon as the point of the needle's in there, you're just going to tighten that, and it's that bit that's like a little secret, really. It keeps it really nice around the needle.
And you
then
use
as
French knots a lot, don't
soon
you?
as it goes through, just let it travel in on its own.
Yeah.
Don't be tempted to guide it with your finger. Let it do it itself. So only twice or once. All right, so you can just take
I've seen people go
same.
wrapping it around the needle so many times. You think...
I mean, there are other stitches that you can do that with, but it's not a French knot. So you go around once, and then that's going to give you a smaller knot, but without fastening up. So you can get different effects, and it will say stitch over printed dots or scatter French knots in between the pebbles there. And when we look further up, that's covered in French knots. And you can use as many or as few.
What's the difference with the bullion knot?
Well, that's a slightly different shape.
Oh, okay.
So it sits much lower, and then you can wind it around several times. So it's a French knot that it stands higher on the fabric.
Now, you use French knots a lot.
I definitely use them because I think they're a lot easier. They're really, really good. They are texture. And then we can sometimes, I tend to use a long-legged French knot, and I can do you can do loopy French knots. So you can do other things with the stitch, and that's why the book's quite good. If you haven't met these stitches before, then you can work with those. And usually in a kit, there will be diagrams, and you can look on YouTube as well. So for this one, this time you do the same process, except this time instead of taking the needle down into the point, you're then going to take it higher, and then you're going to repeat the same thing. So it looks like a straight stitch with a stamen on the top. So these could easily be grasses. They could be flowers, and they could be, you can add as few or as many as you wish. So you take those and you're just going to go round. And so that's a different type of French knot. So you have fun with each design and then cut them out afterwards.
I like that.
Add the sparkle after.
It's all pre-printed though, so you following that guide. If you do want to learn more different variations of French knots again, there is a whole section during that book based on French knots. $12.99 today. It's the first time it's been on Sewing Street, and we are in double digits, by the way. We had hundreds of these. It's the first time it's been on Sewing Street, and you have actually got 10 beautiful projects in here with all of the templates as well. So if you are looking at Katrina's work, you're thinking, I've got a lot of beads and things in my stash that are going to be perfect for that.
Absolutely.
Get stitching.
Absolutely. You've got keep all those little bits of treasure just to add to it. So there'll be a place for them. So each of those, and then you can actually take your design. Let's just pick one of those.
How have you frayed the sort of edges? Does that just naturally happen?
But so you've got the fabric as it's woven.
Yeah.
So once you've decided you've cut them all out, then you're just going to take the fabric and you're going to just pull those off. One at a time. You can start that with a pin, and you just fray the fabric for the depth of what that you want around your design, and it's just lovely to do that. It just gives a finished edge, and then stitch it on with some kind of PVA type fabric glue. You don't need much, but there again we've got French knots. We've got French knots again, a few straight stitches. And it's just a little bit of organza there.
Like you said, it's actually the organza a lot of the time that does the work. There's not too much stitching. Don't commit yourself to starting a whole big sampler
it's
of
not like the
cross-stitch.
BioTab, these are very quick projects. Even if when we get to the ones, the 7-inch or the water ones, and hazy summer days, there's a lot of stitching, but nothing like a counter. And the stitches can be really big. Yeah. On the bigger ones, you're talking 2 centimetres sometimes, 2.5 centimetres. So, and there will be a print to say, what kind of size.
That's what I think is fantastic. Is anybody who thinks that and this is quite often what I get told is that, I haven't got time for hand stitching. It's time thing. That's why they're on the sewing machine, is because it's time with hand stitching. Whereas actually they're probably the people that need to do a little bit of slow stitching. And this is quick. You're not committing yourself to doing a whole sampler of a cross-stitch project that's going to take you years. This is actually something that you can sit down, scratch that itch of sewing. I know a lot of people who can't sit down on the sofa and not do something with their hands.
It's for both. It's for if you've not had a go at embroidery, it's not when I was good, you have to unpick a bit if it wasn't perfect or all those things. No, they don't. You just have a go at any of the stitches, any of the projects. Some of them have a space on like this one, and all I say is cut out some colours, overlay them, and then and as if it's like a waterfall, just add columns of French knots, and so you'll get all the pieces in your in the little bag in the kit. So you'll get everything to have a play with and design, and then you can sit back and admire them.
We're in single figures on the card kits. Remember, you get enough to make all 6 with all of the lovely bits, and you'll have more to play with then afterwards. Okay, shall we have a look at the cornflower meadow? Is that this one? Yes. Now, this one, is it stitched in the wooden embroidery hoop?
It's stitched in the 7-inch spring hoop.
Spring hoop,
and then it's framed in the display one, so that the display one, it doesn't have the screw to tighten it.
Okay, so this is more of a display.
So they're only for display. They're just pressed together to get the
But I suppose that means that if I prefer to frame it, if I want to use it, something else, that absolutely you can. But yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they? Now this one is Cornflower Meadow. You've got all that you need within the kit, including your instructions.
So everything's there.
I love the organzas. I absolutely love. As you can you see those sequins just sparkling away? They're beautiful. And it's only a little bit of organza, but my gosh, that makes a difference, doesn't it?
It just gives it a little bit of an interest in there. So again, this time the prints on the fabric, I think, the prints on the fabric, and then you put your organzas down, and then you've obviously got the layers. And then it's the same stitches, some lazy day. There's those long-legged French knots, a few French knots here. So
and that's with the lovely
you've got those,
fluffy.
And we've got some grasses, dried grasses there.
Oh, how do you do that?
So that's, I'll just take a little, you'll need you've got the thread in there. Let's just take, I'll have to steal a little bit off that one. I'll just take a little bit off this. So this one, you just take the thread, and this time you don't have a knot. And I'm just going to, you can do this freehand. So you take the thread, and you're just going to take a little bit, as if you're doing a tailor's tack. So it's like straight. You can put it in your frame if you wish, and leave the threads on the surface, and then just do a couple of stitches in the same place, like that, and then just cut the threads. So where you cut the threads, that forms the grasses. So that can be used in lots of different designs, and then you can cut those just so that you've got grasses. So those probably the sort of towards the end.
Lovely. All pre-printed onto this gorgeous quality wool. I mean, these are really, they're pieces of art, aren't they? I imagine them in like a gallery. They're beautiful. All of your organza, your treasure, your bag of treasure, and also all of this pre-sorted yarn for you. Because quite often, if I've seen an embroidery kit, especially ones, that are more affordable, under £30, there you get them all just wrapped together. And if you're looking at a key going, hang on, is it that one I'm using? Is it that? And quite often, you're getting a lot of the greens, or you're getting a lot of the neutral tones, and you can't distinguish which ones to use where, whereas you've already done the hard work for us. And the fact that you've given us, the opportunity to work with all of these different kind of textures that you might not have in your stash.
That's right. I mean, the chances are you wouldn't have that combination. And I think it's good. I mean, we've done this sort of format, the thread card, for a long time. So it has a certain size hook. We've experimented with how many threads can go on the hook, and how, just to keep the threads neat. So that bit in it's set. It works. It works.
Yeah.
It works. It keeps the threads beautiful. And then the outside edge of the design, don't always put an edge to it. I might put the lower up to the horizon, a printed line. But some people, if you want to work it as a square design, you can just tack that, and there'll be plenty of threads if you want to put it on a canvas.
Right, so this isn't going to be pre-printed under here.
This one is not pre-printed.
Yeah, you get
and so even if it was pre-printed and you wanted to make it into a square or rectangle, you just stitch over it and you won't actually see that. So don't always think that it has to be in the. I just like the hoops because it's quick to frame. But, you know, you could get a canvas like the other ones.
That's good to mention, actually, then, because if you're even thinking, oh, there's certain elements that... If you hadn't stitched over every element that was drawn onto the panel, you wouldn't necessarily notice in the grand scheme of things, would you?
No, I mean, if you want to do, you can always add.
More.
You could add more. You could add sequins from another project. You know, you can mix and match if you've got a couple of kits. I mean, they're just the perfect colour, aren't they? Those to go with those cornflowers, just to add a bit more sparkle there.
They're beautiful, beautiful. Right, which one now? Let's go for red campion and daisies. Looks like this. Oh my word, this is beautiful. If you love the pinks.
You love pinks. This is a fabulous.
How pretty is this? Oh my word, I love it. Daisies as well. I love a wildflower meadow. Just seeing the grasses, the flowers, the colours, the textures, the sparkles. It's perfect, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
I think you know, everybody's been a walk in the countryside, and so you see the edge of the hedgerow there. This is just how I love it. I like the wildness of that, and the yarns here. Again, some from the Shetlands, and they've just got that, you know, the heather fly stitch there. We've got some lazy daisies, very easy stitches. And basically, on this design, you're going to do the daisies first, and then you're going to fill in with all the straight stitch. So it's an easy way of working. And then, of course, I just love bees. So you can put a whole swarm of bees on if you want. You know, it's just a couple of straight stitches and then a couple of loops left on the surface of the fabric.
Do you have all sorts of, you know, people who come and have a go, you know, especially when you're at Festival of Quilts, when you look at these and you were to see your stand, you would think, I have to have been at the Royal School of Needlework to have created these. Like, they look absolutely beautiful. But then you think, no, actually, when you break it down, it's really achievable, isn't it?
Absolutely. And especially sometimes when we're at that, there'll be somebody who's done one and they'll just say to this person, it's ever so easy and the instructions are really good. And I just say, you know, that's fine.
Yeah,
you know,
there you go.
But definitely, you would be able to do them. And the way to pick, I think, the design is, do you love that design? And that's what makes you finish your design, because you're desperate to get it finished, and you're not going to do anything else until it's completed. And that's a nice thing. You're just going to chill and relax, and you've got a work of art at the end of it.
It's a nice kit to actually take on your holidays with you, or to, you know, if you go away for a week, to sit and stitch as you're on your holidays.
I think so. I mean, often if you're sitting on a plane or on a, you know, you're away, or if it's raining, you know, you might be sitting inside in your place. But I think it's just something that is a nice. Everything's there. You just need your scissors and hoops and to take your kit with you, and you've got a ready-made project.
You must have so much fun
I know.
selecting out all the different perfect colour embellishments.
Yes.
You've also got all of your organza, your pre-printed wool. I remind you, this was specially sourced wool. All of the kits have this wool, which we have got, by the way, coming up later on in the show. So if you've got the book, stay tuned, because remember, we have got Katrina here until 1:30. You're with us for an hour and a half today, which is lovely. Gives us a bit more time to be able to do a bit of a deeper dive. Which one next, Ben? Emperor Dragonfly. It's the big one, isn't it? Let's have a look. That's Water's Edge.
There we go.
Now, oh, this is amazing. Wow, wow, wow. Emperor Dragonfly. Let me move the cards. Have they sold out, by the way? I think they may have gone, you know. 5 left. 5 left of the card kits. Talk to me about the Emperor.
So Emperor Dragonfly. So this design is that you're looking into that lily pond, and then you're seeing the Emperor Dragonfly. And they're big, you know, when you see them in real life, they are big and noisy, you know. They really have drama. So the idea is, with this one, you've got layers of organza. There is a print on the fabric, and again, you've got the variegated threads for the water lily pads. You've got lazy daisy for the flowers. But then you've got the dragonfly. He is made from organza.
Wow.
All right, so the organza has a print of the dragonfly. So you put your work into your 5-inch hoop.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, hang on. So I'm actually stitching onto the organza
this time you're just stitching onto the organza. So it's better in a hoop.
Do I need to stabilise this at all?
No, I mean if you could put 2 layers of organza on.
Do you have enough in here?
Yeah, you can take that, or you can just do it just free on the
Right,
organza.
okay.
So you're doing all the stitching, and then you cut it out afterwards when it's complete, and then you apply it to wherever in the picture you want it to be. So you've got the body there, with straight stitch of metallic threads. You've got the beads. You've got the wings, the fine stitching on the wings, just in a metallic thread. So
and
you stitch.
Stitching? What's this stitching here?
So that's just straight stitch,
right,
satin stitch.
Yeah.
So you're just filling in that shape. And then I think the sort of red organza there, you've got a little bit of folded organza. So the organza, you've got to fold it into 4, cut a square, fold it into 4, and then just fray it a little bit, and then you can just stitch it on as a water lily.
Oh, and I love this stitching here. So how do you create the outside wings of the
So that's
dragonfly?
just stem stitch.
Right.
So it's a back stitch that's over. So it looks like a solid line, and it goes in a curve. So that's easy to. I mean, and that would be done. That would be done on as a stem of a flower, or it could be done to outline lettering or something. So it's the same stitch of tree bark or a tree, but here you're using a metallic thread just to go all the way around.
How beautiful. For under £20. This would be a really lovely gift for somebody as well, because I feel like we all have friends that want to get into stitching and always ask, oh, can you do that for me? For under £20, that's a great gift.
It's a great one, and it's a, you turn it into a circular design, but I've based it on a rectangular design, just a standard frame that you could get anywhere.
Yeah.
And then you can either glue that on or and use the glue for the wings there, but I quite like the movement. I want to see them a little bit.
Can you see?
freer.
They're all three-dimensional. It's lovely, isn't it? Coming out of the frame, it's so lovely, isn't it?
And then
really
again,
lovely.
a few straight stitches, a few straight metallic stitches there for the water, the reflections in the water,
and the beads.
So again, there aren't many stitches on there. You've probably got 3 stitches, 4 stitches, and that's it. That's easy.
You get full instructions within your kits, but I mean, for under £20, to be able to get all of your range of colours that are graduated so perfectly with organza, all of the threads, your bits of treasure, your needles, everything that you need. We've got a pincushion next. Now, I know a lot of people will go, that is not a pincushion. That is too nice to be a pincushion.
I know,
Katrina, this is gorgeous. Go on, but.
It's a great piece of art that's workable. And I'm going to put pins in because I know that some people say you can't put pins in.
Yeah, well, you've got a magnet in here, so it could be a needle minder.
Oh, okay, but
I don't want to stick my pins
here we go.
inside there.
So for this one, you get the printed design, which is buried on my bit over here, the half print. It's up there, I'll get it in a minute. But you've got the print on the fabric again, and this time inside your kit you've got a couple of magnets. So as you start to use your design, it's a working thing. You can put it in on the chair, you've got it on the table. You can put all the pins and needles that you want in there that you're using for your project. So stitching it, and then you get all the wadding and the backing fabric to make it into and the instructions to make it. But basically, it's a piece of card inside that you've laced the yarn onto, and then stitch all the design. I think mine is over.
I was going to say, what have I done with the kit? I've just picked it up for us, and then I've popped it down somewhere. So I think this is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Under £20, isn't this gorgeous?
It is gorgeous, and I think the fun thing is it's very much a thing that you're going to use. You can take it with you. You can. So really, you're going to get the colours are just
like
magic.
this green as well. This wool is beautiful.
This is called pistachio.
Love it.
It's the other colour that we do, and then you've got all the magic colours to go with the design.
I don't like to use the word mixed media because I think that scares a lot of people because they think, oh, I'm not an arty mixed media person. But actually, it's just about being a bit creative. I love, I feel like growing up forever, I've always just been drawn to like the tins of my grand's, bits and bobs of buttons and beads.
Anything.
We all collect them.
We're all, it could be, you could put pebbles out the garden in there. There's a lot of things, but you do get the magnets. There's 2 magnets, so you could just put more. You get a little bit of fabric inside. So the way to stitch the magnet on at the back is just a piece of calico or a piece of, and that's in the kit. So you're just going to stitch all the way around, and that'll give you where you want to place the scissors.
Katrina, is this the only pincushion kit that we have?
We did have another one on the show.
Yeah.
And this is the other one that we've done, because this is now, I've swapped over now. So this is the Poppy Meadow one. So we have had
that. We haven't got it today.
No, you haven't got it today. But that was the other one that we did have.
Yeah. So today, if you do love these pincushion kits, this is the one to go with.
Oh, the colours.
I must say, especially when I saw that I was with my viral TikToker, Katrina.
You say.
I thought these are going to be, and I then had a bit of a research, had a look into all of the work that you do, and I thought these kits are going to be, £50 plus. Of course they are. They look absolutely amazing. And then chatting to you and how you source the wool, I think this is now also really achievable for us to actually try out a new hobby, try out a new skill, or just have a play. Like you said, you just want it to be fun.
It's fun, and it's never wrong. I mean, sometimes will I take it out or not? Leave it till afterwards, and then you can always stick a few French knots or a bead over the top. Or if that's the only thing you look at when you're seeing your design, then undo it, but don't do it to start. Don't do it to start with. Just have fun with all the colours and all the stitching. And basically, in this one, it's a stem stitch, a little bit of French knot. You have the same stitches when you look at those, and a copper bead. This is lovely to do.
That looks really nice with the metallic gold as well.
So you just turn it on its edge so you can see the hole in the bead, and then go round the shape, and that makes it look like a pebble that's shining in the water. Yeah. So there's lots of ways of creating this, but use the pincushion. Definitely use it.
Well, there you go. Katrina's given you permission to say,
put
pop
pins
your
in
pins
it.
in it. I don't think I've ever heard, we have a lot of fabulous embroiderers that come in. I've never heard anybody, I normally am scared to touch their embroidery because they'll be like, do not touch it with your fingers. It's so nice to be actually, you can.
Of course, it's lovely. And then you can sit back and admire it. We don't do that, do we?
No.
We don't admire what you've done so
well. How often do you have walls? You must have walls filled with pieces. Yeah. It's nice to have something next to you
to take with you. Yeah. If you go to a class or something, then you can take all your stuff. We do have other needle cases and things like that, but that's for the future here. So, yeah, it's a good one. And then something that I think is really good, which I think we haven't had on before. You've got your kits. Is it okay if we just show the people the organza?
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. So that's your kit for the only pincushion that we have. It's got the magnets, it's got everything that you need included, and it is gorgeous. Right, so have we seen these packs of organza?
Not before. Well,
Can we do the watercolours first? Because I know that we've been talking about, oh, by the way, there's 7 packs of these left. They've been selling on pre-order. Do you get 10 sheets
So you get 10 sheets in here. So you've got some turquoise. So they're 30 centimetres square. And then you've got the sort of emeraldy green.
Gosh, it's ever so soft, isn't it? It feels really lovely. You're getting all
blues,
different colours.
Different shades of blue. And then you get a sort of light white, and then blues. And then you get the deeper shades, because water's not all the same colour, so you can make it dark. And then you've got other layers, when you put different layers together.
You're mixing
the colours. You can get, like if you a peaty water in Derbyshire, you'd probably put the teal colour in. If you want to make it quite a dark colour. Or if you're in the Bahamas, you might want to make it, crystal, all these turquoisey colours.
And I suppose it depends on what you're putting it onto as well.
Yeah.
If you're just stitching straight onto organza, it will look very different to if you're stitching onto the green wool or...
Yeah. It looks so different. But so the same, I think the pistachio and the neutrals are great. And we do have some in the but that's if you want bigger pieces. If you get carried away, I mean, you'll get some in your kit, but sometimes it's nice to have a collection of colours for a project.
Well, if you got the book today and a pack of organza, you know, if you got your tools, you're on the way then, aren't you?
I think that one. So that's because it's today's colours, isn't it? Those
exactly.
are the
Wanted
colours.
to start with those because they are obviously
because
your
they
waters,
are of the moment, and they go with my
jacket.
Yeah.
But then also, by the way, they've sold it out. We have got the pink versions. Well, I say pink.
So
this is a bit of a multicolour,
this is what I'd say assorted. So this is for something where you've got 2 shades of blue. You'll have 2 shades of green.
And I mean, just looking
orange. Look at all those.
The cards, for example. Look at how far this is going to go.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're only going to be using small elements of this to create that extra textural colour. These are lovely colours.
And then we've got purple. And then we've got red for poppies and things.
Beautiful.
And then we've got 2 shades of pink. So that's a useful, if you're with the book, that's a useful combination. You've got flowers, you've got pink flowers, you've got landscape, you've got sky, and you've got, any of those. These would be great, useful if you're doing something out the book.
Do you talk in the book about working with organza? Look at the
poppies there. I mean, there's how to fray, whole chapters on it.
I don't know if she went, no, I don't really do organza. Yeah. I know you love working with organza, so of course anybody who wants a little bit more in more depth about how to use it, how to fray it, how to get that lovely texture throughout the book, you'll refer to working with organza. But this is beautiful. There you go, whole section, tearing and folding, organza in ribbon embroidery. For the flowers, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Remind me, you don't need to stabilise this when I'm putting it into my hoop.
No, it will it's fine. So if you were doing, which I've buried over
We're going to need
here.
more organza from you next time because they have all completely sold out. Are there any of the tools though? So if you are buying the organza and you haven't yet had the toolkit to your order, we've got the 7-inch, the 5-inch and your scissors. There's 15 of them. There's 15 of those. Gosh, I'm going to have to get some of these. They're brilliant, aren't they?
So these are very good. So this is the dragonfly. Okay, so you put that. So if you're working on a single piece, you want to make a leaf. If you were, you can trace a leaf in greens.
So which kits have got the pre-printed organza?
I think we haven't looked at the Stonebridge.
Stonebridge.
And then
this
Lakeside. There's one called Lakeside as well.
Lovely.
So these are the idea that you've got a motif on the edge, so the little bit of the design falls off, and then it carries on, flows over the edge. So really, it's a nice way of working, taking your eye into that picture.
Which one of you got Stonebridge? Let me find Stonebridge for you.
I think that's on the display.
That's Stonebridge. Oh, where's my display gone? Oh, sorry.
I think it's just there.
Oh, it's here.
So this one is a nice way of taking the design. So these haven't got organza in the main picture.
No.
They're all stitched, and then just the motif part is stitched so that you put the two together. So
right, so hang on, is this stitched on organza?
That's stitched on organza, and then the rest of the design is stitched on a cotton background. It's printed just the same, and then in the kit you get the mount fabric. So the card mount, well, it's paper mount.
Yeah.
And then you can put the two together.
So you get the mount, you get the pre-printed panel, you get the organza for you to stitch this element onto it. I just love how that pops out of your picture. It's lovely, isn't it? All of the colours as well. Completely different feel, isn't it? To the blingy, lovely sparkle.
I think so.
You've got something for everybody.
Yeah. Because not everybody likes all the sparkle. So these ones are just a way of creating a design that's got a lot of depth. You can see that walking at the edge of that river. You can see walking over that bridge in the countryside. Yeah. So, you can stitch without bling and things. But, you could always add a bit, Well, Secret Stream and some of the other ones have a little bit of water.
This is a little bit more bling, but similar sort of concept that you've got here, your mount included, and you're getting your organza to stitch on, as you can see, that sort of sits outside of the mount, which is beautiful. And this again is something that you could probably sit and stitch of an evening.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's quite quick to do a project.
Yeah.
It's nothing how you think a counted method would take days and days and days. You know, you could sit in an evening and do the motif, and then that would take you a day.
Yeah, it's
know.
gorgeous, isn't it? And I like the organza on this one as well. So we were just showing how you mount your organza onto. You could just literally put it on into your hoop, into your frame, without a stabilizer.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, the needle is smaller in the kit, so that you're only working probably in 2 strands to do like on Stonebridge or to this one, and then you can weave the threads in after one. So that's the only time I say don't use knot on when it's the motif. You don't want a knot at the back, so you leave that thread and then just tie it in later. I think that's a good way of doing it, and then you just cut it out, or you could melt it out.
Yeah, brilliant.
Melt it out. Either way, I mean,
When
you
you
can
say
see
melt
that
it
in the
out,
book.
what's melt?
If you've got a pencil on the needle on top, and then you place it in a flame like a candle, as soon as you touch the fabric, it'll start to melt. But you know, if you can't, you're not anywhere where you can do it, you can just cut round it.
Yeah.
I mean, cut round it is just as probably easy.
We've got another toolkit.
Right.
It's got needles. You mentioned chenille needles earlier and how useful they are. You also mentioned about your flower-headed pins. And do you get a magnet in there as well? There you go, lovely bundle that you've put together especially for us. I suppose over the 40 years, you've worked with a lot of different needles, pins, and you've found the ones that you think are the best for us.
Great ones. So all the needles that we put in our kits are John James, and they're excellent quality. So the little pebble, although you get those in your kit, you'll have a needle in your kit then. The idea is this has a selection of sizes. So if you want to use it for thicker threads or finer threads, it's quite useful to have extras.
Brilliant. And then what is it about the flower-headed pins that you like?
Just like them, they're a very long pin. So when you attach in the organza, it holds the fabric in place. Okay. And then they're easy to see if you drop them on the floor.
Yeah, yeah, with the nice bright colour.
So they're all nice and bright colours. So I think those are quite good as a combination. And then the magnets, if you are stitching on your 7-inch hoop, you can use a magnet at the top and the bottom, and you just rest your scissors or pins on there while you're working.
Right, so it's not necessarily
it's not necessarily something to turn it. And I think I've buried mine
I
now.
do like the fact that you've really tried to make sure everybody is using these embroidery pieces in different ways, not just for on the wall, but take it to workshops and classes as a needle minder or a pincushion.
So you just put them together. They do sometimes stick to the... So that's going to let you keep your scissors.
This is quite good for my machine embroidery as well then, isn't it? Obviously you've got to be careful with magnets and machines, but I have seen people who have added those magnets onto them.
So then you can put your needle in there on this.
Oh, good idea.
And so that's quite a nice way, and they're quite a strong magnet.
Fantastic. £11.99. There's less than 40 of those kits remaining. Now, for anybody who has not yet shopped with us in this hour or in this showcase, then 1, why not? But 2, we've got 3 kits which are ridiculously affordable that I think every single person should either be getting for yourself, for a friend, for a loved one, for somebody who you're thinking, right, this would be a lovely little gift for somebody as a just because or a Christmas gift, a birthday gift. We've got the water lily pond to start with. And it's just, it comes with a bit of an addiction warning. You're probably going to get hooked on this. But it's a really good way of trying out the quality of the wool, all of the lovely threads, the organza. You've got everything in there that you need.
Everything. I think that's the beauty of the minis, is that if you're new to it or you're travelling and you want a project to take with you, these are perfect size. Some are worked on cotton, but these ones are worked on our wool, and they're just beautiful to do. So you get all the little bits as well, but really you've only got a little bit of straight stitch and a couple of French knots, and that's all that's on that design. So you put your organza over the print. Again, you'll have a print on the fabric, and that's just going to be followed for the water lilies And
And
then
instructions again, yeah.
They've all got step-by-step instructions and the stitch diagrams. And if you want to go to YouTube, you can see all the stitches on there. But I think it's a nice way of taking a theme like a little pond, and that would make a great little picture. And I've framed this on the 5-inch display hoop.
We've got the display hoops, which we will run through in a moment. Let me just show you the other lovely miniatures that we've got. This is Secret Stream. They all work together really nicely as well if you want to have them as wall art, or they could be part of a larger project that you're then going to frame or mount or, you know, put onto I'm even thinking, could I incorporate this into like a pocket on a bag?
You could definitely do them. And these ones here, you've got a little bit of organza there. There's not, I think, a little bit of stem stitch. Really, everything's there. Really, a few French knots and teal beads and turquoise beads to create the foliage of the tree. And then you just let the water, a couple of bits of oil and horizontal stitches just so the water flows to the edge. So you could frame it on either side if you wanted to.
Katrina, you've been overly generous again with the threads and the treasure.
Well,
got loads.
I know, but one of the things is that, you know, you can lose a piece of thread, or, you know, it falls on the floor, or, you know, you don't want to, you've got to have enough to get carried away with. So, you know, you can extend all of the designs. I know you could add more water lilies, or you could make that flow a little bit better. So you get a lot of thread, and then you can use it for other projects as well.
£14.95. That one's for the Secret Stream. And then we also have your red damselfly. I'd never heard of a damselfly until today.
These ones, red, you don't see many. They're only in certain parts of the UK, but I think they're quite stunning. So again, a little bit of organza in the distance there. And then you've got a couple of straight stitches. And then again, the wings, so you've got a white piece of organza, so you stitch all the way around, and then you're just going to cut the excess away, and that gives you the wings.
And that is attention to detail, because on screen you might not even be able to see that, but here in the studio, it is just giving that glimmer that you would want from, you know, a dragonfly's or a damselfly's wings.
A little bit of just the colour change is great. You've got a couple of French knots there.
Well, it's a bit of a skill
builder,
builder, isn't it?
It's lovely. And then we've got a couple of fly stitches.
And doing the French knots in this really fluffy, lovely skein, it means that it's quite forgiving as well, isn't it?
It is. It's very quick, but it gives texture to that whole picture. And then again, you've got a few sequins there if you want to put those on. But it's almost like a little scene already.
Brilliant. £14.95. Now, all of the organza is completely sold out. What we do have as well is the wools. So we've got the natural colour. Are they pre-cut into...
It's a fat quarter. But the bale is very... Don't ask me how big it is, because it's wide. So when you see it's a fat quarter, it's quite big. So...
Oh, I see. Oh my gosh, it is big. Oh, it must have been like a...
It's the bales.
Yeah.
It's massive.
And the quality of it is brilliant, isn't it?
It's just beautiful. You know, you could use that to, you know, you could get a lot of cards out of that, but you can use it to make a sampler, or if you've got a journal you want to do. So you've got bigger pieces if you want to create another design. And then I brought one of these along with me. This is in the pistachio. Nice. So you could make it into a cushion. So you see those colours, you just get that size of cushion out of there.
Oh, fantastic.
So you can use it as a furnishing, or you could use it as cards. But I mean, I've only pinned mine.
See, I'd back it with my own normal, you know, cotton and keep it, and make 2 cushion fronts.
But you could do that. You
could.
Or you could have different.
Just to show you, though, as a statement cushion, I mean, how phenomenal is that? So you've got your panel here, but you could stitch straight onto it if you want to, couldn't you? Beautiful. That's the pistachio colourway, 100% wool, fat quarter. It's as wide as the one that we've got here. Do you know when I was like, oh, we've got so much time? It's going to be like, it's always the way, isn't it? In the last few minutes, I'm going to be racing through. So the display hoops that you've bought for us as well, we've got lots of sizes to run through. So there's the 7-inch. A 7-inch and a 5-inch. There you go.
So they're great. They're great. I mean, that's for the cornflower one and which other one?
They look lovely.
Red campion. So that size of kit is suitable for that. And then the other side, these are great for minis, great to make any of the mini kits. I think they're quite quick to do.
Any of the miniature kits, grab yourself one of those. We're still looking at what, less than £20 your kit and your hoop.
And really, when you frame it, you can be all neat and tidy on the back. You can cover the back, or you can just lace the back. I think there's some that might not have. So you can lace the back, and then you can cover that with any fabric. I've used a bit of felt, but you could use anything just to create the back there.
That's your 5-inch hoop as well, and they are your display ones. They're not ones that tighten, are they? They're just ones to have as your lovely displays. We started the show at the top of the hour with the hand-stitched landscapes and flowers, and everybody who is hooked and addicted to the love by thousands of you across the world. I know this has been printed in different languages, reprinted 5 times by the publisher because it is a bestseller. And the proof's in the pudding. When you get a book as beautiful as this, well written, it's got fantastic photography, step-by-step instructions, as well as projects. I think it's fabulous value for money. I mean, look, we're talking 10 projects in there for $12.99, plus all of the know-how of working with organza, working with the different threads, your tools and materials. Love the poppies.
Poppies are lovely. 3D they are.
They are beautiful, aren't they? This is going to sell out. This is going to sell out today. We've managed to get hundreds of them. They're £12.99. And you're also getting all of your full-size templates in there to transfer. So you've got some landscapes, you've got some butterflies, you've got some nice little bees. Any tips on how you transfer patterns from a book?
Well, you can take a tracing.
Yeah.
All right, and then I've got a light box, or put it on tape onto the window, and I just draw it on with a pen. It can be a fabric pen, or it can just be a pencil.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to cover it with the designs, just very easily.
Brilliant. All of those projects as well, they're brilliant, aren't they? I'm so thrilled that we finally got it here on Sewing Street. Hayley West has been talking about to be able to bring to you. And I know that you said to me, I know how many people have already got this. I can't imagine, the hundreds that you've bought on will also say, but there are honestly so many of you who are getting this as well today.
That's lovely, thank you.
Really exciting. Well done, everybody. If you've got anything from the show, we'll give you a few minutes during the break as well. Don't forget to have a look back through on the website and see what is available from the miniatures. A lot of the fabric and the organzas have gone, but don't forget some of those larger prints as well could be available underneath us on the website. But the book is definitely one, even if you're thinking of a gift for somebody. It's a lovely coffee table book, isn't it? To just sit through and get some inspiration. And then
jacket.
On denim,
really good.
On my little girl's dresses, just on the pockets, even like the jumpsuit I'm wearing today, just like on the pocket, you can just sit and stitch. Be beautiful. If you did get any of the organza bundles or any of your wool fat quarters, get the book alongside it. You're not paying any extra post and packaging, and I don't know whether we'll be able to bring it back at £12.99 again. So make the most of that. It's always £18 normally. There's less than 50 of those left and 66 in baskets. And sorry about the queues on the phone line. I know a lot.
Exact date, but we're back in about 4
Fabulous. Well, keep making TikToks.
Thank you.
You didn't know that you were a TikTok star till I saw it this morning. Our Festival of Quilts interview had over 230,000 views with Katrina. 240,000. Sorry,
amazing.
took thousands off.
That's amazing. Amazing.
So yeah, have a look, follow us on TikTok because Katrina's our TikTok star. We've got more in baskets than we have availability. We'll leave you during the break to check out. Coming up after the break, Hayley West is going to do a full deep dive into all things Husqvarna with sewing machines, embroidery, overlockers, combi machines, brand new extension table, luggage and all sorts. Stay exactly where you are. We're back after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Oh, I'm so excited for the next hour and a half. These hour and a half shows are lovely, actually, because I feel like I'm not too rushed.
Yeah.
Welcome back, welcome back. Now, we have Hayley West in the studio with us. Hello, Hayley West. With, a whole range to show us today.
Oh, I am very much in my happy place, in amongst Husqvarna Viking machines.
When did you first come across Husqvarna Viking?
Well, going back to a former life, I was kind of one of their sales reps.
Right, okay.
But they call their sales reps sales educators, because it's not just about selling boxes, it's about understanding the machine, knowing how to get the best out of the machine, and sometimes passing on all of that information to people who sell sewing machines in their shops, but also end users, people like you guys who go visiting the Festival of Quilts and places like that. So that was my job. I was a sales educator and I worked around the country, and that's when I kind of got used or got to know about Husqvarna Viking. Unbeknown to me, their head office is based in Redditch, and I'd been driving past it for probably about 10 years without even realising it was there. Gosh. And it was when I was at Alexandra Palace and heard a Brummie accent and thought, who's that Brummie in London? That's how I got introduced to the company.
And is that how we've managed to get them here on Sewing Street then?
Yeah, I mean, they are brilliant. They're a brilliant brand. Not necessarily one of the better known brands.
Right,
I know some people have I've never heard of the brand. Think of Husqvarna a logical machine, because the buttons are very kind of tell you what they are.
We can do some sewing, we can do some overlocking, we can do everything today. Now, before we start getting into the nitty-gritty and setting it up, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. With the embroidery machine, which is the one that we're starting with, I'm going to be all ears listening to everything, because I've just got an embroidery machine and I've got a list of questions and I'm so excited about it. But this embroidery machine also comes with its luggage set.
Look at that for a setup.
And it comes with the thread chest from Madeira. And when, as you know, well, I've literally just got myself an embroidery machine. I'm so excited. But you do need to think, you want to unbox it and get going. So you need those threads. It's got the different size hoops in there.
Yeah.
You've got your luggage set as well, which is brilliant. There's the carriage that slots on, but you do have all of the luggage as well included, which doesn't normally happen when you're buying an embroidery machine. And they are beautiful. I mean, really beautiful luggage sets. I mean, I would be thinking that they'd be hundreds of pounds in themselves to get the luggage sets.
Oh, yes.
There's all your accessories. It is the embroidery, it's the embroidery machine we're looking at, Ollie. That's the sewing machine stuff. So just so you know, there's 7 of you who have got this in your basket. 7 of you. We only have 6.
And I don't know when we're due to get this back again, because the problem that we have is the bundle that we've got, the luggage, we struggle to get the quantities of the luggage to make the bundle that we've got. We have bought the bundle previously without the luggage, so that may happen. But if you specifically want to get the luggage, which is beautiful, then now is the time to get it. I was just about to get the embroidery machine set up, so we can tell you all about the Onyx 30, because it's a fabulous machine that we didn't get a chance to tell you about last time I was here. So just to kind of, so as you know what I'm up to. When I was here launching the panels last time we were here, there was another pattern that we did, which is called the Topsy-Turvy Trees. And that's what I've got here. And it's a pieced quilt that has been made with the triangles for the trees. And
lovely.
And you've got upside-down trees in there as well. And I thought it'd be lovely to put these little embroidered stars on the top of each of the trees. So I've got a bit of a forest. So I'm working my way through them, doing all the trees. I'm not going to do them all today, don't worry.
Hang on, but you've embroidered that gold star onto it?
Yeah, I'm about to do another one.
Brilliant.
But with the machine, you can literally position it exactly where you need it to stitch. And that is key when you're wanting to work with things like a finished quilt top, things like garments. Yeah. If you know exactly where you need it to go, then you need to be able to get that precision.
Okay, show me how to do this, because that's exactly what I need to know is how to position.
Let me turn this
around. Have you already hooped it up?
Hooped it up and everything. And we'll go through everything a little bit later on, potentially. But I want to make sure that we do talk about the Onyx 30, because it's a brilliant buddy machine with this one. So on the screen, I've already got my screen, to be fair.
Which
the Madeira stabiliser, absolutely brilliant. I know we've got that on the show as well. And that's going to support the stitches, because there's a lot of stitches within the designs quite often when you're embroidering, so you need that almost foundation. So I've got my design on the screen, and I just need to make sure that that is positioned exactly where I need it to go. Now, let me see if I can kind of get it so you can see where it's going. It's not the easiest, but trust me, it's in the right position. So using the kind of keypad that we've got here, we've got a little magnifying glass. So when I click on that, that will actually show me where the design is going to sit within the hoop. So it's kind of doing the four corners of the design, and then it ends up in the middle, so the centre of the design. So all I need to do is drop my needle down to make sure that the centre of that star is where I want it to sit within my quilt. So you've got a little cross hatch on the screen, so that's showing me where the needle is at the moment. If I just literally rotate the handle and drop it down into the hoop, then I know it's in the right position. I'm going to take the needle back up, and I'm just going to hold that tail end of the thread, just so as it's out of the way when it starts stitching. And when I'm
sorry, I know that we're just getting it started, then we're moving on to sewing machine, but what have you got in the bobbin?
So just bobbin fill.
Just bobbin fill, yeah.
Just bobbin fill. Tend to use a bobbin fill kind of pertaining to the fabric. So I've actually got like a white or an ivory. Yeah. Because it's a lighter weight fabric, a lighter colour fabric. But if you're working with something darker, a denim, corduroy, black fabric, navy, then I tend to use a darker colour, and then also grey as well. I tend to use white, grey, or black, and I use the Madeira bobbin fill for that as well. So yeah. So once you're happy and you want to go, you just press the play button. A bit like anything really, isn't it? So you press the little tick there. I'm using my fingers. If you've got acrylic nails, you should be using your little kind of stylus. I think that's what they call it, isn't it? Pokey fingers, I often call it. And then it will basically say, right, this particular design is made up of two colours of threads. One is for the main body, one is for the outline. I'm actually going to do them both in the same, just to save changing it. And then when you're ready, you just press the go button, and then it will start. So there we go, it's going to get into position. It's telling me that I need to drop the little arm down, so I'm going to drop that down like so, and it registers that. Then I just press again, and just make sure. Obviously, I'm not standing with the machine, so I'm keeping an eye on the machine. Now, let me just have a quick look. Is that thread going through? Yeah, it's all right. It just pulled up a little bit loose. I'm just going to trim off that raw edge. Let me grab a little pair of scissors just to trim that. I should have got those out to start with. You can set it up so as it stops and you kind of take off that tail edge, but let's get it out of the way because we don't want that catching up on anything.
Oh yeah, because it's got a thread cutter on the front of it. At what point will that cut it? Do I need to be keeping that short so it doesn't get stitched into
Only when you get started. Okay. You need it to have a reasonable length to it. Oh, that's why the needle threads actually come out. So let me just turn that round and do that. You just need to make sure that it's long enough to start and form the stitches, but it's not too long to get caught up on the embroidery foot, because otherwise if it gets caught up on the embroidery foot, then of course it's going to struggle to actually move around the design and kind of go where it needs to go.
And has it got an automatic needle thread on this?
It has, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, do make sure that your needle's in the highest position when you thread it up, because if the hook, the little tiny hook that passes through literally like a hair-like piece of metal, so do be careful when you work with that.
And mind you, it's on 5-way split pay today, which takes it to £239 on your split pay, which is brilliant, and you're getting that Madeira chest of threads, which are perfect for embroidery because they've got that lovely high sheen to it, so they'll really stand out, and you've got a whole rainbow of colour. Right, have we pressed play?
Now, let me just pause that and just get my scissors again. We'll edit that bit out.
Yeah, this is rehearsal, it's fine.
We'll get rid of that. I'm doing it in the most awkward position. You wouldn't be doing this if you were at home. But there we go. So hopefully we can leave that to do its own thing and I can come over and join
I do think that this is actually the lovely benefit of having an embroidery machine and a sewing machine. Now, I've been setting up my embroidery machine at home, and yes, you can walk away and leave it. I end up sitting watching it. It's so fascinating, watching which way is it going to go next, because it's not always in the order that you expect it to stitch.
It's not.
You know what I mean? So, does it say on the screen how long this stitch is going to take?
It does, but it gets even
Have you
better.
got the app?
Yeah, I've got an app.
I thought you were just going to play a game of Snake or something while it's doing it.
I'm going to wander over to you because my machine, hopefully, it might not be connected to the right account. Let me get it all set up because I've been working on different accounts. So I'll wander over to you. So this is actually hooked up to the internet here. So there's a variety of different things. I'm going to come over and see
So
you.
if there's an app, does that mean that it's a wireless machine that I can transfer any designs that I might have?
Yep, you can do. You can transfer them off your laptop, off your tablet, onto the machine itself, which is really, really easy. You also have access to the Creativate website, which you can have basic subscription. It doesn't cost you any money. You don't have to put any bank details in or anything at all like that. And you can access loads and loads of free designs as well, which is brilliant. Yeah, you can literally take designs from your phone, from your tablet, from your computer, your Mac, whichever you work with, and transfer them wirelessly to the machine.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm just logging on. Sorry, I'm talking and typing.
No, you type, and I'll talk. So, a question that you have, the benefit of obviously having Hayley here, being a Husqvarna educator as well, you win, then of course, ask them away, ask now, ask away. We will be talking
cameras. So this is the app on my phone. So if I go into embroidery and I go into monitor, it's saying, right, your Viking embroidery machine, detect devices. And if I go into my, I haven't given it a name.
Oh,
that's
look,
all. So
it's
now
telling me.
It's telling me how much. So I can now tell you about the other machine and keep an eye on what that's doing and how long it's going to take and when it needs to change its threads.
2,000 stitches. Yeah, brilliant.
So there you go. So, yeah.
Go on, Ben. Bring to our attention that there are only 8 overlockers as well. So we'll run the graphics through for those because you are actually saving £49 today. It's £399. In fact, actually, I say you're saving £49. You're not, because this machine's normally £499. You're saving £100 on that, aren't you? Say, oh, maybe it's because of your overlock. I'm sure when I was looking at my poll sheet, it was saying £499. Yeah. Right. Oh, okay, yes, that's what I'm getting confused with, is the sewing machine. Now, you also get a pack of your essential colours as well. So you get your white, grey and black. So that's what's worth £49, is that right?
You're going to get that free of charge in your bundle.
Fantastic. Thread to get started, £399. I must say, that is a brilliant price for an overlocker. That is a very, very good price.
That's the overlocker that I used earlier on.
Gosh, and this is the one that you open it all out and you can get right to the lower loop.
Front opens, you can get to access all areas, as they say. Makes it really, really easy. I actually use this at home now rather than the overlocker that I paid over £1,000 for, because that's my preferred. I find it much easier and more confident. Very quickly, I'll just show you some of the different stitches that you can actually do on it as well, because these have actually been stitched out. So that's actually done on organza. A little rolled hem, so that's been done on there. Oh, lovely. You can use it for neatening up. If you've got troublesome fabrics that fray, then give them a little neaten before you start sewing with them. So all of these, it's literally just showing the...
Once before, it is a launch, well, this is like the second sort of airing of the Onyx Husqvarna Viking. Now, I've already sort of let the cat out the bag, haven't I, and spoilt the big reduction that we're doing today.
Nobody was listening, you're fine, don't worry.
It's only the rehearsal, remember, isn't it? £399. I can't believe that this is $399 because I know that this has got a thread cutter. This has got so many features that you would look for in a high-end machine.
Absolutely. And the thing, remember going back to where Husqvarna Viking like to keep things simple, you have got so many, now I can't remember the exact number of stitches on this, Ben might be able to help us with that one, but you have got several hundred of stitches on here, but you've got very simple keypad, and the reason being is Husqvarna Viking like to keep things simple. So all of the stitches you can access via this keypad. You've got a variety of different menus, so you can see it's on menu 1 at the moment. So menu 1 is for these stitches, kind of like your shortcuts, you know, like your shortcut on your computer. These are the things that you'll use every single day. If you press menu again, it will say menu 2. So where are the stitches for menu 2? Well, they are inbuilt down here, if you come with me. You've got a little pulley-outy thing that when you slide that out, you have got all of your different stitches featuring in there.
Great array of buttonholes and all sorts of satin
You've got them all there with the numbers. You can just slide that to go the second kind of menu that you've got in there. So there's loads and loads of decorative stitches in there. And then you've also got your
alphabets.
So you can actually personalise with your fonts and set it up for words and phrases.
This font is lovely. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
So you haven't just got an alphabet, you've got a couple of different fonts as well. I don't think I've ever sold a sewing machine for less than £400 that has all of those.
I know, yeah, and 2 different types of font as well. So that's the thing.
Yeah, 150 stitches. Fantastic.
I like it.
I like this.
It's also got something that is kind of exclusive to Husqvarna Viking, and you did see it on the accessories, this little card, and this card is actually in the accessory box. So this is a really useful thing called Sewing Advisor, and Sewing Advisor is where Husqvarna Viking help you find which is the best stitch, the best tension for the fabric that you're working with. So across the top there, you've got your different types of fabric. So you've got like your woven, you've got your things like your leather in there, you've also got your stretch fabrics. So basically what you would do is look at this and cross-reference. So if you're wanting to do a straight seam, maybe on your stretch fabric, we were talking a lot about stretch fabric earlier on, you would find a straight seam, you would follow that line across there, and it would tell you that you need menu 1, stitch number 4, that's the foot that you need, that's the tension that you need, that's the stitch width.
As you're sewing, instead of trawling through, you know, videos or something on YouTube, that's brilliant that you've got that there in the free arm. So it has a free arm, you can work around. Oh, before you actually put that back on, look at what we've got that's new today as well.
We didn't have these last time, so extension tables for
Brilliant.
Turns it into a totally different size machine because you've got the little flip feet on this one, so you will adjust those to whatever surface you've got. So whether you've got like a pristine flat surface or you're working on a kitchen table that's got kind of lumps and bumps in it, it doesn't matter. And when you've got the accessory box off, that will slot it.
It's always worth, I think, taking any pressure that you can off of that central needle anyway, isn't it?
It makes it easier for it to support the fabric. Oh, I've got a wonky leg there. Where's that one? That one there. So there you go. Wonky leg. Let's pull it out. So yeah, it gives you all of that area. So whether you're using this as an area to lay out your fabrics, your piecing, just to get yourself ready for sewing, or whether it is supporting things like the quilt that we were working on a few moments ago, your curtains, your dressmaking, it just means you're going to get that better stitch out. So if you are going for this, I would suggest if you can stretch to that extra £31.99 to go for that as well.
Definitely. I mean, especially with your £100 reduction on the machine today, the fact that you could then treat yourself to an extension table, to a few other bits and bobs. But that is, brilliant. I really like that you can obviously change the leg position. It's a lovely smooth surface. If you want to have a go at quilting, then that will definitely support the weight.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to your straight stitch just to show you a few fundamentals that are on the machine itself, because I know I've had a little bit of feedback about people using the start-stop button, because it has got a start-stop button.
Right, so that means I can use it with or without a foot pedal?
With or without a foot pedal. I can't remember whether the start-stop button works if you've got the foot pedal in. Sometimes it doesn't, so let me just try that. Let's do that. This is what they call on-the-job training, because I can't remember. Now, when it comes to pressing the button, you're not talking about like a quick tap. You're talking a press and a hold.
Right, okay.
So I know some people were literally just pressing it and it wasn't starting.
Right.
So it could be a couple of reasons that was happening. It could be potentially if they've got the foot pedal in. Let's try it. Yeah, see, I'm pressing and holding. Oh, it is working with the foot pedal in there. Wasn't sure. But if you just do a little tap, it doesn't start. But if you just press and hold it just for a second, then it will.
Right.
And it's stitching out a straight stitch now. I'm going to let it continue. Oh, no, it's actually doing a stretch stitch, but that's okay. Whoops.
Oh, yeah, you've gone on to number 4.
Yeah, I've pressed the wrong one, so it's not a problem. I'm just going to cut it with the scissors. So I'm using a nice grey thread.
It's got a scissor cutter. You know, whenever I talk to John Scott about his 680 plus, I say, what do you love about it? And he says, the scissors. I mean, we're talking machines that can cost you over £1,000, and the amount of people that look for that in a high, top spec machine.
Yeah, well, this is it. Now, this is the tell time, and this is what I would show dealers and end users when I used to go around the country teaching and training. The sign of a good machine is when you look at the top thread and you look at the bobbin thread, because we all look at the top thread, don't we? Oh, isn't that pretty? Look at the stitch, isn't that gorgeous? The telltale is the underside. That's where the mess can happen.
So, this is the bottom.
A grey thread, that's the top. So you can't tell the
top. No, this is the top.
But I've used a yellow thread underneath.
Oh, and look, it's just as good on the back as it is on the front.
This is it. And you haven't got kind of like those colours coming through, the balance, the tension, absolutely perfect with regards to that.
Brilliant. And I suppose this is what you want. It's all well and good having a machine that's got all of the jazz hands, all of the singing and dancing, but you want it to be able to do a straight stitch really well. You want it to be able to do those fundamentals, because let's face it, no matter how much you sew, if your machine's got 300 stitches, what do you use day to day? Probably 4.
Me, with my washing machine, it's cycle 7 and 8.
Yeah.
There's like umpteen different cycles on there. Those are the ones that I use all the time. And they're your fundamentals that you're going to be doing every single day, your bread and butter, if you will. And that's why you need them to do them well. So we've done it kind of like a straightish stitch, because it was a stretch stitch. So let's have a look at one of the decorative stitches, because this has got a really clever feature in it, whereby when you're stitching out a decorative stitch, you can set it up so that it doesn't stop halfway through. So that means you don't get half a flower, you don't get half a leaf, you don't get half a heart. It will complete that design. So if you're doing a border, maybe around the cuff of a garment, maybe around the waistband or something like that, it doesn't end part way through just because you press the stop button. So let's choose a nice decorative one. So I'm going to choose, let's go for the leaf one that's on there. So that is on menu 2 and it's number 1, 2, 4.
Right, so at the moment we're on menu 1, so I just press M.
So there you go.
Yeah, that'll take me to 2.
And then what do you reckon I do?
So now, what number did you say it
1,
was?
2,
Sorry.
4.
Just key in the number.
1, 2, 4. Now, don't hover and hover too long, because if you press it slowly, then it might think that, oh, you've pressed number 1 or you've pressed number 12.
Yeah, yeah.
So do it relatively speedily to bring it up, but it's very easy.
It's telling me I need B foot on.
Okay, which I've already popped on there.
Brilliant. Now you get a great array of feet as well, don't you?
Now the B foot, in fact, let me take it off to show you. So the B foot is one that it will always be suggested when you're doing decorative stitches. And the reason being is you've got a little groove underneath, because most of those decorative stitches, especially something like a satin stitch, will have a lot of fabric, a lot of stitch content on the surface of your machine. So that is designed with a little groove, so it kind of raises up in the middle there, so it scoots over that heavy body of stitches that you've got there. So sometimes if you're not getting the best stitch out, do look at which foot it's suggesting to you, because we are all a little bit guilty of almost like that one-size-fits-all thing again, isn't it? Of like getting a bit lazy and just thinking, oh, that'll do.
Ollie, can you show the picture? Look, these are all the feet that you get as standard. There's loads of them. You get a Teflon foot in there, you get your zipper foot, you get your blind hem foot. Is that a free motion foot?
Yeah.
You get a free motion
foot.
They
call it a darning foot.
You get one of those?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, see, this is brilliant, isn't it? You get a free motion embroidery or a darning foot in there. I can't get over that price.
And don't forget as well, one of the main things that I always forget to mention, you get a 2-year warranty with it as well.
Brilliant.
So that shows sign of quality.
Yeah, this isn't like you're buying a sewing machine in the middle aisle of a supermarket.
Exactly.
I mean, you've got the warranty, you've got the support, you've also got all of those accessories that come as standard. We put it on 3-way split pay today. This is fantastic.
And it's brilliant. I mean, our embroidery has stopped sewing at the moment, but it could be stitching out a design over there, and I'm doing some construction work over here.
Oh yeah, it's asking you to change your thread.
That's it.
Are you going to keep it in the...
Yeah, I'll go over and I'll press it again. It's only doing the outline stitch. Now, the fabric is passing through this particular design, which is like a little, I'm going to just, I don't know if I can tilt it because it might not show you, but it's like a leaf, like a laurel leaf design.
Lovely.
So if I press stop, it will just stop at whatever point it's at, which I don't want it to do. I want it to stop at the end of one of those kind of repetitions.
Okay.
So if I go up to the top here where you've got that little knot, if I press that, that is your instant stop, like so. But if you keep it going, I think I might have done it the wrong way around. So let's start it off again there. There we go. If I've got that activated. Yes, I have to activate a button over on the far side. So over on the far side, you've kind of got this end of design button.
Right,
so this one, when you have that activated and you use the little knot, it will continue to stitch out your design. So it should have stopped at the end of one of those repetitions, which it has done. So I think the timing of it, I kind of stopped it quite well originally, but it completed that. So even though when I pressed it, it was part way through, it carried on to complete it. So it is kind of completed that whole design as it goes with it. You can also program it as well, so if you're wanting to set up a series of designs, so maybe if you're doing some lettering or something like that, then you can set it up to do that.
Also,
so
it has a built-in memory.
It has a built-in memory. And it's kind of got all the features that you would want from a comprehensive sewing machine. So, yeah, everything in there.
Yeah, you got your speed control, your thread cutter. I've never seen this, actually, on any machine, that you can stop it at the end of a secret or part way through. You can do an instant stop if you need to, but also you can stop it at the end of a certain design. You've got your thread cutter, your start-stop. You can obviously stop it with the needle up or down as well.
You can also mirror your design as well. So in the little preview there, you've got the design, which you can change the size of, the width, the length of it if you're wanting to. But you've also got a little button down here, which is your flip button. So at the moment, you can see it's kind of where the join is on the left of the two leaves. If I press that, the join will flip over to the right. So it's kind of, it gives you lots and lots of creativity with regards to that. You can change the sizes using the buttons as as well. You've also got the ability to program using your letters. Now, let me see. I haven't done a lot of this, so I'm hoping that
I
I
like
remember.
this one. This is the one that's got that little outline as well.
So this is your memory number 4, which is where you've got your fonts. So
No, yeah, this isn't embroidery, but this is monogramming, so you can still personalise things.
You can
Up
indeed.
to what's the maximum stitch
Well,
width?
it will be this, I think it's 5 millimetres on this one. Oh, no, actually, it said 7, so it's 7 mil.
7 mil,
7
brilliant.
mil. So that's to do with the swing of the needle. So it's quite a wide one, actually. I didn't realise. 5 mil tends to be that price point because it's slightly narrower. But because you've got it wider, you can get more clarity of the definition, which is why it is such a good one to go for. Got 2 different alphabets. So that one is memory 3, that one is memory 4. So we've got memory 4 up at the moment. Now,
I like this one.
Let me see if I can remember how to do it now, because this is the thing, because it's a while since I've done it.
Well, there's a little floppy disk icon in
Yeah,
there. I'm guessing. Would I
we'll
key it in and then press
we will
that?
go with that. So let's start off
Floppy
with
disk.
number 1, and then if I change it to 2, yeah, it's changing the whole thing. So is it just 1? Oh, I should. Ah, there we go. So now I've got my clean piece of paper, so to speak. So we've got 1, 2. There we go. So you know better than me.
Well, it's very intuitive, isn't it? I've never, ever seen this machine before in my life. But I felt like I saw that floppy disk and I thought, that's obviously the memory button.
Now, we're ready to go with that. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the fabric and take it under the foot, and we're going to start that off. Now, obviously, if I stop that at some point, I've put in the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I just press the stop button, it's going to stop at any point.
So we want it to finish the sequence.
So I want it to finish the sequence. So I'm going to make sure that I've got that button pressed, and then you will see it pops up on the screen there.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to start it off. I've dropped the foot down.
Do I need to press the knot or not? No.
No, when we come to the end.
Right.
So you let it start. Now, if I press the knot now, because I think I hadn't actually activated it. Hold on, let me start again. Hold on, let me start it off again. I'm confusing myself now. Let's just get rid of that thread and we'll start it again. So raise it up and then pop it underneath like so. Right, so we're going to start it off from the beginning. Okay. So there we go, just make sure that it is doing that. Right, that's fine. Now I've got to press that one.
I like the screen, it's great, isn't it?
And then I think it was that one, wasn't it? Or was it the reverse? I can't remember which one it was I pressed now.
But will this finish to the end of the sequence?
It should finish at the end of the sequence, yeah. It's actually scrolling through, so it's telling you which ones it's working on at each time it's doing it. So I think
that's good.
I haven't got the actual manual guide with it. I think you get, because I've got the prototype of the machine, so I didn't actually get a manual guide with it. So a lot of what I've kind of done, there you go, it's stopped now at the end of the
Because you've only done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder whether you can continue that.
You could, but it's only because I pressed that reverse button to stop it while it was stitching. So if I'd have just left it, it would have gone on for miles and miles.
Going 1, 2, 3,
as long
4, 5,
as your
1, 2, 3,
fabric
5.
is.
Yeah.
But because I stopped it, there you go, you can see there, you'll be able to see, or should I use the scissors to separate it? You can see there.
Well, it's also got the thread cutter, hasn't it?
Yeah, so you can see, actually, it's not the brightest of fabric to share with you, but you can kind of see where I pressed it and I shouldn't have pressed it, and then it started again, and then it's got to the end of the sequence. But when you get yours, I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to say it doesn't come with the book, because if it does come with the book, that's a bonus. But you can download the book. So you
that's
can
the
literally
back.
bring it up on your tablet if you're wanting to and follow it. There's loads and loads of features on it, and it's just a beautiful machine.
Oh, see, I love that. To do dates, you know, a name or a special date for your wedding, or that would be lovely. Or coordinates.
Absolutely.
Personalisation. Yeah, love that.
Just press the little bin if you're wanting to. So take the little bin button to basically get rid of everything, and then you start off with your new sequence, whether it's letters, whether it's numbers. So, yeah.
And look, it says here, you know, it probably will be able to, you know, do quite a few characters as well. So if you want to do
I'm not sure how far it goes with it, but quite often it's kind of like 50 characters.
Yeah,
so,
fantastic.
And you can always kind of program it so as you do several, and then it's a case you can go back in and switch them around again. And it also works as well if you're wanting to put different combinations in there. So let's go in. We're still in memory at the moment, but if we go into the different menus now. So if I go into the memory and I'm in menu 1.
So menu 1 is the main buttons on my front screen.
If I go into menu 2 and I choose, now what was it? We did 1, 2, 4, wasn't it? So we could do 1, 2, 4. So that's going to bring in the leaves. And then I might look and think, do you know what I want to do? A little heart after that. So it's in the same menu. So I'm going to do 0, 4, 3, I think it is. There we go. Oh, no, it's not. It's a little bar tack. And it's just basically a case of that you key in the different
doing a
numbers.
lovely combo.
So, oh, no, it's because I wasn't quick enough. But if I didn't like that one, then all I need to do is press the bin and it will take that one back out again. So you're kind of adding in the different designs as you're working your way through. And making it a repetitive design if you want it.
I must say, for anybody who is upgrading to maybe their first computerised machine, for £399, we're talking like an entry-level price point for a computerised machine. Ask yourself the questions. Does yours that you are looking at have a 2-year warranty? Does it have the option to do free motion quilting? Am I able to drop the feed dogs on this then?
Yep, you
so
are.
you can have a go at free motion quilting. You've got a darning foot included. Does yours have 150 stitches with 2 fonts? Does the one have a thread cutter, a speed control? This has got so many features that you look for in a machine that's probably going to cost you over £1,000. Same with the overlocker. Honestly, the affordability that you're getting for a brand name that you can trust is brilliant. It's super speedy, but it's also nice and quiet, isn't it?
It is. Now, I've made a little combination there of 2 different stitches. So letters you put in order, number you might put into order. Oh, I forgot to do the scissors again. I keep forgetting to do that. So what I've actually done there is a combination of the leaves with just like a little, almost like a bean design.
Lovely. These for satin stitches are brilliant, aren't they, as well?
It's not pulling any of those threads up. That's the key thing. You've got the perfect balance with it.
No, I mean, you would see it, any of the yellow coming through here, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Remember, this isn't the normal price. It's normally £499. Introductory offers. It's only just been launched. She said it was only on the once, I believe, about a month ago at £399. It means your split payments are £133. That is crazy. Dave has just messaged in saying it does.
It does
come with a manual.
Yeah, as I said, I had
box.
the prototype one, so I didn't have the manual. So thank you, David.
Yeah. So yeah, have a good read through the manual as well, and see, you know, the ins and outs of what it can do, because I bet this machine.
Well, what they tend to find with Husqvarna Viking is the manual is just for in one language. So it's almost like a book. And it's got a lot of information in there. It's a machine that you can use, as you can see, for your quilting, going through your multiple layers. It can be a case that you're using it for your denim. We use it for stretch
for
fabric.
dressmaking.
I don't know where that little piece of stretch fabric is. While you're looking at that video, let's see if I can find that piece of stretch
Absolutely suitable for dressmaking. Great for your quilt labels like this. You've got 2 fonts on there. Decorative stitches are beautiful. But if you are a hobby sewer, a home sewer that enjoys having a go at everything, especially if you watch Sewing Street, I am that person that goes, oh, I want to have a go at that, and I want to have a go at that, and I want to make this jumpsuit. And you can, it's not a quilt that's, you know, it's not a machine that's saying to you, you have to be a quilter to have this machine, you have to be a dressmaker. You've got a great selection of buttonholes, quilting stitches, applique stitches.
Absolutely, yeah. And also as well, you saw a little footage there from the Creativate website. There are all sorts of projects on there. So even if it's not an embroidery machine that you're investing in today, you can go and have a look at different projects. It'll teach you about quilting. It'll teach you about...
What's Creativate?
It's a website that basically supports Husqvarna Viking machines, and you can go off and there's loads of creativity on there. So if you're ever looking for ideas, then I might show you on the tablet when we get back to the embroidery machine. But just to show you, that was working on some stretch fabrics earlier on. So that was literally a case of that I used the same thread top and bottom on some jersey fabric, and you can see you've got that stretch with it. So that could be a stitch that I didn't know.
And that's not an overlocker, that's done on the Onyx. That's brilliant, isn't it? Even when you're pulling that, it's not going to be tearing your stitches, but it's giving you that look of an overcasting sort of overlocked stitch. How it's caught the end of it.
So, just for reference, that was the one that we did on the overlocker. So again, if you're finding that you are doing a lot of jersey sewing, then I would certainly suggest considering an overlocker. But to be honest, they're both pretty good.
Yeah,
whichever route
fantastic.
you're going down.
I'm very impressed. I'm actually quite amazed at the prices as well. It's brilliant, isn't it? You can work it around if you're a bag maker as well. It's got free arm, hasn't it?
Shall I show you the overlocker?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll remind you as well, the embroidery machine's on the show today with a brilliant bundle of luggage and Madeira thread and all sorts. But the sewing machine, we are now in very, very limited stock. In fact, all machines today are very, very limited. But this is the Amber overlocker, which we did see a little bit of during the dressmaking show earlier on this morning. There are now only 7 of these remaining. You're saving £50 because you're also getting all of your overlocker thread included today. So if you're buying it, then you can get started with all of your overlocker thread, because obviously with an overlocker, I bet you do use up a lot more thread than you do with your sewing machine. It's nice to have these combs.
You don't use a huge amount, to be honest. And what I tend to do is I tend to, in my my kind of latter spools, my upper and lower looper, I tend to use a thread that is either the colours that you've got in here, grey, again talking about the scenario bobbin thread, light, medium or dark thread I tend to use on those. And then the 2 needle ones, they're the ones that are creating the stitches that you can see on the seam. So those 2 I might use a thread that is very much in keeping with the fabric. So if it was a purple fabric, then a purple thread on both of those 2. Those are the needles.
So it works from left to right. Now they're all colour coordinated and the threading is really straightforward with this because it opens out. It allows you to have the best visibility. Now, I saw a hack. Have you ever done this where you've tied a little knot on the low looper and just feed it through? So you don't actually, once you've done it the first time, don't actually have to.
You know, the first time when you get this out the box, you don't even have to do that because it's already threaded.
Is it?
Not with the threads that I've got on here, but you will get
some threaded.
Good size spools of thread. I haven't got them handy, but they're good size spools. So it's already threaded up, ready to go. It will have been tested off as well, so you know it's perfect. But as I say, this is one of the reasons why I love it, because you have got access all areas with this.
Right. So normally you can't get in as close to this. Now that looks scary. It's the engineering
like that.
Looks quite scary.
It's usually like that, and then you've got a couple of pieces which are your upper and lower loopers, which are these bits here. It all looks very mechanical and very, very confusing, but it's not, because it comes with a book. And again, the book explains everything. It keeps it simple. It's in plain English, nice and easy. You're not going to feel kind of like too much overwhelmed. Loads of photographs, so it's showing you exactly how to do it and how to use all the different kind of combinations of the different threads that you've got on here as well. This one's set up as a 4 thread, so I'll just run some fabric through it just so you can actually see it do its thing as it is. But when it comes to actually changing the threads, if you wanted to change your upper and lower looper, usually you're kind of trying to get in there and it's really, really tricky. With this one, you literally just open it up and it is access all areas. It's really easy. It makes you want to use it. And that is the key thing. Just keep it out in your sewing area and you'll find you'll use it, not just for your stretch fabrics, but in loads and loads of different possibilities.
Oh gosh, I know people who make dog beds, patchwork dog beds with overlockers, fleece.
Perfect for actually sewing fleece as well. And you've got your little thread catcher. It's not a little net bag. A proper little thread catcher which just slots into place there.
I know that sounds silly, but it's details like that that normally really elevate the price.
Well, it shows you the quality.
It's the quality, and you know, a lot of overlockers that I've seen under £500 won't have a thread catcher, or you might struggle a little bit to thread it, whereas this all seems really straightforward.
Well, this brilliant. So sometimes I will use it, just fabrics that I've got in my stock. We've all got fabrics that are like this, that literally are just so wispy that you've got all the kind of the threads and they just disintegrate before your eyes, don't they? So sometimes when I've got fabrics like that, I'll just neaten up the edge just so as it doesn't get any smaller than the original cut of fabric. And all you need to do with that one is just literally just run that through and it will trim off the edge.
Now, do I need to be concerned about the fact that there is a knife?
No.
It's all concealed within
It's all in there. You can't get anywhere near it at all. You can see I'm just literally the lightest of touch taking the fabrics through there. It's cutting off that selvage. You can alter the actual amount.
This?
So that's if you're wanting to cut off a greater amount of your fabric.
Do I get that with it? Or
that's all there, it slides in there like so. Nice and easy. Quite often when you're working with your overlockers, I tend to, force of habit, I use the blade to cut my threads like so. You have actually got a thread catcher, cutter on the side there. So that has neatened up that piece of fabric. So now that can go back into my stash. I know it's not going to disintegrate before my very eyes. And it's going to be
so fast, isn't it? If you have been sort of getting by with your sewing machine, doing an overcasting machine, we talked about this earlier, but you've got to remember that there's the one thread doing all the work going across.
Right the way through. It's doing
across,
everything.
doing an overcasting, whereas this is super speedy. And I just love the idea of being able to work. I know you said it's not just jersey, but your jumpsuit, for example, you can construct it all and neaten your edges perfectly. If you've ever looked inside any of your garments, stretch garments, whether it be your loungewear or your sportswear, then they will have been done on an overlock.
Yeah, it will have been done on an overlock. I've got 2 layers of fleece here. We're talking about using fleece. So that's quite a sandwich that you've got there.
Yeah. Are you going to change the tensions at all?
No, I tend to stick to the same. Always do a little test run, though. Always make sure. But just let that feed through. So let it catch. Obviously, you've got multiple layers there, so if you do want to raise the foot, you can do just to get it started. But that is going to cut through everything that you've got there. What I potentially would do is make it a slightly longer stitch length, because you can alter the stitch length with this one.
You?
So if you want more of an open stitch, you can do. There you go, so I've used those two together. That is a nice way of actually quilting as well, because you can actually make that almost like a decorative feature.
Yeah.
Because you can change the thread, so that could be a gold thread or a lame or something like that to really make a feature. But when you flip that over, you can see there, I mean, that is white stitches. You can't see them there.
No.
Can't see them at all.
So if I do want to change the top, what threads are doing what here?
Okay.
So,
well, this is something that I always suggest. Get yourself, you may well do it on the website, I don't know, but get yourself a little box of threads.
with different colours.
And put your different colours on. So where you've got your yellow thread, tensions are real, put your yellow thread, blue, green, all of those.
Yeah.
Play around with those tensions, because that will actually show you how the different threads interact.
Yeah.
And that means when it's not working, you'll know straight away. If there's too much thread overhanging the cut line, you know that you need to alter this, you need to alter that.
Right.
So you might find you do need to alter things, but that will teach you and give you the education of how you do that. Should we do one of those fine little
yeah, so
hems?
that's not with 4 threads then? No. How many threads do you use?
I tend to do it
hem?
with a two threads.
Is it classed as a rolled hem or not?
It depends on which one you go for, because you've got the different kind of variations of settings that make it behave in a different way. Let me move my phone out of the way just in case I get any message alerts. So let's look at doing like a little rolled hem. So yeah, you've got your different opportunities. So you could do a 4 thread, 3 thread. There's loads of different kind of types of themes you can do with these, and you just literally, it's like a recipe card. You pull it up and you just literally will take it what you want it to. So the 4 thread that we've just been doing, if I wanted to make it slightly narrower, then I could just take out one of those needles. Always
one of the needles?
Yes.
Okay, because there's 2 needles
There
within
are
there.
2
And now are they
needles.
specialist overlocking needles?
They are,
or?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You do get extras in there. So your extras are in a little pack. So you've got those in there. Have I got these one? No, that's for the sewing machine. Oh, the bag, there we go. So you will have got special, those are the spools of threads that came off it earlier on. So you will have a pack of overlocking needles, different sizes again, same scenario as working with your heavier weight fabrics, you use a different needle in there. Comes with a little screwdriver in there, also comes with some tweezers, some little thread nets that will kind of stop your threads from whipping up, and different gadgets and gizmos dependent on the type of yarn that you're working with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the needle. Now, if it ever says to you that you need to take a needle out for whichever style of stitch that you're working with, always take the needle out. The reason being is the physical needle there could actually affect the stitch.
Right, so don't
even
just
though
keep
there's
it
no thread in there,
unthreaded, still take it out.
still
Now,
take it out.
you might not be able to see this, but it actually tells me left and right. It's got 2 screws and there's an L and an R.
Let's see if Ollie can earn his money today. I'm going to hold this still. So just above, I can't even see where my finger is, just above there, if I move the threads out of the way, hopefully you'll be able to see where you've got the screws. You've got the top one, there's a little L etched into it and a little R. Oh, he nearly
Hollywood moves.
We'll let you have that one.
Okay, so how do you know which one to take out?
So it'll tell you in the book.
Right.
So it's literally like a recipe card. So if we were doing the narrow overlock, so I'm going to look at this one. So it's telling me, right, okay, so needle position, I need just the right needle.
So take my left one out.
So take the left needle out. So just raise the foot up. What I tend to do is use a little tiny screwdriver that comes with it and just take that, just loosen it. Whoops-a-daisy.
How often do you need to change your overlocking needles? Is it similar to with your sewing machine? Like after every project, do you change yours?
Well, it depends what your project is, really. Periodically, usually they say about each 8 hours of sewing. So if you're overlocking, then that's quite a long period of sewing, to be fair, because you'll get a lot of overlocking done in that period of time. So, yeah, it's one of those situations that I'd say every 8 hours more so than every project. So I've taken the needle out. Top tip from me, take that needle and put it in the spool of thread where it's come from. So just pop it in the top there, then you don't... Oh! It's a very densely round wound spool. Let's stop it now. Let's move it to the side just so it doesn't spring out. So now, if I was to sew with that, so let's go back into our seam, and I'll do it on the opposite side.
So it hasn't told me to alter anything else?
No, you go through, you've got your cutting width. So your cutting width is 6, which is the dial that you've got on the side here.
So what is that in? Is that sort of like measured in centimetres or something, or is it just?
I don't know.
Is it like the level of toastiness on a toaster?
I suppose
It's like, what do these numbers mean? Is it minutes? Is it level of toastiness?
I think it is a level of toastiness.
Okay.
Yeah.
So number 6, cutting width's at 6. So you would change the dial on the side here.
That's it.
Okay.
So you just follow the instruction. Now, it's pretty much the same as a 4 thread that we were doing, so I know from experience, all I'm going to do is take that needle out.
Yeah.
And all that means is that extra row of stitching, which you would normally get from a 4 thread, which I can't see in the book at the moment, but the 4 thread, you'd actually have another row of stitches there. So if I was to stitch with that, it would basically do that particular stitch, which is a narrower version of the one that we looked at.
And you say I can change my stitch width. Is that on the other side?
That's on the other side.
So
you've
there's
got
a few little dials on the side.
So this dial on the other side here, that's a bit like the one that you've got on your sewing machine for your denims. You'd have it as a longer stitch.
Right. Heavier fabrics.
Heavier work fabrics, lighter fabrics, you'd have it as a shorter.
Do you generally keep that at around 3?
Tend to, yeah. 2.5.
Most of these say 3,
yeah,
to be fair,
3,
by looking at my recipe cards.
Now, if I'm doing a rolled edge,
yeah,
you need to do, because it talks here about things like your stitch finger, your converter and all this, and some of that might sound a bit like gobbledygook. So with a lot of these, it's a case that you don't have to worry. So here you can see where it's saying about your needle, the left needle, you don't need the left needle. You need your right needle and so on. So you can see that it kind of gives you need your upper looper, that's the tension that they suggest, and those are all the tensions that it suggests for your different needles.
Okay, so don't panic too much.
So,
it's really good, and it's such a good guide.
Yeah.
What does stitch finger mean?
Well, we're going to use the stitch finger because the stitch finger is the one that creates that kind of almost loopiness. So that is kind of tucked away inside, which is why it's important to have access all areas. So let's go back to, where am I? Here. So this is the one that we're going to be doing at the top here. So I know that I need my right needle, and it will tell me the tension that I need my right needle set at. So that is following the blue tension, the blue path through your overlocker. Lower looper is going to be set at number 4, which is pretty much where it is at the moment. So it's telling me what I need. So I literally will follow the instructions. So the cut width, that dial on the side, I'm just going to turn that round, and there's numbers in there. So at the moment it's on 6, I think. Yeah, it's on 6. That's handy. Sorry, did you see my roots there?
You've come unplugged.
Oh, come unplugged. So, yeah, set that at whatever it tells you to do in the book, and you just kind of work your way along. So the next one that we're looking at is your stitch width. So that's the one that I showed you on the side. Make sure that is set to number 2. Then the number of threads. Well, we're only going to need 2 threads. And we're only going to need the 2 threads on the right needle and the lower looper. So that's where I can come in.
Oh, this is so straightforward.
I can come in and cut my thread. Now, I'm going to leave it with a reasonable tail. Usually, if you were changing your threads, you would literally just kind of pull that through. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to raise my threads up and pull them through, because at the moment, I only want those 2 threads. So keep pulling that until you've only got 2 threads passing through. I've picked up a tail there. So I've got 2 threads passing through there. So I'm just going to cut that. And just keep an eye. What you can do is move the threads properly out of the way, because I don't think I moved the needle thread out of the way, did I? So unthread them completely. So there we go. Take that one out completely. Take that one out completely. So I now only have those 2 threads operating. You could take the spools off altogether. Sometimes it's a good idea because things can get tangled when you're looking at lots of different things. So that might be something worth thinking about. So where did we get to? Number of threads, 2. Stitch finger, none. So this is where you will potentially have to refer to your guide. But in your guide, it explains to you what the stitch finger is and where it is located. And it's probably quicker for me to show you. So if I turn this round, it's in the gubbins area. Right. So do you remember that area that we needed easy access to? Well, if you pull that lever down and open up the door, you've got your stitch finger sitting neatly here. Now, you've actually got spare kind of stitch fingers and things in here, because they've got different lengths of
Hang on, what is a stitch finger? I'm so confused.
It's that.
Oh, okay.
So it literally will come out, and that is creating that loop. So it works with the upper loopers and the lower loopers to create the loop that goes over the edge of your fabric. And it's basically, there's like a little tiny slot that it sits in. I'm doing this back to front, so it's kind of that way around, I think. It slots in there, and then that's where it goes. I've taken it out because we don't need it. So you just literally will take that out, pop it in a safe place because you're going to need to pop that back in at a later stage.
Right.
So now I can close that up, and that's kind of getting the machine ready for us to do our rolled hem.
Is that a universal thing? I've never heard anybody talk about an overlock stitch finger that you can take out.
But you know what? Quite often, and I probably shouldn't say this out loud, when we're demonstrating, we do the simplest of the demonstrations because we know that we've got the confidence to do so. So it's only when you gain the confidence and you can trust the machine that you do
play
those
around with
more
these different
complex
ones.
things. These are all things that you would learn yourself as time goes on.
So this is like if you're
sometimes it can
wanting
be
to do
time.
like on a chiffon or something that you're thinking, right, I want to be able to give a really lovely... If you want to make lots of scarves or working with the fabric that you were doing with the bridesmaids' dresses, is this something you would do on your high front top?
So what I've got is I've got a couple of different fabrics here. So I've got, have we done it? Oh, we haven't put the stitch converter in. So the stitch converter, now the stitch converter mimics a thread going through your upper looper. So that, oh, I nearly forgot that. It could have all gone wrong.
This is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, it is so professional.
So this goes in this little area that you've got here. So you've kind of got like a little loopy thing, and you've got like a little sticky out bit.
Yeah, I love all these technical terms, yeah. Little loopy bit and sticky outy thing.
So-
But I'm following.
Again, it's a bit tricky to show you because my hands are going to get in the way. And sorry, you've got the back of my head there
Fine.
as well, Vix. So that is going to go in that little kind of bit that you've got there.
Oh, yeah.
And the sticky out bit is going to come out at the back there. And then that has got a little tiny hook on the end there, just where my middle finger is. So there's a little tiny hook. And that is going to go through the hook that you've got on your upper looper. So I'm going to have to turn this round to me because I'm good, but I'm not that good. So that's going to hook through it, and I need to put my glasses on because it's tiny.
We've literally got
There you
3 overlockers remaining. Oh, I can see. It's so good to see it in real time, isn't it? Okay, so that's hooked
It's
into
got-
there.
There's a little tiny hole
Oh,
in the end where
yeah.
the thread would usually go through, but that little hooky bit on the end, that's popped in there now. So that's,
And what's that called, sorry?
that is called your 2-thread converter. So you will only ever use that when you're using 2 threads.
So if you see in your book, because you'll refer to this a lot, to pick your stitches. I mean, we're going for some of the most complex stitches on here.
Not making
when you
it
get it home, but it's really good, isn't it? This is why I love having these hour-and-a-half shows, that we can actually just, you know, really play around with it in real time. So that's the 2-thread
do you reckon we've done
converter.
everything now then, Vix?
Well,
Does it
check
look
your
right?
card again. Check your recipe card.
That's it. All checked there. So now I'm going to bring in some kind of like a satin style fabric, I
Lovely.
suppose. This is the sort of thing that you might do one of those little neat edges
Would
on.
you always do a bit of a tester, get a bit of the fabric,
Exactly,
and see that
yeah.
you're happy.
Don't
with
go
how it's
straight
doing
into your
it.
main garment. Do a little test to make sure that you've got everything right. But ultimately what you're doing is you're just cutting it in the same way. So let it feed through. Don't go at it like a bull at a gate. Just take your time. So I've actually got my threads caught up underneath. So let me just snip that because I think it's caught in the door. There we go. So I'm just going to let that carry on. Now bear in mind I've got white threads on, so it's going to stand out. You're going to be able to see exactly what we're doing. But we'll get to the end of this and I will show you the result that you get. And then we might do something a bit fancy.
Yeah, I
with
love
it.
the fact, you know, there's a lot of, we all think, you know, overlocking is brilliant, but sometimes it can look quite garish and chunky, and it's brilliant for when you got your joggers. But this is actually finishing off. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Now that is with a two. You could think, well, I want that one a little bit closer together, a little finer. Some of the natures of fabric, sometimes they're a bit fluffy on the edges when they get cut. So it might be a case that you're wanting to do that slightly differently and go in a little bit finer with that. Let's try it with an organza because it's a different type of fabric. Let's use it with all the settings that we've got on there.
And you do that in a matching colour. We're doing it in this bright colour so that you can see the stitching.
Yeah.
But imagine if you're doing this at home in your blues or your purples. That's a really lovely, neat finish, isn't it?
Absolutely. So let's take that through there like so.
And I've not seen you alter the tensions at all.
No.
And you've gone from fleece, calico, to like a satiny.
It's like a satin type, isn't it? Now I did close the stitch up slightly on that one. Have a little look at that while I change
How
that
did you
thread.
close the stitch up? Was that with
that
the
one on
stitch-
the side.
Stitch length.
Yeah.
Right. That looks absolutely gorgeous, doesn't it? How you can finish the most delicate of fabrics so neatly and so perfectly and so quickly. so quickly.
Absolutely.
As I said, we're doing this in real time and we're slowing it down so that you can see. Oh yeah, let's put some metallic thread.
Time. I didn't realise the time. Oh, have I got time?
Yeah,
to do
can
this?
we put the metallic thread through?
Okay.
Because I've not seen. Yeah, I've not seen this. So you're going to put this into. Is that the lower looper?
What are you doing after this hour? What time do we finish?
We're going home.
No, but after I get to 1:30, because I'm only. Oh no, I'm here till
You're
1.
here
aren't
till
I?
the
I'm here
end.
till 1, aren't I? What am I thinking? Yeah. That's fine. I won't rush now then. It throws me these extra these 90 minutes. I was looking at it and thinking, oh no, my hour's up because I've been here an hour, but it's not.
No,
I won't get ejected.
Oh, here you go. You're doing my hack.
So here we go. So I've tied that little knot. I'm going to take off some of the tails because we don't want it to kind of have too much of a tail on there, and just make sure that it is. See that I pulled that there, so that's a little bit too tight. But sorry, it wasn't tight enough, should I say?
There's 2 left, by the way. There's 2 left, and I must remind you,
gosh, hold
you'll
on.
want to play with all of the lovely rainbow threads, and I do recommend that you do that. But also, let's face it, what are you going to be using day to day? White, grey, black. These are the threads that are suitable for your overlocking. I suppose you've got to think about your thread because you will be using a lot more thread than with your sewing machine. So you want the larger cones, but also you want threads that are going to be able to run through at high speeds. You want thread that's not going to be too fluffy. So the fact that they have got, you know, specially developed overlocking thread, the value for money is brilliant because there's 1,200 metres on each spool as well, and you're getting them for free. I don't know why I'm telling you that, you know, like you're going to have to pay more for those. You actually get them for free. 14,300 metres for free.
That'd take you a long way, won't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right,
and this is the Overlock Aero Lock, which I know is always one of the most popular premium overlock threads. There's 2 left. There's 4 people who've got it in the basket.
Right, so I've done a double knot now. I'm hoping that that'll hold. It's these silly TV nails that I've
Hayley, do I get a warranty with the machine?
You do 2-year
2-year warranty.
again. Oh,
Brilliant.
I've done that again. Do you know what? I'm just going to thread it up because it's probably just as easy to do it.
Your split pay's on as well, I'll remind you. It is on 2-way split pay, £133. Oh, no, that's 3-way split pay, isn't it? Brilliant. 3-way split pay, and you're getting all that, all the thread for free.
You got very excited then.
I don't want to put you under the pressure, but can we see this?
No, that's fine. Let me turn it around a little bit. It's a bit. I was just having a bit of a problem kind of tying the thread.
I need to get you a little brush as well, don't I, to fluff your machine. How do you clean it? Do you just clean it like that? I don't need to put anything else,
Yeah, you're not supposed to get vacuums and things like that on there because it can be a little bit too much.
But you do get a little brush.
You get a little brush. So I'm going to bring this thread through. Now this is quite a thick thread, but I'm just going to follow the pattern. So you can see the green pattern. Oh no, just about. You can see the green pattern there. So that's telling me the flow of where the thread needs to go through the machine. So I'm going to hook it up over here like so, and then it's going to come through this little hole that we've got here. So let me just. I'll probably need to get my tweezers because it's quite a chunky thread, this one. So let me just. There are tweezers in that little bag.
Yeah, let's have a look. There you go. And you get all of these little good.
You do,
They're
yeah.
lovely tweezers as well. It already comes threaded for you. So if you were like me and just a little bit impatient and want to just have a go, see what it does, then you will have. I would dedicate an afternoon to sitting, reading, have a cup of tea, read your instruction manual, have a little bit of a play before
just turn it round.
Before you start getting your best, you know, fabrics and cutting out patterns. Just have a go exactly what Hayley's doing. This is what I was doing with my embroidery machine last night. I was literally getting old flannels and embroidering. I'm addicted.
Yeah, you
lose hours though. I must say, with any of these new toys and new exciting machines, dedicate enough time that you don't get frustrated with things, because no matter, you know, how intuitive and brilliant these machines are, you do want to make sure that you give yourself plenty of time to set it up properly.
Absolutely. And I'm just pulling those threads all through now. You'll notice that while I've been messing about with the insides of the machine, I have had it turned off. So yeah, do make sure you turn the power off. Also though, as a security measure, when the front is open, it won't operate anyway. But I just do like belts and braces just to make sure. So pull that shoe.
Right, so you threaded?
I've threaded
did you
now.
just thread that lower looper?
Yeah. I'm going to test it just to make sure that it's passing through okay. So again, as I always say, don't go at it at like 90 miles an hour. Just take a little bit of time just to make sure that it's forming those stitches okay. We'll see what happens with this. It's quite a weighty fabric that I've got here, but let's hold on, get that out of the way. Sometimes you just have to do a few little threads. There we go, I'm happy with that. Right, let's tail that off. Okay, I've got that long tail that I started with. Can you see what's happening?
I can see what you're doing. Hayley, this is brilliant.
Okay, so it's a bit caggy to start
No,
with.
it's not. Look at this. This is brilliant. Oh, my gosh.
So, what about napkins?
You're very good at what you do, Hayley. This is so good. Oh,
Okay.
how lovely is that going to look?
Now, don't forget, one of the things I did forget myself is I made the stitches too close together, so they're only on like one and a half.
Oh, yeah, you did that for the organza, didn't you?
That's it, yeah. So what I'm going to do is because they're very much on top of each other, I've got a thicker thread. Just think about things logically. If it's a thicker thread and it's all bunched up, then it's going to look thick and clumpy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that back up to about 3, and we'll see how it goes. I'm going to do it straight on. This is just a piece of fabric. This could be a napkin.
Yeah, for Christmas.
And then you could embroider
Did you
it.
do lots of napkin, or did you make things for your wedding?
Yes, I get carried. Oh, well, I didn't do sewing things, but I did lots of other things.
Yeah.
Like flowers in wellies. I actually do.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
So I just got a piece of, it's just a fat quarter, but you could be like one of those cheap kind of, you can pick them up, can't you, on that?
Yeah,
the big
just
river size.
upcycling.
Yeah.
Just upcycling things that you already have.
And
as
I'm just
well.
going to take a little bit off the edge. So I'm setting it up so it's going to take about half a centimetre.
Oh, I like this guide, because if, like me, you're nervous about taking off too much, or you do want to take off a certain amount, then you have got that measuring guide as well.
Can't stick it back on, can you? So that's the thing. So all I'm going to do now is I open my stitch up to its 3 now. So I'm just going to feed that through and press down on the pedal. And then we'll see what kind of result we get for our new fancy pants napkins that we're going to make for our Christmas table.
I love this. What a great idea. So all you've done is changed one of the threads, which is the far right thread, and is that classed as the lower looper? Is that the one that's in the lower looper?
Yeah.
And you even saw how fast it was 2 threads. So for anybody who's scared of threading it,
that's why I love it.
Oh, this is why. Honestly, I can't believe you can get this result, £399. I mean, said you've got an overlocker that you paid nearly 4 times the price.
I paid over £1,000 for it, and it's now an ornament. Yeah. So, yeah.
So for anybody who thinks, oh, do you know what, I want to invest in an overlocker.
Shall I hop over to the embroidery machine?
Yeah.
Just because it's stopped.
Absolutely.
And I'll get back into the swing of it and show you what else that does then.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Right, in fact, for anybody who is like me going, I think today's the day to take the plunge on an overlocker, then this could be the one for you. It's got fantastic benefits today of purchasing, because you're getting all of the thread to get started, and you've got your warranty. Watch back today's show, but also you do get this full manual, which is really lovely and intuitive. Now, I'm going to just give you 1 minute quick sort of reminder of how you check out, how to get involved, and then we're going to go and have a look at how we're getting on with the embroidery machine. But just a quick reminder of how you can get involved.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, I'm so thrilled that you've managed to get involved in the overlocker. Well done. And I'm so excited to hear about your, your journey with your overlocker, because now, honestly, if you haven't already, get the jumpsuit pattern, all the digital download on the laptop. I was going to say the laptop, but it's actually sold out. But there is a digital version. Have a look underneath us on the web, because there are some fabulous patterns that Hayley's designed that are designed for Jersey, and you'll be able to construct and finish your pieces in such fast time. It's brilliant, isn't it? Now, that has sold out. How are you getting on with your stars?
Well, I've paused it just so as it can complete the design. So if you were watching at the beginning, we set this up so that it could do his little bit of embroidery while we were looking at the overlocker and the other machine. So it's now completed its star. And just a bit of a back history, this is a quilt design that we've got, and might well be on the website. And it's kind of pieced trees, topsy-turvy trees, where one goes one's way, one goes the other. And then I thought it might be a nice idea to add some little kind of gold stars to the top of each of the trees. So what I did was I positioned the embroidery and I made sure it was sitting right in the centre. And if we get time, I'll show you how to do that again. But now it's stitched out and it's just doing that outside edge. So I'm just going to let that continue like so. And it's just literally just finishing off that the outside of that. So it's not going to take very many minutes for it to complete that. So that's how that works. Now, the design that I'm actually stitching out is one of the designs that I got from Creative 8. Now, do you remember we were talking about the website that you can go to? Well, the website will give you additional designs in addition to the designs that are inbuilt on the machine. And once this is finished, I'll show you the inbuilt designs on the machine, but I have got a binder where I can show you all of those as well. And you've got literally tons and tons of designs that you are able to kind of work your way through. Now, these are already built into the machine, so you don't have to put them on a USB, you don't have to hook the machine up to your laptop and have it all kind of hooked up while you're stitching out. The design book will show you all of the different designs that are included. Now, these can all be resized, either doing it on the machine itself, or you can take them into Creative 8 and just resize them as well if you wanted to.
Do you know what I really like about that is that the screen is big, so you can do all the designing on there. But if I'm upstairs and I'm sat in bed and I want to design something, you can sit on your tablet or sit on your phone and you can play around and save it and send it directly to your machine then when you're ready to stitch it out. Ready.
You
can also, on a train, you could design.
You can also save it to the cloud as well. So if you are away from home and you're wanting to access anything, then you can do. If you go round to a friend's house or something like that, I think that's a gorgeous design.
Oh, that's lovely.
Like that
and
one.
will that frame a lot of other designs?
Well, you could put letters in the centre of there if you wanted to. So these are already...
Easter designs. Oh, have we got Halloween designs on there? I was looking at doing some Halloween things yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, lovely.
Your napkins.
Now, do I have to pay more for these?
No, these are all built in.
Are they?
These are all designs.
Gosh, you've got loads of designs. How many are there? Do you know?
I think there is. There's
got to be hundreds.
Wait, I might get to the last one and that will tell me 170, 180.
Fantastic.
So you've got all of those in there. Christmas one, so you know the little napkin that we were just doing in the overlocker, you could put one of those in the corner, you could add a few little initials.
Yeah, add somebody's name who's coming over for Christmas.
So they are all inbuilt, so I'll show you how to access those in just a few moments. And it's really, really easy because they're all built in on the machine, so you don't really have to do very much. But our design is finished now, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it off the machine, and there we go. Whoops. This is a project that I wanted to kind of show you how you potentially would use this in your sewing life, because we can all come with a piece of fabric and just put it into a hoop and stitch out a design. It's how do you use those designs? So I'm going to hold this up. It's still in the hoop there, but this, as I say, is a quilt top, and all I've done is added those little embroidered stars in there just to give it a different look. So I'm working my way through all of those. And that's utilising one of the 2 hoops that comes with it.
Right, so what size hoops do we get?
So you can get this one, which is your 100 or 4 inch. Now, when you look at it, you might think, well, hang on a minute, that's not actually square. And the reason being is, when you're actually working with an embroidery machine, the foot can't go right to the very back. It kind of hits this piece here. So that's why it looks a little bit longer that way.
So is it the working area? Okay.
Is going to be your 100 or 10 centimetres, 4 inches. You've got these points here, your halfway points for the top and across. So if you're wanting to position your fabric so it's in the centre of the hoop, you can do that quite easily. But you can still fine-tune it on the machine itself, which, again, I'll potentially show you before we say
Hayley, can I ask, did you put stabiliser behind
I did,
that?
yeah.
And did you not iron it on or 505 it on?
This is what they call tearaway. And the beauty about tearaway is literally when you're doing a solid design like so, I would use tearaway, because once you finish, you literally just, the perforations there are from the stitches, and you just literally ease it out of your design. Anything that's left in there we usually wash away as time goes on.
We pick it out with tweezers.
It's kind of, encapsulated under the stitches that are there. I mean, look at that as a stitch.
And that goes underneath. That doesn't sit on top of the project.
Well, it depends on what you're working with.
Okay.
Because if you're working on something like a towel or something that's got a lot of kind of dressing flannels, towels, sweatshirts, sometimes if they're quite squidgy, if that makes sense, or fleece. What you can sometimes, bless you, Ben, what you can often find is that the stitches of the formation of the fabric, the weave of the fabric can almost encapsulate the stitches, especially if you've got something that's quite a fine detail design. So that's where you would put stabiliser underneath as well as on top.
Okay.
But for 9 times out of 10, your tearaway is the one that I use.
By the way, we have got some stabiliser sets for you. There is the tearaway, which I've been asking Hayley 1,000,001 questions today. She's really not going to... you're going to hate me by the end of the day. I'm asking you millions of questions before we went on air, and then I'm also going to ask you even more later. So this is the one that you said to me you use 90% of the time.
I didn't even realise we got it on the show.
Yeah,
but
that's yours. Yeah.
I work quite closely with Madeira, and they're a fabulous range.
Brilliant. $15.99. And just from my already experience, it's worth getting yourself a roll, isn't it? The sampler sets are brilliant if you've never done embroidery machining before and you're thinking, right, I want to just learn more about what does what and where I can use it. There's a brilliant booklet in there that will explain more about it. But the one that you said is your go-to is this one.
Absolutely.
If you are doing things like flannels, dressing gowns, or something that's a bit fluffier, the hoodies that you want the text or the design to really stand out, you said to me to put some of this on the top of it.
That's it, yeah. You can use it on the top and on the bottom in different scenarios. So in the scenario of a fabric that's got a lot of kind of plush to it, a lot of pile, then I would put that on the top, and I'd put your other stabiliser, your tearaway underneath, and your fabric in the middle.
Right, so this is the wash away. And also, are there any sort of lace designs on this machine?
There are, and I was just about to say, if you're doing something that's kind of like a lacy design like this one, and there's loads that you will find built in on the machine and ones that you have easy access to, this is one of the ones where you literally want that stabiliser to disappear, so that's why it would wash away. So this would be a case of you just put that wash away stabiliser in your hoop, no fabric. You would have your top thread, and you would also have a matching bottom thread. This one's just had bobbin fill on the back of this
Gosh, and it still looks great on the front, doesn't it? But you would match it up.
Yeah, but if it's going to be something, that is potentially going to be something that's going to go on a garment, so you wouldn't necessarily see the underside of it. But if it was a Christmas tree decoration or going on a mobile, then you might want to make sure that the bobbin is the same thread as on the top there. You were asking me as well about hoops, which I'll go on to in a second, but that selection pack that you've got, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, that's what I got. This is what I got to get with mine, because you're getting actually 12 different premium stabiliser qualities, and even though I sort of talk about it as a starter set and a sampler pack, they're not sampler pieces, they're really good sizes, and you're just experiencing all the different range, and then you get to have a bit of a play and see the difference. Like, I'm not going to lie, I've absolutely got it wrong with my stabilisers and realised how important they are, because I've used the wrong one on a flannel and needed to put the film on the top as well. But play around, practice, and learn more about what stabilisers
There's
are
a
doing.
wealth of information out there. YouTube is, I don't know what we did before we had YouTube and tuition. Husqvarna Viking have actually got a series of embroidery tutorials and videos. I think it's about 7 of them. And they literally take you through things like stabilisers, things like your threads, the features on your sewing machines and things like that. So do check that out on YouTube. And you know where I am, hayley.west@hobbymaker.co.uk. That's my email. If you need to get in touch for any reason, then do. And then I can always point you in the right direction of the information that you need.
That's so kind. Thank you.
problem.
I will. I will use that email address.
So hoop-wise, I mentioned about that you've got your 4-inch square.
Yeah.
So that's that particular one, which is 100 mil, 10 centimetres. Then you've got this one, which is 150. So that's going to be 6 inches by your 100 mil. So it's really good that you've got 2 different hoops for different sizes. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't stitch out something that is smaller, because what you can do is you can use a technique that's called floating. And what floating means is that you would take your stabiliser and you would hoop up your stabiliser, and then even if you've got the smallest piece of fabric, you could literally just pop that on there, and this will act as a foundation for it sitting in place, and then you can stitch on it if you're needing to. But most times, 4 inches square, you're not going to go much smaller than that, to be fair.
With your hoop, can I ask, if you're doing thicker fabrics, how do you get the security in the hoop that you need? Do I need to put the top layer of the hoop down, or can I spray adhesive?
Well, you can use spray adhesive with regards to kind of like your wadding going on your fabric. I would always tend to hoop things up. And the Husqvarna Viking hoops have got these like little kind of screw elements on the side here. So for instance, here you go, quilt block. So this quilt block has been created.
That's an embroidery design on the machine.
It is,
brilliant. Love that.
So we've got our top fabric, we've got our wadding, and we've got our backing there. So that has all been stitched up in the hoop. So literally what would really happen, it's actually on the Jade machine that I had previously, but what would actually happen is you would make up your hoop. So that's the base of your hoop. So that would sit down on your surface. You would put your fabric, you would put your stabiliser, you put everything in the hoop like so. And that's where it's useful to have it spray adhesive, because nothing's going to move. So keep that in place. Then you're going to have your frame, your top piece that will sit inside, and that sits inside that outer parameter. Now, it depends on how thick your sandwich is, depends on how much you need to unscrew that. So just unscrew it. Don't unscrew it completely, because otherwise you've got to put it all back together again. But that will give you a certain amount of give, as you can see there, and that means that you can get that hoop and your fabric in all in place. There you go. So sometimes it's a bit springy. Sometimes, I mean, this is a small piece of fabric for the hoop that we've got. So
be a bit
just basically pop it in.
Ease it in.
There you go. Nice flat surface. And then you just screw that up. A couple of little turns just to keep it secure. We're not talking like Popeye strength.
Okay.
We're just talking just to keep it as nice, tight as a drum. And then that means that it is all ready for you to pop onto the machine and get embroidering.
Can I embroider something that's already made? So if I've got a jumper and I want to put a logo on it, or if I've got a baby grow that I want to put some embroidery on that's already made, how do I stabilise the back of it? Do I turn it inside out, or?
Well, if it's a larger garment, then that's easy. Let's take this off the mannequin and I'll just show you. So if you've got a larger garment that's quite flat, then you can literally take that fabric and hoop up that area of fabric that you need. So if you wanted that maybe on the chest area, then you would hoop that up. You keep the rest of the garment out of the way, have your stabiliser under there, and then you would basically position it where you wanted it to go. My top tip would be, and we might even have is it air erasable pens we've got, or something like that?
Yeah, I've got a magic pen.
So what you could do is take your garment and then think, right, do you know what, that's exactly where I want the centre of the design to be.
Yeah.
So you put a little mark on there. Then when you put it into the hoop, you would get it roughly in the position of the halfway point, so roughly in the centre of your hoop there. And then you can fine-tune the positioning when you get to your machine.
Right.
And that would be exactly where you want that design to be.
And it might mean that you need to rotate your design.
It just depends. But you've got all the manipulation. You can resize, you can rotate, all those different things that you can do with that. If it was something like the sleeve of a garment, the leg of a garment, something that's small like a baby grow, you're restricted with regards to the size, because obviously you only want to be adding your embroidery to the top part. You don't want it to go through the front and back of your leg.
Exactly. You go, yeah.
So sometimes you might have to do a bit of deconstruction. So just unpick one of the seams.
See, I've seen people do that on TikTok as well, where they've actually just taken apart a side seam or something on a trouser leg or jeans or something, and then
So as the fabric is flat, if it's big enough that you can kind of bunch it up and hold it with quilt clips and keep an eye on it, then you don't necessarily have to do that.
But if I say wanted to embroider this pocket, I'd probably unpick it.
I'd usually take the pocket off.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Because you don't want it to go right through the garment.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be completely just a piece of fabric or a garment that you're making. This one here, made this one up using a little applique type. We were talking about this kind of applique earlier on, weren't we?
Is this a built-in stitch?
This stitch isn't, but this one is. But when you actually go into your Creative 8, you can actually create fonts as well. So you can download from the basic software, you can download it onto your computer, whether it's a Mac or a Windows PC. You can also put it onto a tablet, although I don't use it on a tablet, so it's not an area I'm familiar with. But you can take any font that you've got on your computer and turn it into an embroidery. So if you've got a really quirky one that might look a bit wizardy, or you've got one that looks like an applique style, then you can actually turn it into an applique stitch. So this is what I'm going to do for you, so you can do your bunting.
Yes!
Just so you know what it is.
Brilliant.
You have got inbuilt fonts though, so some really classy fonts. There's about 8 different fonts already built in. So that was something that was done. That was meant to go into kind of like a panel on a quilt. So I've just cut that to size. I can now
just need to go around it with your overlocker with your nice threads.
Absolutely, yeah. Or I can put that into a quilt block seam, so 1/4 inch that you've got there. And I keep talking about the Creative 8. So let me just show you exactly what Creative 8 is, because when you actually get your machine, and anybody can set up a basic account with Creative 8. So when you actually set up your account, you don't need any financial kind of information there. You do have the ability to take out a subscription if you're wanting to, but you don't have to. And I've only got the basic plan. So that's my basic plan, as you can see there. So that's kind of reiterating that. When you go into the main website, there is a library of designs. And this is where you've got literally tens of thousands of different embroideries that you can go looking for. So for instance, I went looking for a star, so I just type in star and it will literally search for all the designs that are stars within there. Now, some of these will be ones that you get with your subscription. You can always shop for them as individuals, so if you just wanted to buy that star and not take out a subscription, you can do. And when you do that, if you actually purchase that as an individual, that is your design to keep going forward.
Right, so you use it as many times as you want.
As many times as you like. Now, if you are using a subscription and you chose that one because you have access to all of the different designs, then you can only use it while you have an active subscription. So it's just to bear that in mind. Any of those favourites that you don't want to part with,
buy them.
You will buy those. But also what you can do is you can go and look for free designs. So let me take out the word star, and I'm doing it on the tablet, so I'm trying to remember whereabouts it is. Let's go back. It's not in that section there. So if I go into Explore Embroideries, that's it. When you actually go into Explore Embroideries, you have got the ability to go looking for different kind of filters. So one of the filters is free content. So if you click on there and then click Apply, it will bring up anything that you can access on Creative 8 that is going to be free. They've actually got some cutting files as well in there. So if you've got a cutting machine, you can use those. But these are all designed. So these little characters, I think that looks like a little Stuart.
Oh, it does! Oh my gosh! So you can make, I suppose, if these are designs that embroider out the legs and then you rehoop it and it embroiders the next leg. There's Stuart.
There you go.
Arms and legs. It will embroider it. And hang on, are the faces all embroidered then as well?
Yeah. I've not actually gone in to find those, but yeah. And all you need to do, if you wanted to get a hold of any of those, so for instance, if I wanted to do like the candy cane, so that's a free one. So time-wise, we might just about manage to do this. So I'm going to click on there because I want to basically take advantage of that one. Or is it that one? There we go. So I'm going to send that to my Viking embroidery machine. Now, I think we're all on the same network. So if I do
You're all connected to the Wi-Fi.
And I think I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. So there is a way that you can literally bring that up into your machine. So let me just get rid of that one off the screen, like so. Now, has that sent it to my account? If I go into my library.
What, it would literally appear that quick? Now, if I've got any designs on USB, do you have a USB port on
You
here,
do.
Hayley?
You do. You
So
do
if you've
have
got
a
an older
USB.
machine that's got USB...
It's in the side, so you can pop it in there. Sorry, it's taken a little while to get to do that with the... We're kind of level-lined in the studio, aren't we? But basically, you would have access to that. You can save it to your account, you can transfer it to your machine, and then you can stitch that out. But you've got, well, there's 500 embroidery designs in addition to the others that are already on there.
How
so there's
amazing.
a lot. There's a lot.
Now, we could actually talk about this for hours, couldn't we?
Completely.
We could keep going. And I think that I should organise an afternoon with you. I'll bring my machine in, we'll go upstairs into the creative
If you can supply
studios.
me with coffee and hobnobs, I'll be there.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, yes, I will hold you to that. I'll bring the hobnobs. Well done, everybody who's got something